Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Terry. I'd like to welcome you to this regular monthly meeting of the Cobb County Planning Commission. We are an advisory board appointed by the Board of Commissioners. It's our job to investigate all the zoning matters that come to the county. The final recommendation, that we will make a recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. The final decision, of course, does rest with them, and that hearing will be in about 2 weeks from this date. So if you're here today to give testimony on any particular case, you will need to come back in 2 weeks and do it all over again. It's our custom to invite various members of the local clergy to come and open our meeting with some words of encouragement or a prayer. And it's my pleasure this morning to introduce Father Papagiorgio from the Holy Transfiguration Greek Orthodox Church on Trickham Road. He's been with us before. We're glad to have you here. When the Father finishes his comments, we'll ask Officer Ott from Cobb County Police to come and lead us in the pledge. At that point, I would ask you to stand as you're able as we do the Pledge of Allegiance. Father?
If you please stand to start with this. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. O Heavenly King, comforter, the Spirit of truth, present in all places and filling all things, the treasure of blessings and the giver of life, come and dwell in us and cleanse us from every stain and save our souls, O good one. Holy God, Holy Mighty, Holy Immortal, have mercy on us. We offer thanksgiving to you, O Lord, for all your gifts and blessings. We humbly come to you and ask that you may send upon us your heavenly Spirit to enlighten our hearts and minds. Give us your wisdom and knowledge. Help us to know your will for your people whom we serve. Guide us in all our direct decisions to do what is best for them. Help us to shine with your love and compassion. Grant us your peace and your love. For glorified is your name, of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, now and always, and unto the ages of ages. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Officer Ott. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. First on the agenda this morning will be our consent agenda. These are cases that the Planning Commission and the staff have fully investigated, and we're satisfied that all the pertinent issues have been resolved and for which there is no known opposition. The zoning administrator, Mr. John Peterson, that's John raising his hand to my left, will read these cases into the record and will ask if there's anyone present in opposition or wishing to make comment on these consent cases. If there is, we may elect to pull this from the consent agenda, in which case we would then hear the case in its regular numerical sequence. Next, we will hear all cases that were either held or continued from a previous meeting. And lastly, we'll hear our regular cases again in their regular numerical sequence. Applicants will be asked to identify themselves, to come forward, to be sworn in, and then to present their case. Then the opposition will be asked to do the same, be counted for the record, be sworn in, and give their testimony. When a case number is called by Mr. Peterson, all those wishing to address the board will need to come forward and be sworn in by our officer of the day. That'll be Kim. She's sitting right here at the front desk, so present yourself to her. She'll take care of that. She'll also ask you to sign a sign-in sheet that she has. We need to do that so we get the spelling of your name absolutely correct. Please be aware, this is very important. I say it every time. We have a problem with it almost every time, and that is that each side, pro and con, has 10 minutes collectively to make their case. That's not 10 minutes per person. Okay, so be mindful of that and mindful of the length of your comment so that everyone who wants to speak has a chance to say something. And remember, as you speak, that's not the time for a rebuttal process. Now, we may elect to call people back up as the hearing goes forward to address a certain issue or answer a specific question, but no rebuttal at that time. Mr. Peterson, do you have additional comments for us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. There are 2 cases on today's agenda which have been withdrawn and will not be heard today. First case is rezoning case Z50, Georgia Kids Project LLC. That case has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be heard. LUP 31, Wendy L. Colbert. That case has been withdrawn with prejudice and will not be heard. Additionally, there are 3 cases on today's printed agenda which have been continued. First case is rezoning case Z2, Isaacson Living Communities, LLC. That case has been continued and will be heard next month. Rezoning case Z54, Belmont Associates, LLC. That case was also continued and will be heard next month. And lastly, rezoning case Z65, Cuellar Auto Repair. That case has been continued by the staff and will be heard in November. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, there are 2 cases I'm aware of where the applicant is wishing to continue the case. Rezoning case Z71, CCL Associates, LLC. Is the applicant here? Please come forward. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the applicant is requesting a continuance of this case so they can work on their plan and work with the neighbors, I believe.
Okay.
And the applicant is present.
Come on up to the podium, tell us who you are, and make your request, if you will.
Yes, I'm Chris Fryer from CCL Associates, and we met with the neighborhood close to the property, and we wanted to rework our plans to take into consideration some of the suggestions that they made, and because of that, we're requesting a continuance.
Okay, for 30 days, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. I love it when you do that. We have a long day today, so anything we can do to shorten will be a big help, and I like it when you meet with the neighbors and try to work out your problems. So Z71 being asked to continue. Whose is that? Whose case? Okay, Christy, any comments?
If anybody's in opposition.
Okay, do we have anyone here in opposition to Z71? Okay, we do have. Kim, can you get a count for us, please?
They need to agree to the continuance.
Right.
Let the record show
Okay.
there are 12 people here in opposition. To
Now, you
rezone
folks
case
are all in
Z71.
opposition, am I correct? Okay, understand we're not going to hear the case today, so we don't generally take testimony if we're going to continue it for 30 days. Let me suggest this. Chris, if you would, meet with those folks out back, go beyond the double doors, see if you can answer their questions. I really would prefer to leave it where it is on consent if we possibly can. Come back in a few minutes and tell us, and we'll see what we can do. Okay?
If they're not opposed, if the people opposed are not opposed to the continuance, I can go ahead and
Well,
make a motion.
let's ask
Is
that
okay?
question. Are you opposed to continuing the case? Do you really want us to hear it today?
Or take some more time.
Somebody tell us something. I mean, if you...
Our preference is to hear it today.
Okay. Then I would ask, Chris, if you'll go back and get with those people that have that mindset, see if we can work it out ahead of time. If not, we will put it back on the
Okay.
agenda.
All right, we'll do.
Please?
Okay.
And just to clarify, Chairman Terry, it still is on the agenda until it's continued, so it's
Okay,
on the agenda.
we'll see
right
if they can work out their problems, and if not, we'll put it back on the agenda. What else, John?
now. I've had a request from the applicant for SLUP 14, Municipal Communications, to continue this case into the December zoning cycle. Mr. Ney is coming forward. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 14?
Okay, keep your hands up. Kim, get us another count, please.
Let the record show there are 8 people here in opposition.
Okay, Jim?
Yes,
Tell
Mr.
us.
Chairman.
Introduce
let me-
yourself, please.
Yes, we sought this continuance based upon the fact of about 3 reasons, and I want to give you another fairly committed reason. We hope to look at other sites to have an opportunity to at least venture out. This is the 8th time we've looked at sites in this location. We intend to do that again. We intend to wait till the deciduous trees are without their leaves, and then we would think in terms of trying to take another view of this cell tower. And finally, we have a cell tower where we're going to put up a monopine, which this body is familiar with, and in Cobb County, and we'd like for the community to be able to see that. But most importantly, once I extended, I called upon 3 of the community leaders and David Birdwell, who is a community leader but from a different area, and told him we were going to not be heard. So they consciously did not come. I'm sorry, the 8 people, I didn't know to call everybody, but I called community leaders and I called folks who were deeply involved. And I'm afraid I tried to do the right thing, quite frankly, so they wouldn't waste their entire morning, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, folks, I'm very in favor of continuing this. We're going to continue it for 60 days. That's going to be my recommendation. That's going to put it into the December 2nd hearing cycle. That does give us plenty of time for some more community meetings, perhaps find another site, do a balloon test. If you're familiar with that, you run a balloon up the height of the tower, you see where you can see it, if you can see it from various parts of that community. I think that would be the appropriate thing to do in this case. I'd like to ask your indulgence and let us keep that on the consent agenda. I'm sorry, continue it. I'd love it for it to be on consent. Continue it for 60 days.
I'll second.
Okay. Yeah, I need to find out if you folks. Why don't you come to the microphone, please? Give us.
My name is Martin Shelton from Wiseman, Novak, Curry, and Wilco. I represent the Willows Condo Association. I'm relatively sure the 8 people who are here are all my clients. If you're not, raise your hand so I can make sure I'm not speaking for you. But we just checked their clients based on the representation that they're going to be looking for other sites. We're willing to consent to the continuance. I would
Wonderful.
ask Mr. Ney if when they're going to do the balloon test, that they could contact me so that maybe we could have someone from the Willows present to watch what's going on.
I'm sure Jim will be glad to do that.
That would be perfectly suitable. Let me say, I don't want to absolutely commit to the balloon test, but we certainly have it under consideration when the leaves are off the trees. We think that's a better time to be a little more persuasive. We've done one. It was in May of this year, but have had complaints about that. Thank you.
Okay. I think we ought to leave it on the for continuation then for 60 days. That'll be the meeting of December the 2nd. Okay. Now I'll take a second on that.
Second, sir.
Okay, so all in favor of that? We're good to go? Yeah, what else we got, John?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. The applicant for Z73 Venture Homes, Inc. is requesting a continuance on this case, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, and the representative, Mr. Moore, is here today.
Good morning.
Morning.
Give us your name, Kevin.
Thank you. Good morning. Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant in this application for rezoning. I think after discussions with Mr. Porter in preparation for this application, there's a few items that we need to look at and review, and especially given staff's recommendations and comments. We can make we believe a few adjustments to the site plan, since this would be proposed to be a site-specific zoning, site plan-specific zoning, and as a result, we would request a continuance so that we can have those items buttoned up and make sure that we've gotten those completed to the satisfaction of staff. But with that, we would request a continuance so that we can have that opportunity.
30 days?
Yes, that would be plenty of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone here in opposition to Z73? Okay, not hearing or seeing any, then it's back to this board. Galt, that's yours.
Yeah, I'd support the continuance.
Okay, so we have a motion to continue.
Yes.
We have a second from Christie. All in favor? Okay, so Z73 Venture Homes will be continued for 30 days to the November hearing cycle. So we thank you for that. And what else, John?
Rezoning case Z76 Venture Homes also, which is represented by Mr. Moore, needs to continue for 30 days.
Okay.
Somewhat similar, again, Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant. Staff has recommended in staff's recommendation, they're recommending that we revise and change the actual zoning category being sought, as well as some other items which they've identified in their staff comments, and along with Mr. Porter again. We'd like the opportunity to look at those changes and see how we can incorporate those. As well as last week, we received communication from Floyd Road Station, Miss Beverly Larson, who had come forward on behalf of her neighborhood. And so we need to get a chance to meet with them, since that was just last week that we received that communication. We'd like the opportunity to get with them, which has been the direction from Mr. Porter as well.
Okay, so Z76. Anyone here in opposition to Z76? Another Venture Homes application. Okay, not seeing or hearing any, Galt. I believe this one's yours as well.
Yep. And I'll make a motion that we go ahead and continue it till the November cycle.
Okay, can we get a second to that? Second from Christie again. All in favor of continuance? Okay, so we'll do that on both of those, 73 and 76.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, there is one item that the staff needs to add to your agenda as a non-agenda item, and that's to adopt the 2015 Planning Commission zoning hearing dates, and that's on that blue page that was handed out before the hearing.
Right. Every year along about this time, we have to, we choose to try to set our agenda hearing dates for the coming year, for 2015. And so what John has just asked us to do is we would need a motion and a vote to add this to the agenda at this time. So can I get a motion to add this to the agenda?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
And can I get a second? Second from Mr. Porter. All in favor of the motion? So we're going to add the, as another business item, we're going to add the planning and zoning hearing calendar to the agenda. So we'll do that a little bit later on. Okay, thank you, John.
I would like to ask the people in today's audience to please turn your cell phones off or put them on silent mode. The cell phones do interfere with the broadcast of presentations. If you have a cell phone, please put it on silent mode. Mr. Chairman, there is 2 requests for early head counts today. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to SLEP 19 West Cobb Sports Complex? Please raise your hands.
Okay, folks, please keep your hands up long enough for Kim to get a count. This is SLUP 19. This is the sports complex in West Cobb. Are they through? Are they back in? Okay.
Let the record show there are 60 people here in opposition to SLEP 19.
Okay.
Additionally, can I get a show of people here
Hold
who are...
on. Can I get a count just for the record? Are there any in favor that wish to speak in favor of SLUP 19? Other than the applicant, which we know he's going to. Okay, let the record show there aren't any present. Okay, John, go ahead.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. There is also a request for an early head count for rezoning case Z61, Capital City View Homes, LLC. All those opposed, please raise your hands.
Yeah, keep them up, please, so we can get a good, accurate count.
Let the record show there are 16 people here opposed to rezoning case Z61.
And to be fair, are there any people present wishing to speak in favor of Z61 other than the applicant? Okay, not seeing or hearing any. We have 16 opposed to Z61. I want to ask the Planning Commission, since we have 60 people here, I know many of you had to take off from work and take care of child care issues and so forth to be here for SLUP 19. Would you, this is Mr. Hovey's, would you want to go ahead and hear this first? Can I get an approval for that? Okay, well, we haven't done that, but we do want to see about moving SLUP 19 up.
And I also wanted to request an early head count on C56. I'm not sure who's here for that, but it might help those who aren't planning to stay all day.
Okay. Can I get a show of people here who are opposed to rezoning case Z56, Brooks Chadwick LLC? Please raise your hands.
Okay, keep them up, folks.
Let the record show there are 26 people here opposed to rezoning case Z56.
Okay. Yeah, let's do the same thing. Anyone here wishing to speak in favor of Z56, the Brooks Chadwick development? Well, we have several. Okay, 5 in favor. Okay, good. Thank you very much. John, does that take care of all of those?
That takes care of the early head count.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
We'll do the consent agenda next.
we're going to do the consent, and then if it's okay with the Planning Commission, we'll hear SLUP 19 directly after that.
Yeah, I would like to hear SLUP 19 after that if we could.
Okay.
Okay, we need a motion on the consent agenda. Well, we haven't heard it, I'm sorry. How about reading it to us first, John?
Yes, sir. Cobb County Planning Commission zoning hearing consent agenda for October 7th, 2014. Rezoning case Z68, Garrison Oaks Homeowners Association, request rezoning from R15 to R15 with stipulations for the purpose of addition to recreation area in land lot 33 of the 1st District and land lot 253 of the 16th District. The property is located on the east side of Defender Way and on the west side of Mabry Road. Staff recommends deleting the request to PRD, subject to the following conditions. Landscape plan to be approved by the county arborist, the fire department comments and recommendations, water and sewer division comments and recommendations, stormwater management division comments and recommendations, and Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Is the applicant here for rezoning case Z68? Yes. Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z68? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z67, Mount Harmony Baptist Church Incorporated. Request rezoning from R20 and R15 to GC for the purpose of a church with an electronic reader board sign in land lots 47 and 48 of the 18th District. The property is located on the northeast side of Veterans Memorial Highway, east of Pebblebrook Road. Staff recommends deletion to the low-rise office zoning district, subject to the following conditions. Allowance of variances as listed in the zoning comments. Sign rendering received by the zoning division on August 6, 2014. Property to be used for a church and church-related uses only. Fire department comments and recommendations. Water and sewer division comments and recommendations. Stormwater management division comments and recommendations. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And the owner developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z67? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z70, Dalbag Singh requests a rezoning from R20 to R15 for the purpose of 3 single-family lots in land lot 780 of the 16th District. The property is located at the southeast intersection of Walter Road and Plainview Drive, west of Canton Road. Staff recommends approval of the request, subject to the following conditions. Revised site plan received by the Zoning Division on August 11, 2014. Single-family residential use only. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And the owner developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z70? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Rezoning case Z74, Target Corporation, request rezoning from CRC to CRC with stipulations for the purpose of a restaurant with drive-through in land lots 387 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Shalford Road, east of Sandy Plains Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. Site plan received by the Zoning Division on August 7, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z74? Let the record show there's no one opposed. Mr. Moore is coming forward to.
John, do you have something for us on this one? The stip letter. We do have the stip letter.
Is that the letter dated October 1st, 2014? Okay. And Madam Clerk, we'll make that subject to the letter from Mr. John Moore dated October 1st, 2014. Is there anyone opposed to rezoning case Z74? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and that's with the addition of the October 1st stipulation letter.
All right.
Rezoning case Z77, Kevin Cassiebuyer and care of Shamrock Shell LLC, request rezoning from NS and R20 to NRC for the purpose of a restaurant with drive-through in land lots 338 and 339 of the 16th District. The property is located at the southeast intersection of Shalford Road and Trickham Road. Staff recommends approval, subject to the following conditions. District Commissioner to approve the final building architecture. Site plan received by the Zoning Division August 13, 2014, with the District Commissioner approving minor modifications. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. And the owner-developer to enter into a development agreement pursuant to OCGA 367113 for dedication of system improvements to mitigate traffic concerns. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z77? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into land use permits on the consent agenda, LUP 33, Rose Catherine, requests a land use permit renewal for the purpose of allowing more adults than permitted by code in land lot 1244 of the 16th district. The property is located on the northeast side of Hazelwood Drive, west of Yancey Drive. Staff recommends approval for 24 months, subject to the following condition. All previous conditions from LUP 14 of 2013. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 33? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And moving into special land use permits. SLUP 20, Petroleum Realty 5, LLC, requests a special land use permit for the purpose of a freestanding ice and water machine in land lots 333, 334, and 387 of the 16th district. The property is located at the northeast intersection of Shallowford Road and Gordy Parkway. Staff recommends approval, subject to applicant to have the architecture of structure approved by the Architectural Control Committee, as outlined in Section 9, page 10 of the stipulations and conditions of zoning dated December 20th, 1988, from rezoning case Z223 of 1988. All roof-mounted utility, conditioned air unit, or other mechanical device to be screened from a view from public right-of-way with a complementary architectural feature. Inclusion of a noise abatement feature or device that abates noises or sounds from the adjacent residential properties. Fire Department comments and recommendations. Water and Sewer Division comments and recommendations. Stormwater Management Division comments and recommendations. And Cobb DOT comments and recommendations. Is the applicant present? Let the record show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to SLUP 20? Let the record show there's no one opposed. And that completes the consent agenda, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Okay, folks, just to very quickly repeat, if you're here for any of these cases, they are on consent and will not be heard today. Z67, 68, 70, 74, 77, Land Use Permit 33, and Special Land Use Permit 20. So those cases will not be heard today. If you want to see the comments that John talked about, you can very easily access them online at the zoning office. Okay, now we'll...
to make a motion that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, one other thing. We do have Z71, which the folks went out back to talk about, and I know they came back in just a moment ago, so I want to see if they've worked out their differences.
But this wouldn't have anything to do with the consent agenda.
We're going to add it to the consent agenda.
No, we're not.
We're not?
No.
Continuing it. I'm sorry. Beg your pardon. Jill, come on up.
Let's vote. We got to vote
all right.
on the table.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second to approve? Any further comments on any of these cases? Okay, Bob.
In our work session, we discussed that we should remind the applicant, Mount Harmony Baptist Church in Z67, Mr. Chairman, one of your cases, that there's a pretty tight code ordinance on these signs, in particular the issue of flashing signs, and just remind them, if we could, with a clerk's note, that they need to adhere to that ordinance.
And I did talk to him and
Section
remind
calls.
him of that.
And I accept that.
Okay, so we'll make that a part of the motion. So we have a motion and a second. Any other comments on the cases? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Okay, so we got the consent agenda approved. Okay, now you're here to talk about 71. Okay, who's going to go first?
My name is Jill Flam. I'm with East Cobb Civic Association, and
My name is Thornton Kuntz, and I'm representing the neighborhood surrounding Z71.
we have met in the back and agree that we cannot work out the differences and respectfully request that this case be heard today and not continued.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that. We'll just add it back to the regular numerical sequence. That's Z71 CCL Associates.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll do that. So we're going to add that one back in. What do you think, Kristen? Okay. Okay, I think we got it now. John, let's get into our regular
Yes, sir.
agenda here. Thank you.
SLUP 19, West Cobb Sports Complex. Request a special land use permit for the purpose of a nonprofit community center in land lots 427 and 462 of the 19th District. Property is located at the northeast intersection of Macklin Road and Billy Ricker Road and on the west side of Wilkins Circle. The applicant's representative is present. Earlier there were 60 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
And again, as a reminder, folks, we have 10 minutes collectively, not 10 minutes per speaker. Mr. Moore, whenever you're ready.
Is that the whole thing? Yeah. Awesome. Thanks. Good morning. For the record, I'm Kevin Moore here on behalf of the applicant and the owners of this approximately 45-acre tract located at the intersection of Macklin Road and Villa Ricker Road in West Cobb County. This is an application for a special land use permit. We refer to it as SLUP, but special land use permit under your Cobb County zoning ordinance. The stated purpose is for a sports facility, sports complex to be provided, constructed, and developed and operated at this location. The organization that has been formed is called West Cobb Athletics. It is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that's been formed that will own, develop, and operate this sports complex, which will consist of baseball, softball, multi-purpose athletic fields for soccer and lacrosse, as well as a first-class health and training facility for the training, athletic training in those sports and overall health and well-being, all dedicated for the purpose of youth and as well as part of their mission, and is in fact their mission, is to provide these facilities, the training, the coaches, the equipment, and what will obviously be a first-class facility for underprivileged youth, those that may not be able to afford to have access to this type of facility, this type of training, these types of equipment, people, coaches, and personnel. They'll be able to have that opportunity at this location if approved, so that they won't have to pay if they cannot afford to pay. And so that, in essence, the real mission and purpose is that no child will be turned away, no youth will be turned away because they cannot afford to have the type of access to the youth sports programs and facilities that are prevalent not only in other parts of this county, but in other parts of the country as well, where due to travel, resources, some youth don't have access to it, even though they would love to have a part of the type of youth sports that are being provided in other locations. Youth sports, as you know, has changed dramatically since over the years. The Cobb County Park System, while it does a wonderful job, cannot provide the level of facilities, training, equipment, and coaches that we see in other locations. The best example is one we have here in East Cobb County that started many years ago and has grown and provides a wonderful experience for youth in baseball. Those facilities That program it can't be accessed by everybody for one reason or the other, be it location or finances. This, however, will have the ability, because it is a nonprofit, it will be operated on a nonprofit basis. It is registered as a 501c3 organization, which means under federal tax laws and federal laws, it must be operated on a nonprofit basis and provide and meet its mission of helping and serving underprivileged youth to have access to sports. And we believe it will be a wonderful use of this property and a wonderful use and service, not for necessarily just West Cobb, but the West Cobb community at large in meeting a need that currently is not met in this entire area. I want to go over the site plan just to show you so you can familiarize yourself with that, as well as some of the more technical points and commitments that have been made. To go over the site plan with you, just to orient you, you have this is Macklin Road, essentially at the bottom of the screen, and the site plan, and the intersection here with Villa Rica Road. The primary functions or points of the site plan show the perimeter parking on the road frontage. Here are shown are two what are denominated as multi-purpose fields, which would be lacrosse and soccer, as well as baseball and softball diamonds or fields. This is not a gigantic park. I've heard references to the Lake Point facility that is in Emerson, Georgia. This is not Lake Point. Lake Point is a massive scaled project that serves its own business interests and commercial interests. This is not that. In addition, I want to point out another, what we believe is a very important portion or part of this site plan, and one in which both the owners and West Cobb Athletics organization in planning for this property took into very important consideration. You'll notice the large park area here to the rear. This includes a minimum 100-foot buffer on the northern side. And you see this large open park area that would be accessible and used with walking trails and have a beautiful park for picnicking for those visiting or for those wanting to utilize it as for its park-like atmosphere in as a passive amenity as well. But it still serves a dual purpose in that as you move away from this intersection at Macklin and Villa Rica to the area generally known as McEachern Farms, and it has that name. There are certainly beautiful homes and tracts, large acreage tracts that have been built and maintained for a number of years. As you travel down Villa Rica and go into this area, as I said, going in this direction, that area is a beautiful area. And so what this serves also is a dual purpose to provide what any other type of development or use of this property would not be able to provide, and that is a passive park buffer for not only light, noise, and activity, but so that from a viewshed standpoint, it likewise maintains, as you move back beyond here, that sense of large open spaces and passive spaces, which that very much utilizes. In addition, you have areas along the road frontage. You see there's extensive road frontage for this property along Macklin Road and Villa Rica, which will be, as shown on the plan, extensively landscaped, bermed, and buffered to provide additional light and noise buffering to the adjacent roadway and any adjacent residents along Villa Rica. You have points of access that are provided, two on Villa Rica and one on Macklin at this location to the major roads. And just to remind you, this is a signalized intersection on a major state highway. This is Highway 360, Macklin Road. Is a 4-laned median highway, and so this type of use fits very nicely, fits very well, and allows for access to and access from to a major roadway, and locates that traffic in a very central point to this signalized intersection, so it's appropriately located from that standpoint as well. I also wanted to talk about, in general, this property is zoned R80. Has been, but this is not the first time this Planning Commission, and it's really not the five of you specifically, but the Cobb County Planning Commission or the Cobb County Board of Commissioners has reviewed a zoning proposal for this site. This 45-acre tract has seen several renditions of proposed rezonings and proposed development. It has ranged widely from commercial categories for retail uses along the Macklin Road corridor to subdivision type development. And all of those prior applications were met with opposition as well. But what we're left with is a 45-acre tract located at a signalized intersection on a major state highway. It's located across the street from an R20 open space community subdivision, and as you move just past this Villa Rica intersection, you begin to enter into the commercial activity center, or the neighborhood activity center. Really, it's a commercial area with McEachern First United Methodist Church, Kroger Shopping Center that's there at the intersection of New Macklin and Macklin Road, as well as other non-residential uses. This is, as we often find ourselves when you have opposition and a lot of conversation about a particular project or a zoning, a piece of property that is on that edge of land uses. But we believe as a proposed sports facility to serve primarily underprivileged youth who don't have access to these types of facilities, it is a great use for this property. Lastly, with my last few seconds, it's going to be hard to see, but this is part of what's been provided as part of the information that's been provided along with this application. And what you're looking at is a specific lighting plan. Musco Lighting is the name of the company. It provides incredibly advanced lighting technology for focusing and eliminating lighting glare or spill onto surrounding property owners. And what you see with this lighting plan is the actual foot candle lighting measurements that are proposed along the perimeter, which do not exceed 1.8 foot candles. In essence, deep twilight. So virtually no light spillage onto surrounding properties. This is also part of our package and part of what is being provided in this application. With that, we're here to answer any questions that you may have, and we certainly respectfully request your recommendation for approval.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Kevin went over by about 30 seconds, so we'll add that to the opposition's time. We'll hear from the opposition at this time. Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Gambrell, and I'm president of People Looking After Neighborhoods. The proposed community center is adjacent to the McEachern Farms area, where the average lot size is 300,000 square feet. The area is designated rural residential, and Cobb's comp plan. Future developments in this area should respect the bucolic nature of the surrounding community. The community center is an attempt by this landowner to once again request a use that is not in character and keeping with the surrounding area. I have seen rezoning applications often referred to as cocktail napkin sketches denied due to their speculative nature. Instead, the county is recommending approval of this application without a letter of stipulations, renderings of the community center, plans to comply with the Macklin Road design guidelines, and a detailed landscape plan. Staff has recommended approval with language referencing the district commissioner as the sole approval during the normal plan review process, whereby completely removing the adjacent residents from the process after the initial hearings. Section 134-193-12E6 contains language regarding neighborhood rec centers. One could conclude that this language was provided to allow for recreation areas in residential areas, yet offers protection to the homeowners as to what their property would be adjacent to. The gross change that is being requested diminishes the largest financial decision, the purchase of a home, made by each resident in the McEachern Farms and surrounding area. The applicant stated in an email dated September 12, 2014, that the children of West Cobb do not have a resource such as this as we have planned in this facility. However, there are 7 active parks and a 100-plus acre passive park in the adjacent area, not including Kennesaw Mountain Battlefield. Upon review of the Parks and Recs master plan, if Cobb County had a population of 747,883 residents per NPRA standards, these 7 parks in the immediate area provide approximately 21.39% of the required acreage for softball and baseball and 25.4% for soccer for the entire county. This application is not based on need, but a want by the landowner to profit infinitely in a pay-to-play environment. Per number 4 of staff comments, a comparison was done for this site to existing facilities. However, the parks mentioned are situated in areas that contain LRO, NRC, GC, R20, CS, PRD, R15, and RA4 residential or located within a city. This SLUP is located next to horse facilities and neighbors who often don't see or hear their neighbors due to the privacy their land offers, and yet the applicant has buffering on only 2 sides, which is not referenced on the site plan. Unlike most parks in Cobb County that were in existence prior to homes being constructed around them, this applicant is requesting a SLUP to place an active park within an existing community that resides on large lots. We need you to protect the rural nature and character of the entire area and would otherwise be permanently altered. Therefore, we request you deny this application. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Evelyn Dinkins. In August 2005, my husband and I purchased our home at 3727 Wilkins Circle, directly across the street from the Varner property, so I could ride and train my competitive dressage horses at home and have a small stable in a peaceful, rural, deed-restricted setting. The proposed community center is actually a huge sports complex that will greatly disturb not only my property, but also the surrounding area known as McEachern Farms. The crack of the bat, the crowd noise, and the lights at night will take away from the peaceful, quiet enjoyment and our quality of life which we expected when relocating here. My small business, which I run from my stable, could be negatively impacted as boarders and students will no longer be able to enjoy the setting we currently offer. Having a quiet environment makes this a safe one in which a child can learn to be an equestrian and owners can relax with their equine. Furthermore, we will not be able to enjoy our current bucolic surroundings during the evenings and on the weekends. Diminished property value is a subjective argument until you can prove it after the fact. This end use will diminish my rights along with those of my neighbors who purchase land in R80 rural residential zone property per county land use plan and map. The area has little to no crime currently, yet the proposed use with the large anticipated volume and potential regional draw could increase crime, noise, light pollution, and traffic to our quiet, hidden community. Traffic is a huge issue. You will be adding over 1,600 cars per weekday and 4 times that amount on the weekend, and all filled with families. This area is greatly congested. I brought 2 photos that I took last night that I'd like to introduce. Were taken at the corner of Wilkins Circle and Macklin Road and showed the backup last night at 6 o'clock. It goes for over a mile. We have 457 signatures on our petition in opposition, of which 328 are in Cobb County, and only 13 are from out of state. Mr. Hovey has stated that I need to remove names that were not in West Cobb. However, the applicant on September the 12th sent an email and copied several organizations that host tournament play in anticipation of a statewide draw. Although the application is for a nonprofit organization, the users of the park will still have to pay to play. While this is not unlike activities that are found at county-owned facilities, questions arise as to how the applicant will be able to fund and maintain the park on a yearly basis, especially since the county seems to be unable to cover the expenses of our current parks unless there is a SPLOST money in addition to funds collected from individual organizations. The applicant has failed to meet the requirements of the SLUP application as he did not obtain signatures per number 8 of the contiguous landowners and number 10, approval of the county health department if septic will be used. Additional note, staff recommends no access off of Wilkins Circle. It's still there. The maintenance building should not be located within the 100-foot buffer. Staff recommendation number 4 compared this proposed park to parks that are located next to commercial and denser residential housing. Based on my comments and with no rendering of the sports complex, no detailed landscape plan for review, inadequate water detention, failure to obtain signatures from the contiguous landowners, we respectfully request you deny this application, which represents the worst possible use of the property zoned for residential.
Next speaker.
Thank you. Michael Carvalho on behalf of the neighbors to this. Yeah. I want to speak briefly about 4 points: safety, nuisance, environment, and what we call pay to play. You can see from this photograph taken just last night that traffic is a significant concern here. And what you really need to think about is the nature of what's being proposed. You've got multiple teams playing on multiple fields. This isn't like a retail shopping center where you have traffic coming and going. You have slugs of traffic that go out and slugs of traffic that come in at the same time. That's hundreds of cars every couple of hours being swapped out. That is going to make this problem after work, when folks are presumably going to drop their kids off to pay to play, sports, or on Saturdays and Sundays. There is already a significant problem with the Macklin Baptist Church. On Sunday service, there is parking on Macklin Road. This is an ongoing burden and a tremendous hazard to the folks that are going to have to live with us. The second point I would like to make is that of nuisance. Under Georgia law, a nuisance is anything that causes hurt, inconvenience, or annoyance. This project causes all three. There are insufficient turning lanes. Folks, there's an insufficient amount of land coming down Villa Rica Road, poor lines of sight. This is a hazard, and it has to be considered as such. Talk about the environment. The proposal calls for AstroTurf on these fields. These are impervious surfaces that are going to create tremendous drainage problems. The staff comments note that the runoff is going to be significant. There's suggestions of a pond study. There are natural water features on this site that are not properly addressed. Those impervious surfaces are going to cause flooding downstream, going to cause sedimentation to existing water features on neighboring properties. I've seen this in my practice over the last 20 years. These types of developments can cause a significant amount of erosion and sedimentation. Finally, I'd like to talk about pay to play. There's been much discussion about indigent children, and they're going to be supplied this wonderful facility. This is a mega sports facility. It might be a nonprofit, it might have a community center, but it is a pay to play facility. If you don't have the money, you don't play. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else wishing to speak to SLUP 19? Okay, one more. Have you been sworn in? I have not. Okay, would you come and do that real quickly, please? We're really almost out of time. We only have a few seconds left. So make it as quick as you can, please.
I will. My name is Julia Howell. I live at 1681 Villa Rica Road, and I am a homeowner in McEachern Farms, so I didn't see anyone from McEachern Farms speaking up. I live within half a mile of this proposed complex. It will destroy our way of life. I have lived for 40 years in West Cobb County. I moved there in order to have a peaceful country life, and the Board of Commissioners and the Planning Commission is just taking that life so slowly away from us. My children grew up in the country. I was proud of that. There was no crime. They had a peaceful life. And now, in our old age, you're trying to take that peaceful life away from us. We want to live our lives in a place where green space is there all around us, and it's being destroyed. This is already zoned R80, which is down from the 5 acres that all of us bought and thought that we would have 1 house per 5 acres. We are now down to 1 house per 2 acres. I think that this property can be developed with 2-acre lots, and this should not keep coming before the Board of Commissioners. It can be utilized and developed according to the zoning that it already has. We don't need to keep coming up here discussing this, and we have come up here before, and I'm proud of all the neighbors that came, and I just wanted to say that on behalf of the neighbors.
Okay, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, all right. We're going to close this portion of the hearing right now. Now, let me warn everybody here. We do like to maintain order, and I'd like to ask you, please, no applause, no outburst. We don't like to see that. It's not fair to the others that are here. So let's just don't do that, folks. All right, this is in Bob Hovey's district. He's the lucky one who gets to cover this, so I'm going to turn the rest of the hearing over to Bob to lead us.
Is he here today, Mr. Chairman?
Is he here?
Okay, we got a lot of work to do here. There are a considerable number of subjects that have already been pointed out by the opposition that are not completely fleshed out in this presentation. And we want to take a little bit of time here and see if we can't get on the record some of these things. Mr. Moore, I'll ask you to start working your way up here so I can work a few questions. In the interims between when you all submitted and the staff reviewed and so on, some things have arisen that appears to me would impact your plan. I'll tick off a couple of them. The DOT folks want acceleration and deceleration lanes, center turn lanes. The entrance on Wilkins Circle has been recommended to be removed, the public entrance. There is a gravel entrance to the service building that would be a private entrance. The Macklin design guidelines are on the record for all of Macklin Road. The staff has indicated there are 5 characteristics of those guidelines that have not been addressed. The stormwater people report that about half the water on this property will flow to the lake as shown, but that about a quarter of the other half of it will flow about a quarter to the north and a quarter to the southeast, which is left and right as you look at the picture, and we don't have any detention shown. And it occurs to me as a civilian in this matter that we may have another detention pond or two that need to get put on the plan, and that could move the fields where those detention ponds get put. And then we've got these residences on the west side of Villa Rica Road. That's the left as we look at your plan. You and I have discussed this earlier, but we don't have any on the record specific information that would address how we're going to protect them. And basically, we've got a Kmart parking lot right up in front of this lady's front door, and Ms. Gallinak's not going to like that. And then is there someone here from fire department? Okay, I'll get you up in just a minute. But the fire department did not comment on this case other than to say they'd look at it in plan review. And I have questions as to whether an EMT could get rapidly through this complex to the back, one of those fields in the back, with the fire truck to service somebody who has a heart attack or something like that. So now I've gone through all those because I don't want to take this all the way down to the nuts and bolts here now. But can you give me some idea of how you and your applicant can approach this plan thing? I kind of think we need a change.
Maybe I could. Do you want me to respond to each one of those? I'm not sure that's what you really want me to do. I just want to make sure I respond to the question you're asking.
Okay. Well, let's first talk about getting another plan. Have I enumerated enough stuff that indicates that we need to take a new look at this plan?
Absolutely. We're happy to look at any of these issues and flesh those out in greater detail to the extent you're asking for that. We're happy to do that and show those in further detail on the plan as it relates to, and I'll give you an example. The DOT comments as it relates to any turn lanes or deceleration lanes or potential elimination of an access on Wilkins Circle. Those can be shown on the plan so that you can be assured that those are being accommodated and would be accommodated, and those are planned to be accommodated. So certainly that's an example which can be shown on a much further detailed level on the plan. But yes, those certainly would be accommodated with this plan. That's an example along with the others. So yes, we're happy to do that.
Okay, and are there any of the ones that I mentioned that just jump off the page at you as being a problem for your applicant, that recognizing there's engineering to look at and all that,
Sure.
but do any of them just jump off the page as being things that you would suggest that not be changed?
No, the issues you've highlighted, I wrote down, I think 5 of them, but of those issues, none of those jump off the page as something that cannot be better defined or specifically detailed and be provided at all. Those are issues which we've had great discussion about and had a lot of discussion amongst various staff with, and are sometimes are left to plan review, but on a project like this with garners this much attention, those can be brought forward now in the zoning process as well. We're happy to do that.
Okay. Any questions on the plan? I've got several other categories, lights and so on. Any other from my friends? Yeah.
I can make a comment on the parking. Knowing that it's unlikely that DOT is going to allow a left turn out onto Macklin Road, it seems to me that a lot of the cars are going to have to travel through rather narrow roads or aisles all the way around to an exit over in Villa Rica. I wonder if it's possible to move a good amount of this parking over closer to Villa Rica and move a ball field over where this parking's sitting or something. It just seems like it's going to get pretty congested.
Yes, and I believe you mentioned an item that I failed to mention, and that is our initial reading on the state DOT that controls Macklin Road is that they will not agree to breaking the median there, and they will not agree to adding a signal as has been presented on the plan that you're looking at. Again, all that's subject to final, all the rest of the stuff. But okay, Mr. Moore, I'm going to have to ask him back up. You may as well just come camp. I've got several items. And before I leave that, can we get the fire department up, please? Let's get that on the record. You want to identify yourself, sir?
Yes, sir. I'm Rock Toller. I represent the Cobb County Fire Marshal.
Hey, Rock, thank you. In the regular book, you just said we'll look at this at plan review, like
Yeah, get more detail. Yes, sir.
But now, what about this issue of getting EMT back on this property with this plan laid out the way it is?
If there's not structures back there, now our first and foremost is to get fire engines to structures that will be back there. So we'll need to look at that. The second item that you drew to our attention as far as EMS, there are multiple, as far as responding EMS, it could be a utility vehicle. It could be, a golf cart or a John Deere Gator or something like that. We could utilize that kind of equipment out there if we can't get an actual truck out to the field. Mm-hmm. There's gurneys and you reel them, which may be the case in a lot of parks now.
Okay. So you all can work that in detail, but I think I'd like to feel more comfortable, given the nature of these activities, that you can get that fire truck out there when I need it.
Right. And if there's structures back there, that's what we will be looking for in plan review.
Well, we have
a 20-foot fire lane.
We have a 20,000 square foot building in the front, and we have that big utility building in the right rear that you're looking at halfway back. And then the dugouts are there at the base of each of the ball fields.
And it depends on the nature of the dugouts. It could be chain link fence with a with a vinyl top. I don't know that we'd consider that a structure that needed fire department access, but definitely the 20,000 square foot building that and the maintenance building in the rear, yes, sir, we would need fire department access and hydrant placement and so forth.
Okay, thanks, Rock. Appreciate it. Let's move on to the next item I have here, and it really goes to the scope of this facility. Has been brought up by the opposition, and I'm trying to understand or trying to get words around what's the difference between this activity and the Cobb Parks baseball program. I've gone over and I've visited East Cobb Baseball, which is a pay-to-play independent operation not in the park system that attracts players and teams from a multi-state area. Would you talk to that question of how much of this is local and how much of this is regional?
Sure. The proposal is far more local than regional. It is a focus on the West Cobb community to provide, and you heard me say it in my presentation a number of times, a level of ball field, a level of facilities, a level of access to training and equipment and coaching that can't be met by the current county system or the county system in the future. We're not set up as a county to put the type of funding in place for the level of youth sports that is gained so much attraction over the recent years. This isn't a new phenomenon. I mean, East Cobb baseball has been around for a good number of years, and that concept has continued to grow and take various forms. This particular form is one that focuses primarily on providing a location in this West Cobb community, in the broad West Cobb community, to have access so that youths aren't inhibited or prevented from participating in that level of sports, that level of youth sports, with that level of access to, again, the coaching, the training, the facilities, and so forth, due to time, distance, travel, or financial resources. Some people can't get to East Cobb, or some people can't get to some other location that has this type of facility, and so or has the financial resources. This would provide and meet that need. Is there a need? Absolutely, there's a need.
Yeah, and I think that's the part that's noble and attractive about all this, and also what you said earlier about the no kid can't play because we'll pay for them with a nonprofit.
Right.
I'm trying to get my arms around is who is going to pay the coaches, the batting coaches, the
Sure.
pitching coaches, the strength coaches. Who's going to pay those for the people who can't? And how do we delineate that in zoning? We don't need to get into the detail of the operation of the business, but we need to get some words around how community is this thing and how business, commercial, regional is this thing. And I think that is a real underlying point in the zoning of this case. Even the land use permit itself refers to this has to be nonprofit and it has to be, quotes, community.
Correct.
And community they go on to describe as a YWCA, a YMCA, that dimension. So I encourage you to work that out for us, help us with some language. Some people have suggested things such as 50% of the registered players will be Cobb County citizens or not less than, or, we need some kind of a handle to work on this dimension without tying the hands and the income of the people who are going to help out these other kids. So we're caught.
And if I could just speak to that, just
Sure.
in terms of addressing that, we would be more than happy to work with. I think that's going to it's going to need some careful wordsmithing and some drafting with staff so that it's something that is that type of condition or of a zoning as it relates to that level of operation. Will just need to be carefully drafted, primarily from a county standpoint.
Sure.
We have no problem committing to it, but from a county standpoint, how would you really address that? But I think just to speak to that, as stated, this certainly the commitment would be that this would be owned and operated by West Cobb Athletics, a nonprofit 501c3 organization, and that's a designation that's provided under the federal IRS tax rules and federal tax law. That means it has to file a special form. It's called a Form 990 each and every year that details out its operations, that details out how it's meeting its mission, what it's doing from a governance standpoint, from an operational standpoint, from a funding standpoint, and from a giving standpoint to meet that mission in order to qualify as a 501c3 nonprofit. Those tax forms are not like my tax return, which is private. It's a tax form that's filed and actually made public as a 501c3. So there are checks and balances in place. If this isn't being run as a nonprofit by the owners, which will be West Cobb Athletics, they don't have a zoning problem. They have a federal tax problem, and that's when you go to jail. So, I mean, it's the level of checks and balances here as it relates to what is this? Is it serving the community? Is it serving the mission? Is certainly present there, and certainly we can make a tie-in with zoning as well for that. But just want to give that additional explanation for you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the board on that subject?
Christy?
I think going back to some of the first part of our conversation, the site plan can be improved, I think, in a few ways. And one way that I would suggest is to better buffer the surrounding residential from the view of the parking, just a little more of a setback from the street to the parking lot, and then especially along Wilkins Circle, moving that building and the parking further into the property. I have a child who plays baseball, and for about 4 years we've been going to all kinds of ball fields in North Georgia and around Metro Atlanta, and I've seen them in different locations, including very rural areas up in Forsyth County, for instance, or in the Milton area. So I know that there are ways they can be developed that don't interfere with the rural character of a community or necessarily become an eyesore, but I do think the parking on this plan is too close to the street, and it's probably too visible. As far as the operation, I don't know, what they've got planned, but I would imagine that it would be hard for us to enforce some kind of where the players are from stipulation. Right. I think that would be really difficult. There's county parks that offer recreational programs, and then East Cobb Baseball, for instance, was referenced in 643. Those are more competitive programs. I don't know if this would be a hybrid offering both, but I can imagine that most of the people who are here during the week would be from a fairly local area. But in order to survive and be able to offer scholarships and so forth, I think tournament fees and gate fees and concession stand and things like that, which would draw people from other areas, would be necessary. And that would be more of a weekend or a Thursday through Sunday activity. So if they have a little more information that we can learn over the 30 days or whatever, if you're going to hold it, I think that would be helpful.
Judy?
I think it has some good points, but I also think that it has some problems that it needs to be worked out. I'm like Christy, I don't like the parking, the way it's laid out. I question where we need this much fields if we were going to do this. I too agree that most ballparks that you see when you go out for play are in rural areas or in residential areas. I've yet to go to a park that was behind in a shopping center. So I think that it needs a lot of work, but cutting off the access, buffering around the two streets, reducing the size of that 20,000 square foot building. But I also think that we could look at reducing the size, the sheer structure. I have concerns about this nonprofit. I have asked the attorney and I've asked different people about this nonprofit. How do we keep it nonprofit? What happens, 2-3 years down the road and they decide to sell it to someone who wants to make a profit? Then the whole thing's changed. And I think there's answers to that. We just got to address it.
It seems to be that you're trying to walk both sides of the street here. You talk about it being for the community, but it seems to be designed to attract traveling teams from outside the community and from even outside the state. So that concerns me. And the point that was made by nearly every speaker was how this is going to disrupt this neighborhood and the life that they've come to expect in this neighborhood. That concerns me a lot, especially as it's related to the traffic issue. These roads are not slated for any improvements that I'm aware of from DOT anytime soon. They're already crowded. We saw the picture that was presented to us, the photo. My concern. I think there's still work to be done.
Okay, let's move on. I'll try and, for the sake of everybody, move this more quickly. It's already been mentioned by the opposition. We have no elevations for any of the buildings. We have towers. We have a maintenance building. We have dugouts. We have a 20,000 square foot building. Just in passing, I'm sure that we don't need every detail of the architecture. We just need the usual stuff that we usually get to show us what it's going to look like and give us some size. Lighting, we've made a lot of progress on lighting. I've learned a lot from this Musco outfit, which, by the way, does do work with Cobb County Parks. And they've had some comments to make that are okay about that. They've sent me a lot of good information. And I believe, is your rep here, Kevin, from the Musco people?
I don't know whether he's made it in or not. Hopefully he would hold up his hand if you
Rob, are you here?
May not be here. Okay,
not here. All right, well, let me go ahead anyway. You all saw that picture of the ball fields with the little tiny numbers all the way around the side. They have a different kind of LED light, and they have some hoods, and they put up more lights lower, and they come up with some technology that keeps the light more on the field. It's also, by the way, a very significant electric bill savings for the operator. And the applicant's gone ahead and has done some work on that. The thing we're missing is the standard. I don't think we want to be in the lighting business. I don't think we want to speak to the lighting on the fields. That's their operational problem. but I would like to have some sort of a standard that speaks to the light spill, they call it, off the property. And I have talked with the Musco rep, and of course it may or may not be Musco. That's up to the applicant to hire who they will. I think we need a functional spec, something like the light on the entire perimeter of the property will not exceed a half a foot candle. That, by the way, they've provided some ordinances to us from various places, and I've got the 3 sample ordinances, and one of the ordinances goes into quite some detail, and that's their standard for Chatham County. The Chatham County ordinance calls for a half foot candle on the property line. And so my point here is to confirm with Kevin that we're going in that direction, and to ask everyone to get on the same page. I would like to see a functional spec that can be measured by an independent outside lighting guy, just like we have specialists do our cell tower stuff, to see that it's conformance. And so, Kevin, do you have a comment on that?
Other than we can certainly provide that functional standard or specification, and believe we can, based on all of the information and technology provided by Musco Lighting, which is the Cadillac or Mercedes-Benz of lighting and technology, and from all the information that we've received from them and reviewed, I don't think that's an issue at all, but one that can be met and addressed substantively.
Okay. Folks on the board, comments about lighting? Without question, that's one of the biggest concerns that we have from the neighbors. Okay, the only other point I want to get on the record is we must be concerned with the lighting to the west, the Galanex, and over on that side. We've got buffers and so on to the east and to the north against those residential areas, but all we got is a parking lot and maybe some bushes. And so we need to be particularly careful about that west edge. Let's go to noise and hours of operation. Generally speaking, the noise problems with our Cobb County parks are controlled by hours of operation. I don't find any technology yet that says so many decibels at the fence line. Although that's coming, it's not out there that I feel comfortable with it. If you can bring forward, Mr. Moore, some kind of technology that gives us a measurable functional specification for noise at the property line, I think the board would be glad to consider that. It's
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just over here.
Okay, so you got but usually it's hours of operation, so we need some text that goes to that in any case. And I'd point out that probably we need different hours of operation on school nights and on Sunday nights. And so I'll open that, Kevin, if you have a comment, and to the board, and we'll move on.
Yeah, we did provide hours of operation information, but we'll make sure that's more widely known.
Okay.
So.
Board? Okay, move on to landscape. We have this drawing that you're looking at here, but we don't have any text to go with it that talks about, for instance, along Villa Rica Road there, is that a berm? Is that a fence? Is that a wall? You know, it's green and it's got trees. And then the whole area back where the 100-foot buffer is that goes back against the McEachern Farms area. In the summertime, we've got a lot of cover back there, and that's going to be a nice buffer. But in the wintertime, when the leaves are down, we might not have so much, and we may need to fill that in with evergreen trees of some kind. And we've done that a lot of places. So we need some text, and I want to collect any comments that may be here about landscaping issues.
The only thing that I'll add or repeat, I guess, is I think the setback is important in terms of protecting the view shed as much as possible, and the parking as it's designed right now is too close to the street, in my opinion.
Okay.
I think one of the things that I would be looking at would be the reduction. I mean, we can't put more green space landscaping unless we reduce this plan down. So I think the scope of it's got to be reduced.
Okay, if nothing on that further, let's talk about advertising signs, internal signs, scoreboards, all the stuff you usually see at baseball fields, hanging on the fence, and and then the big visual boards and flashing lights. I don't see anything in our application at this point that talks to interior signage. I don't know if it's our business to worry too much about the specifics of the interior signage, except as it can be seen from exterior. And so my thought line there is that we need something that speaks to whether you can see them or not. For instance, we have a special land use permit on Canton Road for 2 ball fields that are immediately behind a shopping center. And in the stipulations for that case, they provided that the out-facing side of any sign had to be painted black, and couldn't be a sign. It had to be darkened out, and that was one of the stipulations in that case. And so there may be some things like that could be done. Comments on signs and advertising. Plainly, if they're going to support kids, they're going to have some advertising. That's where the money's going to come. Some of the money's coming from.
A sign ordinance that they're going to have to follow anyway. And
Yeah, I started to say, doesn't the county have an ordinance that would cover that?
I really don't think we have to cover that because I think our sign ordinance pretty much covers all those issues.
Okay. Well, look, we need to check that. Okay, and then finally, Ms. Judy brought this up earlier. What happens if these people sell out and somebody else comes along and buys the activity? Once you got all those ball fields in there, it's going to be hard to change it. What happens if they just, for internal organizational, can't work for a year or 2 years? It just goes dead and just sits there. We've had a lot of pipe farms around here, and things do happen given the best of intentions. What happens if it loses its status as a not-for-profit operation? And so usually we call those things reversion clauses. I think we need to have some language in here that would speak to what happens if, unfortunately, they're not able to complete their mission. Comments?
Stipulations, if we get a stip letter, which we don't now have, but stipulations typically follow the land. So whatever we put into place that the BOC approves would follow the land. Am I right? Joe?
Well, Mr. Terry, it would certainly be possible to have a stipulation, I think, that would address Mr. Hovey's concern. And you are correct, that's normally how it's done. But this is a little unusual, so I think certainly some sort of stipulation could be crafted that would address that.
And it's required by the special land use permit ordinance. It would need to be nonprofit. We would further stipulate that. It has to be a nonprofit 501c3, which would address that.
Yeah.
If it's not, then it couldn't operate.
And I would think that we could make it this user only, the special land use permit. And that would solve the problem. If it sells or whatever, they'd have to come and apply for a new special land use permit to operate.
I don't think that's a good idea because once it's built, it should be a good use today and a good use later. And if the SLUP runs with the land and it is only available to nonprofits, then that's really, I think that should be enough. I don't think a new purchaser at some point in the future should have to come back through and get approval all over again for something that's already there. We just need to make sure it's done right up front. And one of the things that Judy alluded to, and this might solve a lot of issues, is if the applicant would consider making this baseball and softball only and taking out the soccer, lacrosse. I don't know how that would fit with their mission, but maybe there's just too much being offered on one site.
Actually, from what I understand from the park system is there's a bigger need for the rectangular fields than there are the diamond fields. So I would be more inclined to drop some of the diamonds
Either way.
and do that.
Other comments, Mr. Chairman? Okay, I'm going to wrap this up. What you'll just see me passing out is I've been working from some notes as I work through these questions. I've given copies of those to all members of the board, to the county clerk, to the AV people. And Kevin, did you get your copy? Did it make it around? Coming to you. And also our zoning manager and our attorney have these. What I'm going to do, Mr. Chairman, is I'm going to make a motion now, and I'm going to include these in the motion as a clerk's note, and that will make them public record. That way anybody out here can get them, and it just gives you kind of an inventory of what we've just discussed, plus all the comments that have been added. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm going to make a motion that we hold this case, and I'm going to make the motion that we hold this case for 60 days. It seems to me that the scope of the work that's on here, and one item I forgot to mention was the DOT has requested a traffic study. And it's to try and do all that in 30 days and have it ready for our next meeting, I think is probably not reasonable, and I'm a whole lot more interested in good work. So my motion, Mr. Chairman, is to hold SLUP 19 for 60 days to that regularly scheduled meeting.
December 2nd.
Which is what?
December 2nd.
December 2nd, with instructions to the applicant to work on the minutes, the clerk's note information that I provided, and other things to get us back some definitions so we can proceed.
I'll second that. With the understanding that the issues we talked about, the lighting plan, the landscape plan, looking at the different things that we suggested of reducing it, and the scope of it. So I would like the applicant to be looking at those things during this 60-day hold.
Okay, let me make a comment too. Do not think that we're fixing to approve this in 60 days. What we're saying really is we don't have enough information and clarification on so many issues on this to make a really good judgment. So we're asking for all this information to come back to us, and then we'll decide. Okay? We have a motion. We have a second. Any further comments?
I have one more comment.
One more, Bob.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I want to follow on your comment. The alternative of R80 subdivision on here presented by the applicant is very appealing to me. I've worked on McEachern Farms on variance cases and so on for 12 years now, trying to protect this area as rural residential. And I had something to do with it being made rural residential on the land use planning change about 6 years ago. So everyone needs to understand what I'm trying to do is to get the very best possible application, should it be approved. And then I want to compare that very best application to this alternative of staying with what we got. And I am undecided on this case, and I need to see a best effort from the applicant.
Okay, well said, Bob. Any further comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second to hold for 60 days. That would be the meeting that is held December the 2nd. Any further comment? Not seeing or hearing any. Call for the vote. Okay, that's going to pass for a hold. Now, I know a lot of you, I think we had 60 people that were here for this case. If you do decide to leave, please do so quietly. Don't be talking here in the chambers, because we still have cases to hear. But we appreciate you all coming. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to take maybe a 10-minute break now so we can stretch, and we'll be back at 10:40.
Can I ask you a favor?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, folks, we're back. If you'll all have your seat and settle down, we'll get back into the swing of things here. Mr. Peterson, what do we have next, please, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I've had a request for the applicant for rezoning case Z71 CCL Associates LLC to withdraw that case without prejudice.
Okay, can that applicant come forward, please? Z71. Okay, give us your name for the record.
Yes, I'm Chris Fryer with CCL Associates again.
And Chris, what is it you want us to do?
Well, we were applying for a continuance to make the comments that the neighborhood gave us. They gave us some good comments, and we wanted to put them on the drawings. We've engaged our civil engineer again. We've engaged our traffic consultant again, and they gave us some good comments. And so what we wanted to do was to get those on the drawings, go back and meet with the neighborhood again. We sent out 253 letters.
Okay, we don't need to hear a lot of
Okay.
testimony. You're wanting us to withdraw your case.
Right, without prejudice.
Okay, this is in Ms. Trombetti's district, so I'm going to let her lead the discussion. Just stay where you are just a moment. Christy?
Okay. I just have a quick question for Mr. Peterson. Without prejudice means that they can reapply with a different plan within a certain time frame?
It would be, they could apply immediately. If it was with prejudice, then they couldn't apply for a year.
Okay, but without just means as soon as they're ready, they could bring a new plan and a
That
new
is correct.
application in. Okay. I don't see any reason to prejudice this property for a year. We haven't spent any time on a hearing on this case yet, and if you can go back and if you want to come back later with a different plan altogether, it would be next year before we heard it anyway because of our calendar and the schedule. So I think that's fine, and I will make a motion that we allow Z71 to be withdrawn without prejudice.
Okay, we have a motion to withdraw without prejudice, Z71, and we have a second. Any discussion? Okay, no discussion. All in favor? So that's the way we're going to do it. Now, what this means, folks, is we will take no testimony today on Z71 because it has been withdrawn. So you come back when you can, talk to the folks in zoning, and let's get it refiled if that's your intention.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your patience. Okay, John, what's next? We do have a request to move one other case up. Which case number, John?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I've had a request to move the rezoning case Z56, Brooks Chadwick LLC, up next on the agenda. So if it pleases the board, we'll call that one next.
Okay, Z56, unless I hear an objection, we'll hear that one next. Okay, that's fine, John. Go ahead and call that one.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z56, Brooks Chadwick LLC, request rezoning from R30 to RM8 for the purpose of townhouses in land lots 468 and 469 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of Shallowford Road, east of Johnson's Ferry Road. Earlier, there were 16 people here, or 26 people here in opposition. The applicant is present. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
I believe there were 5 in favor as well.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to give testimony or you think you might want to give testimony, let's go ahead and get the swearing in done. If you change your mind later, that's okay.
Gotta be ready at all times. This is like get the fire department on emergency call all the time.
John, whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, sir. I had my other file out, so I had to reshuffle here. So give me 1 second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is John Moore, and I'm here representing Brooks Chadwick with regard to this proposal on Shallowford Road. What you see before you is on the screen is a site plan showing Shallowford Road at the top, and then as we're looking at the site plan to the left is Kroger. Across the street, across Shallowford is a public shopping center. And to the right is Mountain Creek subdivision, and to the bottom is Breckenridge subdivision. This is a unique property consisting of 13.736 acres because of its proximity to both. That is, its proximity to retail on 2 sides and single-family residential on 2 sides. If I could borrow your pointer and microphone. I'm going to point out some features on the site plan, then we'll talk about how those come into play. Once again, this is Shallowford. This is what I was referring to as the side where the Kroger shopping center is. Publix is here, Mountain Creek is here, and Breckenridge is here. What you see in green on both of these are natural buffers. These are stream buffers that cannot be broached by anybody for any structure or development. They form a natural buffer for both of these subdivisions, Breckenridge to the south and then Mountain Creek to the east, except for 3 lots, 1, 2, 3. And we have met with those folks, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But I think that what we're proposing here is a townhome development. What we came in with in the beginning was a UVC, which has a combination, it's a mixed-use category, having a combination of retail and residential. And we had a retail portion up here in the front and then townhomes behind it. After meeting with the Mountain Creek and Breckenridge folks, they quickly requested that we take out the retail. They didn't want any more retail in that area. They said there's retail that's not used now. Even though this is going to be specialty retail, and they thought the traffic was much worse, certainly if you had a nice restaurant in there. So we amended our site plan and our application and deleted it to an RM8 application, took out there were 86 townhomes in the retail. We took out the retail and added 10 townhomes back in its place. And that's what you see before you today with an amenities package. I think that there's been a documented need, and the problem when you're doing these zones, we've been doing this since April of this year. Our first meetings were in April 2014 on this proposal. It was filed in June to be heard in August, and we've continued it twice until today. So this has had a long period of time for people to get involved, and a lot of people have been involved. We've had 6 or 8 meetings with different communities, and sometimes multiple meetings with the same communities. So what happens when you do this is the issues that are presented take precedence over what you're proposing to do, which to me, so I'm going to try to do my 10 minutes, and hopefully if I can't, you'll give me a little break. But because I want to tell you what we're talking about here. These are townhomes to be marketed to empty nesters, seniors. These are nice. These are 2-story townhomes, a minimum 2,000 square feet up to 3,200, 3,500 square feet will be in the low 400s. 3-sided architecture. These are going to be very, very nice townhomes. And they have an ability to have a bonus area in the attic. But and what has been shown with development of the Perkins property, that's the Johnson Ferry Road property that Ms. Perkins owned. It's if you're going on Lower Roswell Road to Johnson Ferry and take a right, it's right on the left next to the Goodyear and Park Air Shopping Center. When that property was zoned and developed, we had 40 townhomes in there. And of those 40, there were 3-story townhomes. There were, between the time that was zoned and started, there were 600 reservations for those 40 townhomes. 600. They, in fact, had a lottery so that they would have the privilege of paying $250,000 in cash to reserve one of the units. 80% of which were seniors, empty nesters, because there are no current, up-to-date townhome product in East Cobb that these empty nesters can use. And they don't want the old. They prefer what the new stuff is, as we all do. I mean, that's for the most part, unless you're in old houses, which I'm not. I had an office in an old house, and it's an old house forever. But new is better, and that's what this is. And there is a company called Realty Track. There's a nationally recognized company that did a study of empty net seniors leaving different areas of the country. This is a national study done over the entire United States. And it studied this from 2007 through 2013. Cobb County was the 9th largest county, 9th leading county with the largest number of seniors leaving Cobb County in the nation. 9th in the nation. And we say, well, why is that? We've done everything over 62. You can have your own place and be taxed because there's no place to go. People are forced to go to Cherokee County, Paulding County. Primarily Cherokee has a lot. We started with senior stuff before the recession, and the recession killed a lot of it, and we're coming back now. And this is, to me, a perfect location to do that. So I'm going to talk to you about the issues that I've heard the most discussion about. We did a stipulation letter dated October the 1st, 2014. in which we set forth all the things I've discussed so far and what we promised here. And one of the big issues was traffic that I've heard discussed. In fact, there was an email yesterday from somebody about traffic that apparently didn't know that we've been working on this and didn't see the signs for 6 months, which is astounding in itself. But we had a traffic study done, submitted to Cobb DOT. Cobb DOT looked at the traffic study and studied our study, sent back some questions they wanted answered, and we resubmitted the traffic study to answer that. And what the traffic study says is with these 96 proposed townhomes, there will be an approximate 1% increase in traffic on Shallowford Road. That's it. Secondly, they say that there will be an approximate 5-second delay in the traffic light at Childers and Shallowford, which will be our entrance for this subdivision. The other is we don't want to see these from Shallowford Road. There is a 15 to 20 foot drop from the street level to the level of this property. That is from Shallowford Road. If you walk up and stand next to it, behind it, you're astounded. When I drove by it didn't look like that. But you look behind there, and then this property from there has a gentle grade back to the creeks that we talked about earlier. So we don't think the traffic really is that big of an issue here, considering the traffic that's already there. There should be no impact on schools since 80% of this is going to be, we predict, empty nesters or seniors. There shouldn't be any at all. And I think that one thing that we have talked about here is that this property with 96 townhomes, people say it's too dense. And I'm telling you, I know that we can say, well, we don't care about what's coming next, and we don't care about what the price of the property is. We want to focus on what it is today. And I understand that to a point. But I don't think you can't stick your head in the sand and ignore reality. There are 2 backup offers on this property for retail, and this has got a retail price. And I know that we don't usually look at price, but we do sometimes when the situation requires it. And to me, this is one of those. The communities that are in Mountain Creek and Breckenridge that we met with, predominantly, and I'm not saying everybody in both of those subdivisions support this 100%, but certainly the residents around there support it. I'm about out of time. I got 2 things to do. One, there's been a discussion about holding this case, and I ask you not to hold it. As I said, we've been working on it since April with 2 continuances. It needs to move forward. We had 2 people get involved yesterday that weren't involved before, but it's been, as I said, been here since April. And the second thing I'd like to have is Ms. Egan come forward, who lives in Breckenridge, to speak his last part of our presentation. Come on. Yes, ma'am.
Give us your name, please.
My name is Pamela Egan. I live at 4461 Freeman Road in the Breckenridge subdivision. I believe that's lot number 43 at the bottom of the plan. I have had the opportunity to meet with the developer, and I had initially some concerns about how it was going to impact my property specifically. They took a long time to discuss how they were going to handle these issues, and all the issues have been addressed to my satisfaction, and I fully support this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Egan. John, are you through, or do you need to wrap up? Okay, you're about 30 seconds over already. Okay, you're done. Good. Let's hear from the opposition then. We'll add about 30 seconds to the opposition comment time. And as you can tell, 10 minutes collectively, folks. Try to do that if you can.
Good morning. My name is Darlene Powell, and I am speaking for many of the concerned citizens that live in the vicinity of Shallowford and Childers Road intersection, as well as those neighborhoods downstream of the watershed that will be affected by this high-density development. We are against zoning application Z56 for the following reasons. First, this rezoning application is not consistent with the character of the community. The surrounding area is and has been single-family detached homes for over 40 years. Families like my own researched and invested in this area many years ago because it was made up of affordable single-family homes with excellent schools. Second, This rezoning does not fit with the 2013 Cobb County Comprehensive Plan and future land use map amendments. This request is in conflict with the long-term goals of the Cobb County planners and does not appear to have followed the rules for changing those plans. I cite page 6 of the plan, which states that modifying the future land use map or comprehensive plan needs to be preceded by a staff member briefing the Planning Commission on the pros and cons of each proposed amendment. We are especially fearful that by allowing this rezoning against long-standing plans and rules, an undesirable precedent will be set for other builders to buy up property in the area, perhaps older homes along the road fronts, and squeeze as many high-density dwellings into the areas as they can get away with. In addition, this is not consistent with the other recent rezoning almost across the street on Shaliford Road adjacent to Westfield subdivision. I think that was application Z47. This property is roughly half the size of Z56 and was rezoned for just 10 single-family homes with little or no opposition because it fits within the existing makeup of the community. In contrast, the Z56 property is roughly twice as large, especially when you take into consideration that some of that 13 acres is on a floodplain and can't be built on. But they are requesting 9 times the density of housing. Time and again, homeowners in this area say they moved here because of the wonderful reputation of our local schools. We worry that a high-density development of this size will overburden our school system. Class sizes already continue to increase due to budget cuts, and this year Pope High School has the largest incoming freshman class ever at 520 students. In fact, the applicant's own zoning request states on page 4, approval of this petition could adversely impact the enrollment at Tripp Elementary School and Hightower Trail Middle School, as both of these schools are over capacity at this time. I know the developer, in the developer stipulation letter, it does not say anything about this being a 55 and older community. So they can sell it to anybody. They might say they're going to sell it to 55 and older, but that's not the way it's being presented. As this area is already adjacent to other counties, there are no large areas of green space to build additional schools, and we do not want our schools overrun by trailers. Another huge concern is runoff. Large established subdivisions in the area, including Clary Lakes, Byron's Pond, Chimney Springs, and East Spring Lakes are extremely concerned about the runoff from this development and how it will affect the watershed. For example, East Springs Lakes is currently dealing with a failing dam, and in the past they had to sue over work that was done on Post Oak Tripp and the local Walmart, which affected the water runoff in their neighborhood negatively. This stipulation letter proposed by the builder does not appear to address drainage and water runoff issues of large neighborhoods, as well as to the adjacent homeowners to the property. Finally, there is already a substantial traffic congestion at the intersection of Shaliford and Childers Road, which will be the only entry and exit point for this high-density housing. A traffic study from July 2014 indicates the capacity is already at 93%. So it's bad. Why are we going to make it worse? Although there is gridlock, already there is gridlock at this location on any weekday morning and evening. There are numerous traffic accidents. There have been fatalities close by at Johnson's Ferry and Shaliford Road. And early this summer, a teenage boy was hit by a car turning right on red as he crossed Childers Road on his bike at the crosswalk. I know there's another speaker that's going to speak more in detail about traffic. So in summary, as evidence of the public sentiment against this rezoning, I'd like to present to the Planning Commission a petition with 338 valid names opposing this rezoning. Further, this group of concerned citizens has proposed a counter-proposal in this petition which would allow the builder to increase the density of the detached single-family homes to 3 dwellings per acre. I believe it's currently 1 to 2.5 dwellings per acre, while reducing the concerns of local residents. With the low inventory of affordable housing in this area, coupled with the reputation of the local schools, we feel confident that detached single-family homes at this location would be desirable and still give the builder an opportunity to earn a profit if the property is sold at a reasonable price. We respectfully request that you deny the current rezoning proposal and ask the builder to work with the community on developing a detached, single-family plan that is amenable to the community that will have to live with it for years to come. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Darlene. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Lisa Moorshower. I'm a zoning attorney, and I'm a resident of Coventry Green subdivision, which is right at the intersection of Childers and Shallowford. My neighborhood hired me to represent our position in regard to this project. We are concerned about maintaining the integrity of our community in regard to high-density communities, and we are concerned about the traffic. The main issues for us are the traffic. We have a severe situation there now, as the earlier speaker has said. The lanes that are on Shallowford do not adequately handle the amount of traffic that's currently on the street. The traffic study that was presented by the applicant shows that the road is at maximum capacity, and we are concerned that adding additional homes to the number that we're talking about will increase that and make it over capacity. Cars stretch down Shallowford all day long, mostly in the morning and at afternoon rush hours, but you cannot turn out onto Shallowford on either direction without a lot of problem and potential possibility of accident. What needs to happen is that heading westbound on Shallowford, there needs to be a right turn lane onto Childers, just for turning onto Childers, so that the traffic that needs to go that direction does not have to sit in the line heading across Shallowford and Childers. There also needs to be a grading of Shallowford as you're approaching the light heading westbound. The grade is somewhat steep, and as you're coming in any direction, you cannot see the cars coming across the intersection. It's very difficult to judge the proximity of the cars. So you can end up in that intersection with the car trying to beat the light and flying through it. We have kids that bike there. We have joggers. We have young high school drivers using this intersection multiple times a day, and this is a big concern. The Childers, if you're sitting on Childers and trying to get onto Shallowford, it is very difficult. We do not have a right turn lane onto Shallowford heading westbound. We need that. And turning left onto Shallowford going eastbound is extremely difficult. As you're sitting in that light, you have cars coming towards you.
Lisa, can you wrap it up? You're not going to leave any time for anybody else.
I'm sorry. There is a significant traffic issue at
We
this light.
understand. Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Catherine Wells, and I live in the Mountain Creek subdivision. Before I present what I was going to present with global warming and the impact on woods and forest, I wanted to say that I saw in the zoning picture up there of the condos that there's only one entrance into the complex, and I would think that would be a hazard for aging citizens not being able to get out due to a fire with a condo or townhouse unit. Anyway, that's the first thing I just noticed. As most of you know, global warming is a term used to describe the overall increase in the temperature of the planet. The reasons that have been cited for this warming have to do with parts per million, ppms of carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere. Fact number one, as of May 11, 2013, the level of carbon dioxide in the Earth's atmosphere has surpassed 400 parts per million. And this study was done by NASA in Hawaii because it's farthest removed from pollution sources. Climate scientists have calculated that these carbon dioxide emissions from cars and deforestation, which is stripping land of trees, are the largest contributing factors for the condition of the atmosphere. Scientists also warn us that we need to stay below the 400 parts per million of carbon dioxide emissions to keep the average global temperatures from going up 3.5 degrees. Above the average from pre-industrial times. And they warn us that this could be a catastrophic change for the planet. Fact number two, to date, we humans are not really doing that much about it. Fact number three, the Earth's overall temperature is now 1.5 degrees warmer than it was a decade ago. The increase in temperature means an increase in heat, and subsequent damage from that heat to the planet, which is my point about the trees. For an example, out west, trees are dying in record number because of drought, lack of water. Cooked trees are just causing forest fires everywhere. And I know that we probably think that this doesn't have anything to do with Georgia. We had drought here just a few years ago. So,
Catherine, I need you to wrap it up if you could. You're already a minute over.
Okay, sorry. Anyway, what I want to say is, as far as these trees are home to so many animals, woodpeckers. If we keep shoving them out, we will actually endanger our own species because of that. So I want to know why we're destroying perfectly healthy section of woods when around us the trees are disappearing from an ailing planet and animals are perishing with it. And it's up to us, our humans, to do something, and that means to try to keep small pockets of land if we can for the animals.
Okay, thank you very much. Folks, we're completely out of time. I know there may have been 2 or 3 more that wanted to speak. That's why I always warn people in the beginning, 10 minutes collectively. This is in District 3. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Trombetti to lead our discussion. Christy?
I respectfully request 1 more minute, not to make a political statement, but to speak about the zoning in particular.
I don't think we can do that. We have a reason for the 10-minute time rule. I think we need to move on. Christy, we'll let you make that call.
Well, we would have to give Mr. Moore the same amount of time.
Yeah, we are going to allow John some time. I think we have
Only
to.
if it's something that hasn't already been said.
Is it anything new? Traffic density,
We've already heard about traffic
trees? I
and
mean, is
density.
anything new in your comments? If it's not, we need to move on.
My comments have to do with just another homeowner in another subdivision that's lived there.
Okay, we don't want to take any testimony from there. No, we're not going to take any testimony from the out there. I think we need to wrap it up. Christy, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to keep my remarks as organized as possible. There's so much to cover here, and I think one of the first things I want to say is that the impact of whatever is built on this property, especially if we're going to consider something this intense, it really goes beyond just the adjoining homeowners. The impact is within the entire neighborhood and the people who are using the streets, using the schools, people who live there. It might set a precedent. So while I know that a lot of work was done very early to meet with adjoining neighbors, and that's always important, I want to make sure we understand that that's, in this case, when we're talking about going from R30 single-family development all the way to 7.5 units an acre townhome development, that kind of change is hard to mitigate by just making sure that the most immediate neighbors are satisfied with the buffers. So I feel really strongly that this is a community issue, not just the next door neighbor issue. And this area, as it was said by Ms. Powell, is characterized by established single-family neighborhoods, homes built in the 70s, 80s, 90s, new construction. So the idea of having R15 and R20 communities isn't just an old idea for this area. We've got new construction going up right now that with the same zoning that's been in place for a long time. And the commercial development in this part of Johnson Ferry is more neighborhood oriented. Grocery stores, restaurants, small businesses, things that the surrounding neighborhood uses. Okay, and I say that because typically townhome developments of this scale, and by that I mean this number of units on this amount of acreage, are located in areas that are more broader community oriented or even regional activity centers. If you look at where they're located, and again, older townhomes and newer townhomes, the ones that have been built most recently are primarily located on state highway, closer to the interstate. The property that was referenced on Johnson Ferry Road is 5 miles closer to 285 than this area. The 40 townhomes that were in very high demand that were mentioned. Again, that's 40 within a mixed-use development that also included some single-family residential. And that area is not the same, it's not the same context as this. Those were inserted into an area that already had multifamily housing and medium-density residential. So I'm looking at this as far as how does it fit in with the context of the neighborhood, and how is this area different from places where you would typically see townhome developments, as nice as they are. And I'll say about Brooks Chadwick, we've always had, as far as I'm concerned, a good relationship with them in terms of being able to discuss changes that could be made, ways to mitigate impacts or neighbor concerns, and they've always been willing to make the changes necessary to produce a product that fits into the community, and they've done that successfully many times. I think this is a case where, as Mr. Moore said, the price of the property is driving what they're asking for, and I think they're asking for what they really have to have if the project's going to work. So nothing negative on Brooks Chadwick. As far as this being the last property to be developed, it might be the last larger undeveloped tract in the immediate area, but it's not nearly the last available property. There's 30 acres that have already been assembled to the west off Johnson Ferry in Shallowford. There's another smaller assemblage for sale a little further west of that on Mabry in Shallowford. And as we have some underdeveloped retail and residential areas coming in and assembling in the future, there may be pressure for more of these types of densities in the area. If we start with this one, this 7.5 units an acre is more than anything else within at least a 3 or 4 mile radius that I'm familiar with. We have medium density in the area off Lassiter Road. Even that one little strip of townhomes on Lassiter Road is a small infill piece. I think the density there is 4.7 units an acre according to the staff analysis. So you can provide a variety of housing types and try to meet many needs of the community without going from low density residential on the land use map all the way up to the high density category. There's no other high density east of Canton Road and north of Lower Roswell that I'm familiar with. So for that reason, I think the density is too much. That's one of the reasons. The other thing I wanted to mention, because I know a lot of the confusion surrounding this has to do with the backup offers and commercial pressure on the property, and we just can't consider that today. We're not choosing between 96 townhomes and a Quick Trip. We're looking at what does this proposal do for the property, for the area? Does it fit or does it not fit? And that's how we have to analyze it. It has been going on for some time. As Mr. Moore said, the application was filed in April. This is the first public hearing, though, so I don't want anybody to feel like things were decided or decisions were made without input. This is the first time we've heard the case. And the staff analysis and recommendations were just published about a week ago. So over that 60-day time period, I know there were meetings and conversations and a lot of discussions, but no decisions have been made until the Board of Commissioners votes in 2 weeks. Let's see. Just a couple more points I want to make about the density. I feel really strongly that 7.5 units an acre is too high, and I also feel that we can have a really appropriate and reasonable transition in uses between the shopping center and the R20 and R15 neighborhoods adjacent without going to this extreme. I think Ms. Powell said that this is 9 times more dense than what's currently allowed, and I was kind of crunching some numbers as well. It's actually 3 times more homes than what would be allowed under the current land use map recommendation. So 7.5 units per acre is 3 times more than the maximum of 2.5 that's currently recommended. The staff analysis includes some language that leads us to support the idea or consider the idea that perhaps a medium density category, which would be 2.5 to 5 units an acre, could be appropriate. And I don't disagree with that, but even at 7.5, that is 1.5 times more than what medium density would allow. So we're being asked to jump over the medium density category altogether, and I don't think that we necessarily need to go that far. 5 units an acre would yield 63 homes. One of the proposals from the community was for a maximum of 3 units an acre, which is more than what a regular R15 would provide. That might also be a reasonable number. I think there's a lot of room to work between 2.5 and 5 while keeping the development single family in nature and also giving the property owner a reasonable use of the land. I understand that it's the transitional piece, so maybe something more than R15 and R20 would be considered reasonable. Just a note about the schools and traffic. We hear a lot in almost every case, and you've already heard it this morning, traffic is an issue. It's always an issue. And a lot of times when we're looking at site plans that may be a little more dense than what the community is comfortable with, yet it falls within the current land use map recommendations, the best we can do is say, yes, I know traffic is bad, and yes, it's still going to be bad when this is built. But I think in this case, we can consider traffic and how this would impact it because, again, we're being asked to skip over a land use category that was not accounted for. And high-density residential probably wasn't considered by the planners at the school system who make projections about class load and so forth. So no, we're not in control of schools and we can't do everything we'd like to do about traffic. But in this case, because we're being asked to go from low density all the way to high, I think those 2 things can certainly be given some consideration. I don't know that I have any questions. I have had an opportunity to talk with the applicant. I've met with Mr. Moore a couple of times. I know that 5 units an acre, as is proposed by the staff, isn't something that they feel like they can work with. I understand that, and I understand why holding this and asking them to come back with a plan for that probably wouldn't get us any further along than we are today. Are there other questions or any questions that you all may have?
Anyone else? Go ahead, Christy.
Okay. I think given that there is medium density in the area, there's medium density residential in other areas where we have a similar situation. Medium density is considered a transitional form of development between commercial and lower density residential. I think the staff recommendation for deletion is definitely putting us in the right direction. And I think that that's the way I would like to go with my motion while adding a few more stipulations. So unless there are comments about that, I'll be happy to make a motion. Okay. I'm going to make the motion that we recommend Z56 be deleted to the RA5 category, subject to all the staff comments and recommendations listed in the analysis, and that's with a maximum of 5 units an acre. The district commissioner would approve the final plan, but I also want to add that that final plan should place emphasis on having the larger lots in the neighborhood adjacent to property that's currently zoned residential. And also with attention to the architecture so that it's 3-sided brick or stone as proposed by the development we're looking at today. And that would be my motion.
We have a motion to delete Z56 to RA5. Do you have any Do I have a second first? Second from Galt. Any further discussion? Not hearing or seeing any. I'll go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor? That does pass 5-0. So we're deleting this to RA5, maximum 5 dwellings per acre with all the other specifications and recommendations from Ms. Trombetti. Yeah, this will come before the Board of Commissioners in a couple of weeks, so you folks will need to come back again and give your testimony if you desire, okay? Thank you all very much. And if you leave, please do so quietly. Slip on out back to have any further conversations. John, let's see if we can get another one in before lunch.
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z45, MCP Ackerman Corporate Forum LLC. Request rezoning from GC to RRC for the purpose of a mixed-use development in land lots 850, 851, 876, and 877 of the 17th District. The property is located on the southwest side of Circle 75 Parkway, south of Windy Hill Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z45? Let the record show there's no one opposed, and Mr. Moore will be back up here shortly.
Okay, let's give it a minute to let it clear out. Mr. Moore is gathering his facts, and he'll be right back. Appreciate your patience. We had 26 cases today, and that's the most we've had in quite some time. I know some of you have been here a long time. We appreciate you being patient with us. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, sir. Again, for the record, my name is John Moore, and I'm here representing the applicant, Ackerman. Mr. Pat Chesler with Ackerman is here with me to answer any questions you might have regarding this proposal. And this is proposed to be a redevelopment. This property is located on Circle 75 Parkway, south of Windy Hill Road. And it was developed in the early 70s for an office complex. And what we're proposing to do is to redevelop this entire site and update it. The only calls I have received about this have been businesses located in proximity to this. This area is all circa 1970, 75 development. They were delighted to hear that we were going to do this because they hope that this is going to help people upgrade their developments and properties along with this one. Kind of like what happened when Merchants Walk redeveloped and every shopping center along there upgraded, that it has that kind of influence and will go forward. So we're proposing to tear down or demolish the existing O&I buildings and to construct, and I'll show you here on the site plan exactly what we're going to do and discuss that a little bit. Okay, this is Circle 75 Parkway. This is the proposal, and I'm going to show you a pictorial which will represent this better than my pointing it out to you, really. But what you have as you go to the back, this is a proposed residential, leased residential in this category, in this location, and you will see that the courtyard in the middle, and you will see that the front and sides of that. This is a parking deck here. The fronts and sides of that are shielded by units, and so you don't look in and see from Circle 75 Parkway a parking deck or anything like that. As you move forward towards there, you have two hotels, one here, and then retail in this section. So this is truly a mixed-use category, use in all phases, having residential, retail, and hotel. While I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and go through these. This is a rendering of what this would look like. Once again, you can see the retail along the frontage of the road, the two hotels, and then the residential behind. Very nice looking, very up-to-date architecture. We think will certainly be an asset to the community. This is just another pictorial. Standing, looking back towards the residential, you see the retail on both, looking between the two retail locations. And then the last one being another rendering looking at the hotel site and the residential in the back. What we're proposing is 392 residential units in a building 5 stories high with square footage ranging beginning in the 700s for a studio up to 1,500 and greater. We also put in here, without my reading, in our stipulation letter dated October the 1st, the upgrades to make these not just apartments, but more condominium in type, and with the 9-foot ceilings, the granite countertops, solid wooden cabinets, stainless steel or upgraded appliances and sinks and so forth. So we fully plan to have this be top of the line, first class, inside and out. We also have put in here the uses that we have deleted from this category in our stipulation letter. And I'm trying to not spend, since we've had long ones, unless you have a question, I'll keep going. And then the retail is 80,000 square feet of retail, so it's not an insubstantial amount of retail. That would include restaurants, sit-down restaurants, and upscale retail components, both out front and in association with the hotel itself. As I indicated, we'll have 2 hotels, each a maximum of 8 stories, each building, with a total of 290 guest rooms between the two combined. Not extended stay. We put in our stipulator, no extended stay hotel. That was one of the questions we got because they feel that wouldn't help upgrade the area, and we're certainly not planning to do that. We also, with the parking deck and surface parking, we'll park the vehicles. I know that parking came up as an issue or a question, not an issue necessarily, but a question. In paragraph 18 of our stipulation letter, we addressed the parking, saying a ULI study, which is the study that's done on shared parking arrangements that we've used at Overton Park and other places around the same area. And what the ULI study does is take into account the parking between a hotel use and a residential use and a retail use. And then they calculate, for example, retail and hotel parking needs are directly opposite, just like hotel and office directly opposite. So what we put in here is that the applicant will submit a study to the zoning office that will be reviewed by the zoning office and by Cobb DOT, and the study must meet the approval of both. And we have, in fact, in our parking deck, we have included in our maximum height an extra two planned stories if additional parking is needed. So we have room on the site to add additional 2 full stories of parking in the parking deck if the staff or Cobb DOT, once they see the study, or the study says that, either one. So we think that we understand the parking issue, and what's worked when we did the Overton Park, where we have the office building, the hotel next to it, and there's some retail there as well, has worked very well. And there's now residential being built right next to that as well. So we know that these studies work, and we don't need to be overparked, but we don't need to be underparked either. And so we hope that by this method that you will get, and the county will get what it needs, so that it's clearly not underparked. Mr. Cheshire and I can answer any questions that you might have, if you have any. I don't think there was any opposition.
Thank you, John, but we'll ask just in case. Anyone here in opposition to Z45? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. It's back to this board. This is in District 2, so I'll lead the discussion on this. So, just John, if you'll just stay where you are, please. And John Peterson, I'm going to make a statement, and if I'm wrong, you correct me, but I think the ULI study that Mr. Moore referenced is more exacting than the formulas that we're currently using in Cobb County, and it may indeed, my guess is, it's going to show that less parking spaces will be required. Is that a fair statement?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So our formula showed we needed 1,400, and currently they have accounted for 800, but we just heard John say that whatever the ULI study shows, they'll be willing to work with us on and possibly add another deck or two if it's needed to take care of that. So I think the parking issues will be resolved. My question is, how quickly can you do that study? Now, I'm not an engineer, but I have to think that it would not take long at all to complete that study.
It doesn't take that long.
Then when can you have it? Will you have it before the BOC hearing in 2 weeks?
Oh, I don't know that we'll do that.
It can't take too long.
I understand. Well, the way we usually have done this in the past is we submit those during the plan review so the staff and Cobb DOT have a chance to review it in length. And then we can get back with them with our engineers and come up with an agreed number of parking spaces and how they're located. So you couldn't come close to doing that in 2 weeks.
But we've known about this for quite some time.
Well, I understand, but it's not going to be built immediately either. We've got tenants in these buildings. We have to phase this out. In other words, we'll be taking them out basically one building at a time as we get tenants out of a building. So we're not looking at starting in 3 months.
Okay, I understand that. But you're asking us and potentially BOC to go ahead and make a determination for approval without all the facts in. So I would caution you to try and get that as soon as you can. That's a real concern of mine. That was a concern we had for your neighbors down the street, the Braves. I'm sure you've heard of them.
Yes, sir.
Right down the street from this. That was a concern we had with them as well. So I just want to.
Well, that's the reason I did leave in the STIP letter the right for these two staff groups to approve, must approve the study.
Right, I understand. Now I want to ask you another question here. The site as it exists today, what is the percentage of impervious coverage today? Do we know that? And what will it be once this is built out as you're proposing?
Is it on that site plan?
Yeah, you need to come up if you're going to answer that, and
This
go
is
ahead and
Pat
give
Chesser, and he's been sworn in.
Okay, give us your name for the record.
My name is Patrick Chesser. I'm with Ackerman and Company. We're based in Sandy Springs. We're the property owners and the applicants. Let me put up the original slide. Well, we actually have one of the survey of the property, but I'm going to take a guess at it. We are, I would guess, 30% impervious. Right now, it's predominantly surface parking lot and 6 buildings connected by breezeways built in the
I'm
early
sure
70s.
you're more than 30%. You may be.
We may be. We have a gigantic pond in the back of the property that you can consider that impervious, and we have a gigantic setback in the front.
Well, the building footprint and all the paving, sidewalks, that's the impervious footprint. Wonder what percentage.
I'm sorry, I had you backwards.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I had you
yeah.
backwards, right? We're every bit of 60% paved and impervious.
Okay. John, do we know? Yeah, I know. Well, you can actually go up to 80.
Yeah, I don't have a number,
In a rack.
Mr. Chairman, but the maximum here is 80% impervious.
80% if you're in a rack, which you are.
And
So.
just looking at the plan, I think there's less impervious on the proposed plan than there is currently on the site, because the entire site's
That's what I'm
basically,
getting at.
paved parking.
The proposed plan would come under that 80%?
Yeah, I think it would.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear, and I thought you might have the answer. Should have asked John, I guess. Okay, we're good to go. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Traffic study, Mr. Moore, you indicated that one was in the works. Is that what you said? Come on back up. Traffic study, tell us about that. If you want to address that first, go ahead, and then we'll talk
May I?
traffic. Yeah, please.
This is a survey of the existing site, the way it's laid out now. And again, this is Circle 75 Parkway, and these are the buildings, but you can see the entire area is paved with parking. There is no deck parking, it's all surface parking, so the entire site except the detention pond is impervious today.
Okay, as long as you're not going to exceed 80%, which
Yes, sir.
apparently you're not, I think we're good to go. The other thing, too, that let me just mention quickly, and you and I talked about this, I am very aware that around the periphery of this, we have had some issues with homeless people camping out and bothering residents and that sort of thing in the area. And I'm also aware that with this demolition and the beautiful landscaping that I've seen that you're going to put in, that issue will probably go away. Am I correct? I hope.
Well, that's what the businesses I talked to are hoping. They said this being the catalyst to upgrade, have other businesses upgrade their property, it will no longer be an attractive place for them to be.
Okay. And again, as we had with the Braves, and this is the same zoning as the Braves had on their mixed use, the RRC, we're talking master covenants.
Yes, we are.
Are you working on those as we speak?
Yeah, there'll be master covenants and probably sub-association covenants as well, because you'll have 2 hotels, retail, and then you'll have residential. So we know the residential will have a separate set of covenants with it. So yes, there'll be master covenants.
Yeah, any idea when they'll be ready to review?
I'm sure it's just a matter of once the approval's done, then they'll have their attorneys undertake to do the covenants.
Okay, again, that was an issue, a big issue with the Braves, and so I want to treat everybody the same.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions from the board about this one?
I would just make a comment
Sure.
that I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with the parking study if the district commissioner had the final approval on it.
Okay, thank you, Galt. Anybody else? Okay, thank you, John. We'll
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead with the motion then. My motion for Z45 is going to be for approval of the RRC zoning category, subject to staff comments and recommendations, including DOT, stormwater management, water, sewer, and fire, subject to the STIP letter from Mr. Moore dated October 1st, with the corresponding site plan and elevations as shown, and then subject to a few alterations to the STIP letter. Under the STIP letter, John, the section you've labeled overall development,
Yes.
your item number 2, I would like to add the following words: whenever the master covenants conflict with county standards, the stricter of the two shall always prevail. Further, a complete copy of the master covenants should be provided to the district commissioner, Cobb DOT, and the zoning office prior to any permits being issued by Cobb County for demolition or construction. That should give you ample time. And that pretty much mirrors what we did at the Brave site. Then in that same section, number 18, I want to remove the words completely that say as soon as possible. This has to do with the traffic study. And insert this wording. The
What
UL,
number?
this is number 18.
I'm sorry.
Under that same section,
Okay.
overall development. The ULI parking study must be completed and presented to the district commissioner, Cobb DOT, and the zoning office not later than 48 hours prior to the BOC hearing of October 21st. Now, I know you told me that may be impossible. You can take that up with the commissioners, because I think it is possible, and frankly, would really like to see that. Number 19 has to do with where construction traffic will be parked. I'd like to add, you mentioned Circle 75, but let's also add Windy Ridge and Herodian Way. No parking there as well. Those are 2 roads right in that area.
I'm sorry, I missed what you.
We're talking about where construction traffic will be parked, delivery vehicles, the workers. You say won't park on Circle 75. I'm also asking you not to park on Windy Ridge and Herodian Way, which is right there. Number 20, same section. Again, this was similar to what we did for the Brave site. Stormwater will not be released from the site at a rate higher than that which currently exists. And further, the percentage of impervious surface coverage shall not exceed the allowable amount of 80%, which you've already agreed to. Add a new item, number 24. There was no mention of construction hours. Construction hours should be limited to Monday through Saturday, 7 until 7. That's a.m., p.m. No work on Sunday unless prior approval obtained from the district commissioner. And that's a little different than the Braves, but that's primarily because of the proximity to the Boy Scout headquarters. Windy Hill Road, which is a very busy road, lots of development up there, several apartments and condos that are closer to this site than they are to the Brave site. So we want to limit the Sunday work and the hours of 7 to 7. All of this, we're not in conflict, and that would be my motion. Can I get a second to the motion?
I'll second.
Okay, a second from Mr. Hovey. Any further comments or questions? Judy?
Just one brief. I have a problem with that. I mean, we're in a commercial location. It's redevelopment. It's not new development. Of those times of construction, this is the one place where I wouldn't think that hours of construction would be really a concern.
I wouldn't think so either, except that there are apartments and condos right
Yeah.
around the corner, and
Yeah.
they asked for this, so I thought we could give that.
I just have a problem with that. Also, I have a problem with the study. We know he can't do the study. I mean, I think the study should be completed before building permits, obviously, but not before the BOC. I don't know how you could do that.
Well, I looked into it, and I think it's doable in a few hours, not weeks. It's a matter of a formula plugging in.
I know how to do
you
them,
know,
but
I
I
know.
have never seen one that could be done that quickly.
Okay, John, you want to comment on that?
I'd have to get John Walker, our engineer, to tell us. I don't know, and I'd just be speculating if I said.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
my
know.
opinion it won't take very long. I'd like to see that happen if we could.
Well, I can
If
check
it
with him
can't
and I-
happen, you can discuss it with Commissioner Ott and
Yes, sir.
perhaps get that one removed.
Yes. Okay.
What about the work hours? Question with that?
Well, I think that most of the time we see those when we're dealing with next to a residential development, that they're concerned about the hours that we're constructing. I don't think there's anything around here that's going to be an issue. I think the county hours are 7 to 7 anyway. Is that correct, Mr. Peterson? Yeah.
So then there's not an issue?
No.
Okay, then we'll just leave that one alone as well.
Okay.
Okay. Any further comments? Okay, let's go. We have a motion, a second. Comments taken into account. All in favor of the motion as presented? So we have 5-0. Thank you, John, very much. Folks, we're at 10 before 12. I think we don't have time to hear another case. I think we'll go ahead and break for lunch for 1 hour. So at 10 to 1, we'll come back and begin again. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to put that on consent?
Or
do you?
I don't think so. I've had a few calls. Let's leave it for
Okay.
now. Yeah.
You just had so many hearings. I figured
I
out.
understand. Okay, folks, we're back after a nice lunch. I don't want to see anybody sleeping out there now. We have had a request due to a medical emergency, believe it or not, to go ahead and rearrange our schedule one more time. So we're glad we can do that. So, John, if it's all right with you guys, I'd like to move Z69 up and do that one next.
Okay.
Is that okay with everyone?
All right, rezoning case Z69, OWF Investment Corp. Request rezoning from R20 to R15 for the purpose of a residential subdivision in land lots 987 and 988 of the 16th District. The property is located on the west side of Sioux Mill Road, south of Broswell Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z69? Is he, okay, let the record show there's one person opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward and be sworn in.
I did.
You already did? I did.
Thank you.
Okay, Doug, go ahead whenever you're ready. Give us your full name, please.
Yes, sir. I'm Doug Franklin. I'm president of OWF Investment Corporation. Ronnie Raines is with us, and he's president of Raines Homes. And we look forward to presenting our project. We're actually are going to request a rezoning for R15 from R20. It's a 4.58 acre tract. As you can see, it's kind of outlined there. I'm going to show it to you a little bit better. But it's only 3 parcels. You can see we're coming in on the Andersons property. Oh, okay. Sorry. We're coming in on the Andersons property here, coming back around, and then this is the Haymans property right here. We're gonna we'll have a density of 1.97 units per acre. Our average lot size would be 17,048 square feet. The zoning currently, let me put this little sheet up here. This is our site here. We got R15 to our north, the Renaissance. It's at 2.27 units per acre. We got the park, which is at 2.3 units per acre. We have RA4, which is at 3.9 units per acre. And then we have RA6, which is to our south, and it's at 4.86 units per acre. We got a little O&I across the street. So we feel really comfortable about this. We're going to have a minimum house square footage of 3,000 square feet. Can we get that next? Yeah. I tell you what, we'll just use this right here at this point. But lot number 2 is going to be our smallest lot, which is 15,003 square feet. And then our largest lot is 21,870 square feet, which is lot number 8. Let's go to the next picture. Okay, there's Old Vinings Estates. That's one of the developments that we did in the Vinings Smyrna area. And it's very similar in characteristics to what we're proposing here. There'll be 3,000 square feet, a range up to 4,500 square feet. We'll have 2-car attached garages minimum, probably 2-car detached garages, but the majority of houses will be 3-car garages. And then we'll have traditional looking, and then also old world. That's old White Oak Estates. That's one of the developments we did. And then you can see what we try to do. We try to incorporate, like there's a lot of agricultural land on the 4.58 acres, so we put in a lot of landscaping in the rear. And we do that on purpose. A lot of that's for stormwater management practices and so forth. Let's go to our next slide. Here's the actual site here, and you can see in the back of the site is our retention area. We've elongated that on purpose. We originally were going to have 10 lots, and then we dropped it back to 9. So now we only have one more lot than what the current zoning is. And so our 20 is to our rear there. That's Clydesdale Estates. They're at 1.74 units, and then Bart Boyd, they own the property to the rear of our retention. So when we elongated, working with Dave Braden, we decided to take our water so we can sheet flow that water back through his property without disturbing it. And then that way we won't have to concentrate our water into the stream. There's a stream to the northwest up there. And then what we're also requesting is that during the construction phase, let's look at that next picture. These are some of the retention areas that we've done. It's a little bit more bio-retention. It's a lot more economic or environmentally friendly. You can just kind of work your water. And then you can see behind the houses that we control the water coming back into the retention systems. And then the uphill lots, it gives us a good area where we can kind of transition. That's the same way our lots are going to be on lots 1, 2, and 3. So we can leave a lot more of the existing landscaping and then control our water in, so that we wanted to reduce or eliminate the 30-foot construction buffer while we're doing the construction. And then what we'll do is pull the houses to the front. So we'll do a 25-foot front building line. And then on the side building lines, we'll do 7.5, but keep the 20 feet between structures. That way what we can do is shift these houses. It doesn't seem like much, but shifting these houses forward and then to left and right, and being able to control that water, we'll be able to control the water behind the lots on 4, 5, and 6 coming in, and then we'll be able to control the water on 9 and 8 coming around. So it really works real well because 4/5 of our water is going to go to the retention pond, and we designed that for 35% impervious area, and then 1/5 of the property will come to the front, and then it goes into a little drop inlet right in the right-of-way of Sewell Mill. So we have on, let's go back to let's go back to the site here first. There you go. As you can look, we've worked with DOT, and since they've done all that road widening on Sewell Mill, we requested that we do a 25-foot building line side major on Sewell Mill Road from the existing right-of-way. That way we can pull the houses forward, and then on our existing right-of-ways, we'll be able to put in the deceleration lane. We're in agreement to go ahead and give the 40-foot right-of-way to DOT. That way we'll be able to pull that structure to the front and to the left. And then we'll be able to put in our deceleration lane. On the south of the property, along the Rose property, we put in a 5-foot landscape strip along there, in addition to tying back into DOT's right-of-way requirements. So that ought to privatize that really well on the Rose house, which is to our south. Then if you go back to lot number 8 and 7, we put in the sewer outfall line on this backside here. Let's show. Go back. Go to that sewer outfall. There you go. There's our sewer outfall. We've already met with the property owners and come to an agreement on 918 and 920 in Bradford Lane. And what we're going to do, you can see that we're only going to disturb that back little section of property, and then we're going to bore from that back section all the way into that manhole. All we got to do is get the exact inches down to the manhole so we know exactly where we hit it. But we've been working with Tim Davison and Cobb County Water and Sewer, and so that all will work real well on that outfall. We're in agreement with everything. I mean, basically, with Cobb County DOT, we're in agreement with Cobb County Water and Sewer. We're in agreement. We would like to work with Dave Braden a little bit more on the impervious area so that we'll have a little bit more flexibility, because a lot of this, we'll never go over 35%. But instead of coming in with variances and so forth, we'd like to be able to have the flexibility to work our impervious area so that we can shift, because we get a lot of requests for pools and outdoor living. We'll never go over the 35% of the largest impervious area on Lot 8, but we'd like to kind of shift it more equally between the subdivisions. If that's, ARC does a lot, we do it with them, so if that's fine, we would like to do that. And then we did, I think there was one question about the sidewalk. We are putting sidewalks in the subdivision, along the front of the subdivision, and it ties right back into Sewell Mill Road. So thank you, and I appreciate y'all's consideration.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Just for the record, anyone opposed? I think we had at least one opposed. Okay, come on up and let's hear your testimony.
Thank you very much for hearing me. I'm Steve Uberto. It's Uberto. And generally, I think this will be a good project. I think it's an asset to the community overall. But I do have two objections, which I think should be workable. We can come to a solution. One of which is that there are presently 4 houses with pretty large lots, which could possibly become an assemblage at some date. And they're presently on sewer. They don't have access to septic. I'm one of them. I'm immediately north of this proposed development. And my first objection, is that the present plan for this development would block off forever access to sewer, in my opinion. As far as I can tell, there would be no way to go between any of those houses to gain access to sewer in the future. They're too close. They don't have the required distance unless some arrangement can be made. And that's, I don't think there's any other direction it can come from. So I'd like to have, I think the solution should include an access point for the sewer or the upstream for neighbors at some point on the property line. Doesn't necessarily have to be on my property, wherever it best falls, so that the four can later gain access to sewer. And I think that would be good. And I don't think it should be just an easement that would lead further into their this new development, because if it were, it would require a lot of disruption later of the new homeowners, and they're probably going to have swimming pools and all kinds of things that would be really hard to work around. Whereas if there were a sewer line put in right now up to the property line, the northern property line, possibly at the low point, then that would accommodate this issue. And my second concern is that I've spoken with these gentlemen. I think they're professionals, and I have no reason to think that they won't do the right thing, but there's no specified buffer zone for landscaping, which would provide some sort of privacy to my home, which is immediately north. There will be 4 large 2-story structures right very close to the property line. And I'd like to see some sort of, I think this is in keeping with their idea too, to have a significant buffer zone, and that it should be specified in advance of the zoning what it's going to be and how deep it will be. I think it should be more than just an occasional plant here and there, just so it would be a screen. So that's it. That's my 2 comments.
Okay, thank you, Steve, very much. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z69? Okay, not seeing or hearing any. It's back to this group. This is also in Ms. Betty's District 3, so we'll let her lead our discussion.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions, really questions relating to Mr. Uberto's comments that Mr. Franklin can probably answer if he wants to come back up for us. This is a pretty straightforward request, I think, as far as moving from R20 to R15, and it's definitely in an area that's suitable for that, right across the street from O&I and next door to LRO and near the cemetery and a lot of other more intense uses. But I do want to make sure that we understand what we've got and what any impacts might be. So can you, I guess, first explain the grading limits and what is on the property now that will not be disturbed during construction adjacent to the R20 to the north?
Okay. Where the Roberto's property is, oh, I'm sorry, I forget about that. Our road is coming in on this area right through here, We're coming in on the south side of our property. So we'll be coming in, and then we'll actually have our cul-de-sac looping back to the north. So really the disturbance there, we got a 30-foot building back line, rear setback line. So we won't be disturbing in that area during the construction phases, and then we'll do the, once we get the construction drawings and so forth, then we'll know what kind of tree recompense we can do. But that's why I wanted to do during the construction phase where you limit that, I guess it's really construction buffer during that construction phase, because you're going to have to control that stormwater coming back around on 4, 5, and 6. And so that's all agricultural back through there. And so I just want to be able to, what we've learned in the past from our developments is to make sure that we're controlling that stormwater, especially during the development phases. And that, too, they've had some problems downstream a little bit. It's not affecting us so much, but we wanted to make sure that whatever we do, with our stormwater coming out of our retention system, it's all taken care of. And as you saw on that bioretention site, we like to be able to control that through landscaping and best management practices.
Okay. So there will be the 30-foot required construction buffer, and then after the homes are built, what are you going to plant some additional trees in that area?
We'd like to eliminate that construction buffer because if we're building those homes to be able to get around the back of these houses and to do our landscaping and best management practices, it's almost impossible to build with that buffer encroaching right up on that building line. So, we could probably address that line somewhat, but maybe keep 10 feet off of the line or something like that. But we really need to be able to get around those houses, and you saw the sizes of the houses and the placement. Even shifting the house back, even that you got a front building line 25 feet, but you might could shift the house back 5 and to the left and make a huge difference in saving a lot of that rear, foliage that's already up there.
But would you be planting additional
Yes, ma'am.
trees after?
Yes, we
okay.
sure will. We'll be coming back in there, and then we would landscape accordingly. We just hadn't gotten that far in the process, during the construction phase. We hadn't even done our construction drawings yet.
Okay. Would you consider landscaping in a way that it could be considered a screen for Mr. Uberto's property?
We could work
Landscape
up on the
screening buffer is usually the language that we use.
I hate to get into that buffer because then we can't get in there, and a lot of times we can, if we do a landscaping, say if we came 10 feet off of the property and work some kind of landscaping, agreement there without it being a buffer, because sometimes we'll need to go into that area and change our water and then replant. And, we've come into a lot of that where we're coming in with screening and we try to save trees. Next thing you know, we're killing our screening.
Right.
So.
Would you agree then to upon construction of the homes to install new landscaping to serve the purpose of screening?
Yes, in addition to being able
Yes.
to keep some of the existing.
Yes, okay.
Yes, we'd be willing to do that because we're going to be doing that pretty much
For your
anyhow. We
for
just
your
don't
new
know.
homeowners too?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the sewer question.
Yep.
I don't know if we have, Tim's here, I didn't see him earlier. Maybe you can speak to that. I may have to get Mr. Davidson to come answer. I don't know if requesting sewer be brought to the north side of the site, if that's something that's typical, or if it's something that would be possible for you.
Let me show you our site layout. It virtually, for us, you would start tearing up the lots on 4 and 5 back through there, to put in a 20-foot easement, construction easement, trying to service that area. Really, we looked at it, and even before we reached our agreement with on Bradford Lane, there's a outfall on Cemetery Lane that can service that whole upper section for the Albertos. Okay. And you have an easement rights going down there. There's right-of-way coming down Cemetery Lane, and then I can't remember the exact outfall line, but it's like at 1,076 or so, and the Alberto's property's at almost 1,100. So you got plenty of fall. Yep, and the topography works for that front section. And then the rear section of the property, like Clydesdale Estates, there is no sewer on the backside. And our elevation works just with, we'll be about 1071, 1072 going into ours, which will be able to service our back. So it gets real tight trying to get up to the Alberto's property. We could put in a private line, one line if they would like to pay for it. We can give them a 10-foot line if they want to service their house. But if it's for future development, it'd be better for them to go down Cemetery Lane, if I'm not correct.
Okay. I think that answers my questions. Were there other questions for him before I move on? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understand the sewer concern. Mr. Davidson, do you mind coming up?
Well, also not having enough easement to get
Landlocked.
those houses together.
That's the big,
Yeah, Tim Davidson, Cobb County Water System.
thank you. My understanding of Mr. Umberto's concern is that when this is built, it will kind of cut the northerly properties off from being able to access sewer. Is that an issue or?
The development standards address that.
Okay.
It's a standard to extend sewer to serve the next upstream property.
Okay.
To address that concern so that they're not cut
We
off
don't
from
landlock
sewer.
people. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So does this site plan address the needs that you would require?
Well, there's really not a sewer design laid out yet.
Okay.
The developers have been into my office several times to talk about,
Okay.
just the development standards and code, what's required to do the sewer outflow. They talked about maybe going down Cemetery Lane or into Bradford Place, I think it is. So I think they understand as far as whatever they present in plan review, what's going to be approvable,
Okay.
but they haven't really presented an actual design. That won't happen until plan review.
Okay. But during plan review, the county looks for things like that to make sure that we don't cut future
Absolutely.
potential homeowners or people
Yeah.
that would like to connect away
Yes.
from the, okay.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. That's all. Okay, I think, again, this is pretty straightforward. The questions that I had have been answered, and I can make a motion unless there's some other comments.
I want to ask one question. I heard Mr. Franklin mention impervious coverage averaging. John, you want to address that? Is that something we typically allow?
Mr. Franklin did ask for that to be a variance where he could sum impervious over all the lots, but we just don't do it like that. It's on a lot-by-lot basis.
That's what I
It's
thought.
a lot easier for us to keep track of in the future. So summing it is something that the staff recommended against in the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought.
I don't think it's a bad idea. It makes sense, but I can see how it's very difficult to monitor and
It is. But we've used it for years in the ARC. I don't think this is probably the right place to be using it, but we have used it in the River Corridor. Dave, shake your head if I'm right, yeah. So I'm like you.
It's
I don't
not
think it's a
unheard of.
bad idea. We need to be looking at probably.
I think that's something for plan review
Mhm.
and for
I
them
think
to
it
work
is, yeah.
Yes, normally when we reduce the front setback, we increase the back setback a like amount. We call it moving the building box, so we don't really change the size of the available land to build on. Have I read this correctly, that he wants to move the front, but he has not moved up the back?
Correct. And my understanding, and you may need to get him to answer the question, but we had the same question in an earlier conversation. It has to do with the way these homes' garages are typically designed. Most of them are going to kind of jut out to the front of the house, almost like when you have a courtyard style garage. So on one part of the house, it's actually deeper than what it could fit, I guess, if we reduce the back. But it's primarily for that garage being added on to a large footprint, because these are big homes. It won't cause them to exceed their coverage, but it's more a matter of the shape of the footprint of the house, I think. That was the understanding that I took away from talking with them about that.
As long as you're satisfied, I'm okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, Christie.
Thank you. I'm going to make a motion that we recommend approval of Z69, subject to all staff comments and recommendations. Also subject to the August 5th letter and photographs provided as examples of elevations and bioretention pond, where not in conflict with staff comments. And then also an additional requirement for landscape buffering along the northerly property line behind lots, let me just make sure I get the lot numbers correct, 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3, where they are closest to the northerly homeowner. And that buffering design would be done in coordination with the county arborist at plan review. And that's my motion.
Here we have a motion and a second.
And that would be eliminating his request on number 5 to that 37.
That's part of the staff recommendation.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion for Z61. So that passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Mr. Franklin and folks. I'm sorry, 69. I'm looking at my notes here. All righty. John, what's next?
Yes, sir. Rezoning case Z61, Capital City View Homes, LLC. Request rezoning from R20 to RE5 for the purpose of single-family residential in land lot 8 of the 1st District. The property is located on the northwest side of Woodlawn Drive, north of Powers Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here? And earlier there were 16 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Mr. Peterson, we've got 2 additional people coming. We had 18.
Okay, let the record show there's 18 people here in opposition.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Sams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Garvis Sams. I'm with the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff, and Bally, and we represent Capital City View Homes in connection with this application for rezoning. I have with me today Mr. Brad Barnett of Capital City and also Mr. David Meyer of DGM Land Planning Consultants, if they raise their hand over there. So at the appropriate time, obviously, they can respond to any technical considerations you may have that I'm not able to respond to. This is an application that was heard, actually it was continued, scheduled to be heard, but continued from your September hearing in order for us to be able to continue interfacing with the numerous residents and property owners that we've met with, also representatives of HOAs and the county staff to try to address and resolve each one of the issues we've encountered. If you look at the map or an aerial photograph depicting this property in the context of development it's in, you know there's a lot of housetops, a lot of rooftops in the area. We sent out letters after the dialogues have been established over 283 different property owners. We think with the additional time we've had that we've been able to do a good job to comprehensively address and resolve the concerns that have been articulated. We had filed a stipulation letter on September the 23rd, but that didn't chill or stop any of the dialogue that continued on. In fact, last week on October 3, I submitted what, instead of calling it a stipulation letter, I call it a comprehensive supplement to my September the 23rd stipulation letter for different verbiage, but essentially it constitutes the same type of device or vehicle. This is the subject property, what you're looking at. This is a 2.15 acre tract of land, as you can see on the northwest side of Woodlawn Drive, directly across from Windmead subdivision, contiguous to the Fountains of Woodlawn and also Kings Cove. It's in an area that is denominated as low-density residential under the future land use map, which allowed densities up to a maximum of 2.5 units per acre. Interestingly enough, the subdivision to our north, the Fountain at Woodlawn, is also in low-density residential on the future land use map, but it weighs in at a 3.42 unit per acre density. What Capital City is proposing here is a rezoning of the property from R20 to RE5 for the purposes of constructing 5 custom quality-built single-family residence, as you can see, configured on the revised site plan that you're looking at right now. The houses will range in size from 4,000 to 6,000 square feet. Price points will range from $850,000 to $1.2 million. While this application has been pending, I don't want to go through a laundry list, but I think it's important for you to know the time and effort that has gone into this, not just by my client and our consultants, but also by the area residents. We've met with the Fountains of Woodlawn HOA, residents and representatives, Kings Cove representatives, Windmead HOA and their representatives, the attorney and representatives of the Carlos family, which are contiguous and immediately to our northeast. Also, of course, East Cobb Civic Association, the county staff, and we think we've got productive negotiations and discussions that have taken place. It's resulted, we think, in staff's favorable recommendation for approval, which was, of course, released last week, simultaneously or concurrently with the work session that you had. So staff has recognized the appropriateness of this from a land use planning perspective, particularly in light of the conditions and stipulations, and that was even prior to seeing our October 3rd comprehensive supplement to the September 23rd letter. The stipulations are so numerous. There's no way in the time allotted I could cover them all, Mr. Chairman, but I'm going to do my best. And first of all, we've got a maximum density here, as you can see, of 2.32 units per acre, which is below the future land use map cap. As you know, RE5 has a minimum lot size of 7,000 square feet. All these lots exceed that, ranging from 8,250 to 15,587 for an average of 10,714 square feet, way larger than most of the RE5 developments that you'll see. Similar to the last application, as you can see, because of the positioning and the width of this property, our garages are positioned in a fashion so that it's affected the setbacks. We are asking for some relief, moving the houses forward on the setback, but not in a position to grant the commensurate amount of relief on the back. So we are asking, because of the configuration of the footprint of the houses and the positioning of the garages, for those variances. The architectural style and composition of the homes, you were provided with photographs of those that were a part of that September the 23rd letter. This is four-sided architecture, as you might suspect from million-dollar homes. Very, very high-end construction and high-quality work. And those weren't random photographs. Those were photographs that were selected. Mr. Barnett, the developer, went out and took photographs of these homes as being representative of what we will build for the site. There'll be, of course, a mandatory master HOA. There'll be ground-based monument-style signage along the frontage. Now, originally we had agreed to a wrought iron fence with masonry columns, but in our most recent agreements with Windmead, which is directly across the street, we're going with a masonry wall along the frontage, which will also perpendicular have returns going anywhere from 75 to 100 feet down either side of the property as well, which satisfied, I'm assuming it did, the Windmead folks. I don't see their representatives here today. Also, with respect to the frontage, it's key to note that this site plan is, of course, I think the third or fourth iteration of the site plan that was submitted contemporaneously with the zoning. And what you see here on this site plan is an alignment of our subdivision entrance with Windmead's entrance. Now, that's key for a number of reasons, obviously from a life safety standpoint, but also from a traffic engineering standpoint, and it's something that DOT requested, and Windmead's glad to see it. We're glad to be able to have the frontage to be able to do that. We've agreed in the stipulations to set up a landscape oversight committee, which will be formed during the plan review process. Representatives of the Fountain, of Kings Cove, of Windmead, Community Development Director, of course, the District Commissioner will be the final arbiter with respect to any time any impasse is reached on that decision-making process. The property will be totally surrounded, except for the masonry returns on the side and on the frontage, by an 8-foot wooden two-sided cap rail privacy fence. Parallel to that will be cryptomeria that will be planted along that fence line as well. The fence will be identical to the fence that we saw when we met for the first time with the fountain at HOA Homeowners Association, and I've described it by identifying the various or the two street addresses for those two properties where this fence divides those two property lines. Some owners, we understand in Kings Cove, would like to maintain the fence they have, and certainly that's agreeable to us too. We'll work that out, but on an individual basis with them. The cryptomeria that we'll plant will be from 6 to 8 feet along that fence line. And then, of course, there'll be additional plantings within the 10 to 20 foot landscape buffer. You can see there's portions with the 10-foot buffer. There's some with the 20-foot. It just was dependent upon the configuration of the lot, the positioning of the homes, and, of course, the irregular configuration of the site itself and the positioning of detention as to where that buffer went. But we've got 20 feet and 10 feet bearing throughout the property around its perimeter. We're going to be identifying specimen trees on the property. We set it up so that the LOC, the Landscape Oversight Committee, will accompany us on that, along with Arbor Guard or the arborist with the county as well. The detention pond will be surrounded by 6 foot either black or green vinyl coated chain link fence, and of course attendant landscaping that goes along that, as well as you can see on this site plan / landscape plan. DOT, we've told you about the alignment of the intersection. We've also asked for agreed that everything else DOT asked for, we've been able to agree to, including sidewalks along Woodlawn and along the interior street as well. The detention is not an issue for us. However, I will tell you that stormwater management is cognizant of downstream problems, as typically you find in a heavily developed area such as this. The Carlos family lives next door, which is contiguous and to the north, and the water flows through their property onto ours. We'll be constructing a swale that will go down the northern part of our property, as you can see, to the stormwater detention area. But in addition to that, we've agreed to a pre-development and a post-development study of the lakes. There's 2 lakes that are in pretty close proximity to this property in Kings Cove, so we'll do studies on those lakes just to ensure the pristine nature of them. The clock's indicating I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. If I could have just a few more minutes, considering the lengthy negotiations on this one, I'd appreciate it. All the construction and worker vehicles will be parked on the subject property and not on any contiguous streets. We, meaning Mr. Barnett, will be accessing water and sewer to the site. We've been talking with Mr. Davidson in the Water and Sewer System Department, also with the neighbors whose properties those easements would have to traverse. It's really not until we get full engineering that we can have comprehensive discussions to secure those, but obviously the development can't be done and the houses can't be built unless we have sewer water access to the site. We've agreed to an 18-month reverter, which is articulated in the letter. Georgia native plant rescue. Of course, we would like to have a situation where the district commissioner can make modifications, minor modifications, and we've agreed to the boilerplate language that you've adopted that accommodates that. We've also agreed with respect to Mr. Carlos or Mr. and Mrs. Carlos and their attorney, Mr. Ney, to provide them with the full hydrological engineering reports that will be submitted to them simultaneously or concurrently with the submission to plan review, to give them an opportunity to have peer review of that by the engineer of their own choice. What they're concerned about, and I don't want to put words in Mr. Ney's mouth, but when we met with them, was that the water might back up onto their property, causing some flooding event. Right now, it flows through their property onto ours, through our detention, and down towards the Kings Cove area. There were some other agreements with Mr. Ney and his client, and one was to over-detain on the site, and one was also to add, in addition to the above-ground detention you see, below-ground detention in areas where that will be or could be required. And that's, of course, a function of plan review. We'll discuss more thoroughly with Mr. Braden once our engineering plans are completed. We'll agree to low-intensity environmental type lighting to diminish the potential for illumination escaping the boundaries. We will also agree to the perpetual upkeep and maintenance of the fence and, of course, the masonry wall and the vegetation. We've agreed to plant more hardwoods than are required on the property. We'll have 3 4-inch caliper hardwood trees. In addition to that, we'll comply with the tree preservation replacement ordinance, so it'll be heavily treed. We've also agreed with the Fountain and Woodlawn that if any of the trees on contiguous properties, whether it be the Fountain and Woodlawn or it be Kings Cove, are damaged somehow because of our construction, that upon an arborist review, the county arborist review, then we'll be responsible for replacing that in accordance with the tree preservation and replacement ordinance. We've got construction hours that are consistent with what was requested of us. And also, we would suggest to you that what you have before you is not only appropriate from a land use planning perspective, but it's appropriate from the comprehensive and thorough review by your staff. So with that being said, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Commission, we do respectfully request that the application be approved as it's been presented to you. We can respond to any questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Sams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Sams went over 3 hours and 3 minutes. It seemed like 3 hours, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. We'll add that to the opposition to be completely fair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Those wishing to speak in opposition to Z61, come on up.
Thank you. Just give us a moment, Mr. Chairman. Get organized. When you're ready, I believe we're ready, Mr. Chairman.
I know your presentation won't seem like 3 hours, but...
I hope it shan't.
Okay, go ahead, Jimmy.
Members of the Planning Commission, I'm Jim Ney, and it's my pleasure to be here today representing Irene and Chris Carlos. Irene lives in this approximately 1 acre tract of land, which is directly northeast of the 2.15 acre tract of land that is in for zoning. Now, Irene lives in this house right next door to the home. And that home that she lives in is valued in excess of $1 million. So we have grave concerns about injury and damage. It sits relatively close to the zoning parcel. Let us show you a picture of the overview of that so that you can see exactly how close it is and how close we are together from that aerial photo that you have on your screen. Irene and her ex-husband, Chris Carlos, are here with us today. I thank them for both being here. Irene's home has already flooded. That's what I want you to hear and understand. The water from this property backed up, or the zoning parcel backed up, and did approximately $25,000 worth of damage 5 or 6 years ago. She had to replace massive parts of her basement. This problem has already existed, and it's only going to be made worse, and we're very concerned about it. As you know, Georgia is a natural flow state, so that when water drains down, it goes from the highest property down to the lowest property. The zoning parcel happens to be the lowest property, and in fact, that water cannot be interrupted or blocked. The lots that run water down to it, we'll show you a picture in just one moment, are 4583 Fountain Drive, 353 and 343 Woodlawn. They are above, and the natural flow is clearly and unequivocally down onto the parcel, and it has taken the property and the water in the past, and it must continue to take that water, as a matter of fact. As shown on the county's plats, the water must continue to run downhill and be handled by the zoning parcel. The low point on the zoning parcel occurs approximately 4 to 12 feet inside the property line of the zoning parcel. This is where the flooding must be controlled. We can't control it, they must control it, if you will. Now let me show you the natural flow from the 3 lots. They must accept and handle the property on the zoning parcel. That plat shows you how it runs down the hill and runs to their property. It's not enough to properly handle the property. It must be done so in a way that's significant to avoid any other significant damage to Irene Carlos. Let me show you some pictures, if I might now, of the low terrain between the 2 homes, and you'll see that the terrain falls off rather dramatically to the zoning parcel. This has already resulted in dramatic damage to Mrs. Carlos. We want to make sure that doesn't occur again. Now, for the purposes of our zoning, the same water that has flowed down before will continue to flow down. So we have 3 lots feeding down onto the zoning parcel. At the same time, there will be the additional drainage that comes from the 2.15 acre tract of land. We all know that. But what we are not building into consideration is the 1.5 acre tract of land is going to be vastly covered. It'll have dynamic amounts of impervious area on it that will be so filled we can hardly dream of it, as a matter of fact. It'll have a new road and a new cul-de-sac on that property. It'll have 5 proposed houses of 4,000 to 6,000 square feet each. It'll have 5 proposed 3-car garages, and it'll have surface parking for 2 automobiles for each one of the 5 homes. This is a massive amount of impervious surface that will be covered. All that water will flow down and be added to the other water that is already flowing down that they must take. Something has to break in this instance. Something has to occur. It produces new and massive sources of surface water and flooding. We ask you, and we ask the client, and ask the fine folks who are the petitioner here, would you please provide us with a detailed study of the water flow and the drainage plan, so we understand and we know that we're protected and you aren't going to be faced with the proposition of flooding our land. Their answer was a fairly simple one. When we can get to it, we'll do so, and we'll try to bring you something months from now after the zoning is completed. We found that totally and completely unsatisfactory. We have been flooded and we don't want to be flooded again. We also object to the fact that there is simply too much development in an impervious area. This is made completely clear by the applicant showing for the various variances which they are seeking. They're seeking a variance to reduce the front yard setback from 20 to 15 feet, to reduce the existing 30-foot setback to a rear setback instead of the 40 that's required, a 10-foot existence, all along lots 2 through 5. Those happen to be the lots that are contiguous to and adjacent to Mrs. Carlos's home, and to allow for a variance for the setbacks as they appear on lot number 1. This is a massive reduction. It changes the entire character of the neighborhood, but more importantly, it leaves no room for lots of ingredients that are absolutely essential, such as a drainage ditch, a swale, and other things that may be needed to divert the water that's going to be flowed onto the property. Let us pass up to you at this time, if we may, a petition signed by 51 of our neighbors. We've got 3 copies for your package. Virtually everyone in the neighborhood, from Farmington, from Fountains, that subdivision has signed this application. Many people from Kings Cove have signed it, and a number of adjacent neighbors. The point that I would make to you, virtually everyone who touches this property, comes in contact with this property, or is on the same side of the street, Woodlawn, that it's located on, is opposed and is absolutely against the zoning that you have before you. I'd like to close, if I might, by just reading you a couple of things, please. Your fine planning staff in its analysis concludes, and we join them in their conclusion. While the subject parcel abuts RA4, most of the predominant zoning along this site, particularly the side of the road where Woodland Drive is, are zoned R20 and R40. It's important that you note that, because this represents a dramatic change. In addition, your staff said in its quotes of materials, and I'd like to again quote them, applicant's rezoning proposal may have an adverse effect on the usability of adjacent and nearby property. We are that adjacent and nearby property who will be adversely affected. We agree with both those conclusions, and we ask you to please deny this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Can we hear from the next person, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Davis with the East Cobb Civic Association. As Mr. Day pointed out, the applicant has increased the billable area of each lot by moving the house forward 5 feet and reducing the rear setback from 40 feet to 30 feet. This is a 15-foot reduction of the combined 60 feet of the required front and rear setback. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 25% reduction in the non-billable areas. We believe that's excessive. This increase in the billable areas raises a concern about the stormwater runoff and the impervious surface area on the sites. On a site that has experienced major stormwater issues in the past. To our knowledge, the required stormwater easements have not been attained. You're adding driveways, particularly to Lot 5 where the garage is in the back. Walkways to these oversized home footprints. May put the impervious surface area at or over the limit, allowing no future impervious being allowed and possible drainage additional drainage problems in the future. We understand that the road is private. There's no mention of this in the stipulation letters nor the site plan. Also in the stipulation letters, it says that the part of the stormwater management may be underground. Normally, these issues are passed, the maintenance of these issues are passed to the future homeowners. If that happens, that is an undue burden on the future homeowners. Given the stormwater issues that currently exist, the absence of drainage easements, the possible impervious area problems, and last but not least, the request for variances on every lot that Mr. Sams pointed out himself are to fit the houses on the lots. ECCA recommends denial of this petition. The houses that the applicant proposes to build are larger than the buildable area allowed on an RA5 zoning on these proposed lots. We feel like an RA5 subdivision in a low-density residential should have homes that fit RA5 zoning without variances on every lot.
Thank you, Doug. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I am Nancy Walters Meek, and I live in the Fountains. We are here today to ask for your help in opposing the rezoning. We realize that there are surrounding developments that are currently zoned RA4. However, that is where the comparison ends. The current properties have larger lots, smaller homes, walking paths, fountains, islands, picnic areas, gatehouses, gathering cul-de-sacs that are located in their developments, as well as wide wooded buffers on their boundary lines. This proposed project has absolutely none of these amenities. Additionally, this RA5 project will be nestled between estate lots with large private homes on each side, and it will be the only RA5 project on Woodlawn from Fountain Drive to Paper Mill Road. The remaining lots along Woodlawn are R20s, 40s, 60s, and 80s. Since this lot is oddly shaped, the developer does not have the room for proper storm drainage. Instead, he must go to the bordering neighbors and ask for an additional 20 to 30-foot easement. On the Kings Cove side, they will have only a 10-foot buffer next to the subdivision street, which could cause safety and crime issues for them. The detention pond, in some cases, will be within 10 to 15 feet of the existing homes. On top of this, the setbacks, the developer wants variances, not only for the front setbacks, but also for the rear setbacks, in order to squeeze these houses on the lots. Now, if you add a deck or a patio, you will have only a 5 to 6 foot backyard. This is sort of like trying to wear a size 6 shoe when you have a size 8 foot. Additionally, the environment will be affected. This is a heavily wooded lot which will be completely destroyed, along with its wildlife and the oxygen source from the trees. The ramifications from this development are permanent, and we are going to have to live with it. All of the bordering neighbors oppose this project, which is the wrong project for this lot. Hopefully, the planning board can see the folly in this proposed project and will protect us and safeguard the integrity, character, the continuity, and the value of our homes and neighborhoods by rejecting the rezoning on 333 Woodlawn Drive. Thank you. I have 1 second left.
You did really good. Proud of you. You get the prize today. Okay, we're going to close this portion of our testimony. This is in District 2, and that's the district I cover, so I'll lead the discussion on this. Garvis, you want to come back up? Talk about a few of these? I'm not sure where to begin, but private street or not?
Pardon me?
Private street or not?
Yes, it is a private street, built to the county's design and detail specifications, and it is delineated in the stipulation letter.
Yeah, I thought that was in the stip letter.
Yes, sir.
Talk about the location of your detention pond and the idea that there may be one above ground, some above ground and some below ground detention.
Certainly. The detention pond is in the only logical area where it could be because of the topography on the property, and this is it here. It's called a stormwater management area, which is the same thing as the wording we're using, detention pond. The flow Mr. Ney talked about, and by the way, after wading through his hyperbole and exaggerations, you do realize that he has property that's uphill from ours as opposed to downhill. But in any event, the water does flow, as he indicated on that one drawing, in this fashion. So we'll pick it up, and this is going to be a swell that we'll go through here. From our first meeting with David Braden, that's what he suggested, the applicant's meeting, taking the stormwater down here. Now, there is a potential or a possibility with the private streets we have that we may have underground detention here to accommodate additional stormwater. That's simply something we won't know until the site is fully engineered. But then from a stormwater management perspective, obviously we have to have drainage easements off the site. It's not unusual for the Stormwater Management Division to ask for that, and so the water will flow off the site in that direction. So that, I think, adequately explains why the detention is there. Also explains the possibility of underground detention in this concentrated area here, and then goes back and reiterates David Braden's suggestion of Stormwater Management Division that we create a swell that takes the stormwater back to the stormwater management area.
Okay. We mentioned putting an 8-foot tall privacy fence down 3 sides of the property. Is that going to cause damage from stormwater runoff backing up onto, let's say, the Carlos property or really any property?
No.
Or do you intend to raise the thing up so water can flow to this swale area? How will that be handled?
It will be raised, and then there's other methodology that can be employed to ensure that water can make it through there. Either with weirs, and I'll probably let David Braden talk more specifically about that.
We're going to get Dave up in just a moment.
Sure, but there are ways to ensure the water doesn't back up.
Okay, so it's your hope and intention not to cause further damage or additional damage, but to really mitigate and to improve what currently exists.
It's not a hope, or desire. It's a mission, and that's the reason we've agreed to the detention.
It's actually a requirement. So.
Yeah, but that's true. But what we've gone beyond the requirement is we've agreed to over-detain to the tune of 10%, which I think even more mitigates the downstream issues. And quite candidly, the downstream issues, I think, are more sensitive when it comes to what's downstream from us. That is the Kings Cove and those very sensitive, pristine lakes that they've got down there, and have had trouble with those lakes before from development issues.
Okay, well, I understand that the applicant really can't be responsible for runoff that comes from higher ground, and I've been out to the lot. I've walked it, in fact. I've looked at it. I know you're right. Water that does come from upstream comes onto this site.
Yes, sir.
I know you're not responsible for that, but we just want to be sure that we don't cause any additional damage by whatever development that may come here.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to that, this isn't a specific question you asked, but I just wanted to let you know when Mr. Ney asked for the engineering report from a hydrological perspective, we didn't say we'll get it to you when we can at our convenience. We told him to get it to him simultaneously with providing it to the staff to give him an opportunity to have peer review of that. If he would like it earlier and staff gets it, then we can agree to a time frame for accommodating him in that regard.
Okay, good. Talk to me about this setback issue. If you're going to ask for a movement 5 feet forward, why can't you have a corresponding offset in the back?
I'll be happy to. We originally showed that when the street was not aligned with Windmead across the street here. We were able to do that so that we had 15 feet front building line, and we went and accommodated for a commensurate amount in the back. But once we repositioned the street in the fashion that we have and put the houses on the lot with the garages that are configured much the same as you talked about in the last one, then the footprints of the houses and the positioning of the street have dictated that there's just simply not enough room to do that. We thought that would be ameliorated by the fact that we would have the 20-foot buffer and, of course, the 6 to 8 foot cryptum area, and then, of course, the 8-foot fence that would give them an inordinate amount of privacy. Realizing, of course, that usually from residential to residential, you don't typically have buffers, but we think we've mitigated that, and the reasoning, the underlying rationale for that was because of the repositioning of the street.
I know the first plan that came in, the first one that I saw, which I believe goes back to July,
Yes, sir.
had the street down one side.
Yes, sir.
I didn't like it. You also started out talking about 7 houses, eventually 6, and you're now down to 5. Meandering the street in a curved fashion through the neighborhood does seem to make more sense. I like it. It's much more attractive, so we appreciate you doing that. We heard mention of the size of the nearby neighborhood developments that are RA4, and contrary to what we heard, there are several RA5s in the neighborhood. Do you know what the densities are on those?
Yes, sir, I do. What you're going to be looking at now, this is an aerial photograph superimposed over an excerpt from Cobb County's zoning map. The subject property is outlined in red here. You see 2.15 acres. This is the fountain at Woodlawn here. This was built some time ago at a density of 3.42 units per acre. Coincidentally, the RA4 directly across the street is also at 3.42 units per acre. We weigh in at 2.32, which is under. They're almost a full 1% over with the future land use map. But of course, that was developed some time ago. But just to give you an idea, also I think their homes are on lots that RA5, 7,000 square foot minimum, RA4, 8,000 square foot minimum. The house that we met on the first time we met with them was this house right here. It was just a little over 13,000 square feet. The balance of the homes in there range anywhere from 13,000 down to 8,000. But their average is not much different than our average, which is above 10,000 square feet, which is way over the minimum 7,000 square feet for RA5. One other interesting thing I'd like to, two more actually, I'd like to show you. These are the lakes. They're in Kings Cove. The smaller lake here, and then the larger lake here. As you can see, and as I mentioned, there are just numerous rooftops in a highly developed area. And this is one of the few parcels, besides, say, Ms. Carlos and her neighbor, that have not been developed. And then one last thing that really goes back to your question, Mr. Chairman, and that is the future land use map. All of these lots here that are 3.42, developments at 3.42 are well above the LDR at 2.5. By reducing it from originally 7 and 6 and now 5 lots, we are in compliance with the future land use map, which we think is key and critical. And as far as there not being any other medium density in the area, the entirety of the eastern side of Woodlawn is in the MDR classification, save and except for the commercial that you see up there.
Garvis, when would the fence that we heard you mention, when would that be installed?
That fence will be installed, I believe my October 3rd letter said, within 60 days of construction commencing.
Okay, and how
along
about
with the planting of the cryptomeria as well.
Okay, so the cryptomeria, the evergreen trees, if they are cryptomeria, same time.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, we're not wed to cryptomeria. That just happened to be the topic of our discussion that day as far as a hardier type of evergreen. If they, with the Landscape Oversight Committee, if they have input and want something different, we'll certainly consider that.
Well, I'm not going to pretend to be an arborist, but I am a master gardener, and I'll tell you, if you plant those on 6 or 7 foot centers, you're making a big mistake.
Yes, sir.
I'll tell you that's not advisable. They grow very quickly. They grow together very quickly. Whenever they do, you have disease and problems. So 10-foot centers was probably good. Cryptomeria is a good design, but here again, you guys can work that out.
Yes, sir.
Okay, questions from the board for Garvis for clarification? Bob?
I worry that the back line of 3 or 4 of these houses are right on that back building line. Literally, when they open their screen door, they're going to be in the buffer. And you got $1 million homes here. These folks are going to want backyard kitchens. They're going to want gazebos. They're going to want those kind of things. If they buy what they buy, but I'm on the variance board too, and these kind of lots are coming in every single month from great citizens that have got all kinds of money in their properties. But I really think that you're just asking for variances here.
Well, there's
Is there anything that we can do to help that?
Sure. There's already something we've done, and that's agree to over-detain by 10%, number one. Number two, we've calculated the entirety of the site right now, and it's under the 40%. Then we went and calculated each one of the lots, which is under the 40%. So with the 10% over-detention and the wiggle room we have on each one of the lots anyway, we'll think we'll be fine. If not, then those individual property owners will have to face the wrath of the BZA in asking for a variance. But
And we're too easy on that. We keep giving away 5%, 4%.
Well, it's inevitable, and people that in high-price homes, they do like to have their outdoor fireplaces and stuff. But if it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. We tried to fix it so it does.
Well, the impervious coverage really concerns me quite a bit. Can we consider adding to the property deeds some statement about what the maximum impervious coverage is for each lot, so that when the person buys that property, they know that they can't go above this. They can put in impervious pavers perhaps, but to pave a large patio or something like that simply would not be allowed. I think that's one way to do it. Another way is before.
I like that, Mr. Chairman.
I like that too. And another way that we could do in addition is that before any certificate of occupancy is issued, that the lot, if the lot exceeds that 40% impervious, we don't issue the CO. So then the builder knows we better not do it because they won't issue a certificate of occupancy. There's several ways around this, and that's just two.
I don't think they issue the CO in any event if it exceeds it.
Well,
Mr.
if
Peterson?
we make that a stipulation, though, so that
Absolutely.
everyone here knows we're really concerned about impervious. Impervious goes to exactly what Bob said, runoff. To me, stormwater runoff is the single largest issue that we're facing today. We do not want to do anything that's going to cause harm to the surrounding neighbors.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure they'd all love to have $1 million plus homes for the neighborhood. It would help the property values. That's all well and good. But if we have damage that's caused by these, that's not good.
Yes, sir.
And that's my concern. So before we go any further with you, Dave Braden, you want to come on up and give us come on up. Yeah, you can do it.
Thanks, Cornelius.
Dave's from our Stormwater Management Department, and I know he's been out there a number of times.
I thought traffic was the biggest concern we have in the county based on today's testimony. Dave Braden with Stormwater Management Division.
Okay, let's talk about it a little bit, Dave. You've been to the site, I assume, once, twice?
Yes.
Many times. What you hear Garvis describing and what they intend to do in order to mitigate some of these runoff problems, in your opinion, is that going to work?
Well, first of all, the original plan that was submitted was for public streets, and stormwater would be publicly maintained. With a private street, that changes things. It will be privately maintained by the HOA. So that's different from the plan I commented on with my comments. So, but they have to meet the county's requirements no matter what's decided by this board. So they'll have to meet the stormwater design, and if they're willing to go 10% over, then we'll hold them to that. The biggest problem here is that, as already been discussed, there's a good bit of drainage area that comes from offsite through the adjacent property, through this site, and down into Kings Cove subdivision. There is not an existing easement through those two lots existing, but it is basically a prescriptive easement because that is where the water is going now. My concern was that even though you control the detention, you're going to have an increased volume of runoff coming through those sites. Won't be any higher peak discharge. Matter of fact, it'll be less if they over detain, but it will be for a longer period of time. And when it's flowing through your side yard and your front yard, that's eventually going to become a problem. So our desire was to have, and they've agreed to work with those homeowners to get the easements wherever they decide best to do it, to get it tied into the existing system in the Kings Lake Drive downstream. So that's still our desire. But that doesn't mean they can't do a development here. If it comes to an impasse and they can't work out an agreement with a drainage easement, state law will still allow them to release that water where it is going now. We'll just have to make them redistribute it in a sheet flow condition the way it crosses the property now, which is not our preference, but we're going to try and work with them to get that
Is
done.
adding a below-ground detention system, is that the answer maybe?
That would just allow them to provide more detention on the site than it gives them additional room
So
to
that would
provide
help.
detention.
That'd be a
right.
help.
Yeah. And again, we can't do that if it's going to be the counties to maintain, but if it's going to be privately maintained, then they can do a combination of the two. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Other questions for Dave?
Could I go back to the fence issue as well?
Yeah, you sure can.
It's kind of a catch-22 when you ask for a privacy fence and you want a solid privacy fence. It obviously, when it gets to the ground, it provides more resistance to flow than a chain link fence, and it requires more maintenance by both property owners because it's going every little bit of leaf litter that catches on the bottom is going to be more effective when there's not a chain link fence for it to let it go through. So just need to make sure that that's clear when you ask for a privacy fence. There's going to be some issues to deal with. Now, I think what we'll have to do in plan review is say that fence needs to be held up. Can't go to grade. You bring it up 2 inches. Maybe that's not enough. Maybe every 4th or 5th board, we pull that up 4 inches, so we've got a more relief. Because now, granted, there's going to be a lot less trees here than there is currently. I believe the flooding that happened previously was because of leaf litter on the chain link fence itself that backed up into the basement. So,
this may be a question for Garvis. Where will this swale or this berm that you're describing, where will it be? On what side of the fence?
Downstream side, yeah. Where the flow is going now, basically, through the site, right? No, it'll be on the subject property. It'll be on this property. Yeah, they're going to have to
So the fence and then the swale.
That's correct.
The fence up off the ground, whatever is appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman and Ms. Williams, the swale will essentially run parallel here to emptying the stormwater management area here, and that roughly runs parallel to the fence. And of course, if we have underground detention on the private road built to the city's or the county's specifications, it'll be approximately in this area here.
And you're going to catch their water?
Yes, ma'am. Catch their water and then over detain it by a percentage. Once it gets to the stormwater management area here, or I guess some of it can be detained as well in the underground vault.
Okay. Other questions for Garvis?
I have
Or
one.
Dave?
You've talked a lot about the density of the other surrounding areas, but one of the things that concerns me is, you haven't talked about the average house size on those, because it's okay if you have smaller houses on smaller lots, but in this case, we're trying to put huge houses on smaller lots. And did you do anything to look at the average house size of the other lots around there?
Without looking, as I said, we sent out letters to 280 some odd people without getting into the tax assessor's records on each one and trusting the efficacy of those records is difficult. The answer is no, I did not do that.
Okay.
But I went in the subdivisions and I looked at them, and they are smaller houses.
Yeah. Okay, good enough. Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Didn't I see your hand? No? Okay. Okay, Garvis, thank you very much. As we heard, this is a 2.5 acre site. It's a pretty deep and narrow site, roughly 600 feet down the longest side, roughly 420 plus feet down the short side, perhaps 150 feet across the front. So it's very deep, fairly narrow. We've known about this since back in July, and we've been working on it since July. There have been a lot of issues raised here today. The neighbors said early on they really wanted to know how many homes and what size they were going to be, particularly what their height was going to be. We didn't talk about that. But the maximum that would be allowed, just so you know, is 35 feet. That's from the ground to the eave. That's comparable to the houses that are in the surrounding area. The lot sizes we've talked about, I do think that the lot sizes here are comparable as well to most of the neighborhoods. 8,250 square feet smallest, 15,600 largest, averaging 10.7. I have looked at what lot sizes we have in the surrounding areas, and it's comparable. It really is just about the same. So I don't think that's a problem. Yes, the houses are big, but there are houses this size, very close to this, that are in the $1 million range. And so I really don't know that we're trying to squeeze too much onto these lots. I do understand the setback issue. It's very much like what Christy had on her case. I think we're really okay with that. The location of the entry, we did negotiate that so that the street now tends to curve and meander through the property, which is a much more attractive appearance than we had before. The fencing issue, the applicant did agree to fence all 3 sides except for the front with a solid wooden capped, and that's important to note, privacy fence that will be maintained by this HOA, which is a small HOA, granted, but in perpetuity, they will maintain it. The cap will help ensure that it lasts for quite a long time. It also helps with the appearance of the fencing. They've also agreed to put it in pretty early in the process. Now, I had someone contact me and say, why not put the fence in right away? If we're going to develop it, and folks, it is going to develop at some point, why not go ahead and put the fence in right away? And the reason is pretty simple when you think about it. They have to get in there, demolish the buildings on the property. They have to take out some of the trees. They have to work with their easements for water, sewer, and the like. Put the fence in first, you're going to damage it. You're going to have to take sections of it down. So I think their agreement to put it in 60 days after construction begins is probably appropriate. They also agreed to put evergreen plantings down all three sides, cryptomeria perhaps, or some other evergreen tree. All of that's quite expensive. They agreed to do that. They did reduce the number of houses down to 5, which is also a substantial reduction. Compatibility, I have seen the renderings, the elevations of these houses. One of the reasons we have this setback issue is because everyone wanted to see what's going to be there. So we did ask for those, and we did get them. And the houses that they want to build here are very nice homes. They're probably going to be $1.2 million and up, by and large. That's what most of them will be. So those are big homes. They just have to be. We don't want to go any higher. We can't go any higher. But I do think they'll be compatible in style and in price range. I think they will be an asset, frankly, to the community. We had other sub-issues like construction hours and parking and that sort of thing that we have also dealt with. The lot sizes, I think I'm okay with that. Let's see here. We have a lot of issues that have been negotiated. I do understand the stormwater is the key issue, especially for the Carlos family. I know that it is. I will tell you, in my opinion, I think you'll find everyone up here will agree, our stormwater management department is among the best in Metro Atlanta. And I would say this whether Dave was sitting here or not. We're not going to allow them to do anything on this site that will cause damage over what you have now. It probably will be a huge help over what you have now. That's our goal. That's always our goal. So Dave will be sure when this gets to plan review, assuming that it does, when it gets to plan review, he will make not just recommendations, there will be things that he will insist on that will have to be accomplished before this can go forward. I think we'll be okay on the stormwater. We have the assurance of our engineers that that will be the case. They always do. So I'm trusting that Dave will handle that for us. No pressure, Dave. Dave will talk to me later about this, I'm sure. Any other comments or questions? Go.
I'll make comments. I think getting back to what I was asking Garvis about the average size on house on those others, you know, it's one thing to say, okay, these lots fit with the density of other subdivisions, but when you talk about RA5, we're usually looking at houses 1,500 to 2,500 square feet. Here we're looking at houses 2-3 times that size for a house. So what's ending up happening is you have this small little lot that you're going to try and cram this huge house on, and you're asking for setbacks on the front, on the rear. We know people are going to want swimming pools. They're going to want elaborate outdoor kitchens and all those kind of things. And there's just no room on these lots for them. And for me, we either have too many lots or too big of houses for this. I just can't support this the way it looks.
I don't think anybody with a yard this small is going to be trying to put in a pool.
Well,
they're going to know what they're buying. If they buy these with the small lots, they're going to know what they have in the beginning. And if we stipulate this correctly, the impervious surface, I think, will be fine. I've got some ideas about that.
Yeah, partly impervious and partly just, but no room to add anything.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. I hear you. Any other comments? Judy Baum? Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get a motion on the books and see what we can do. My motion is going to be to approve Z61 for RA5, which I do think is the right category for this zoning, subject to all staff comments and recommendations, including DOT, stormwater management, water and sewer, and fire department, and subject to the stip letter of 9/23/14 and the additional agreed-upon steps found in the letter of October 3rd. Garvis, did I get those dates right? Where's Garvis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The additional letter of October 3rd, which was the agreement between the applicant and the Carlos family, and the corresponding site plan for 5 homes, with the following additions and alterations to the stip letter of September 23rd. Stipulation number 12. I'd like that to read that all construction, worker, and delivery vehicles should be parked on the subject property during construction and build-out phase and never on, and this was in the stip letter, but it wasn't this complete, never on Woodlawn, Powers Road, Kings Lake, or Fountain. They must be contained on the site. Number 12, also in the 923 letter, I want to add to the end of that sentence, which will be accompanied by a corresponding rear setback. Now, I know Garvis has argued that they can't do that. I'd like you to find a way to work on that. If you can do it on 4 of the houses but not on the 5th, I think that's fine. But if you're going to ask for a variance on the front, I think we need a corresponding setback on the rear, even if it means making smaller homes. So I'd like to ask for that. Also, I'd like to add a new stip number 19. All existing buildings on the site must be boarded up within 30 days after BOC approval, must be demolished within 60 days after BOC approval. In the letter of October 3rd, the additional stip letter, item number 7, if it is determined by the county arborist that mature trees located on the contiguous property have sustained damage, or if they die due to construction and development, then removal and replacement is the sole responsibility of the applicant or his successor for a period of not less than 12 months from permitting issuance for the lot closest to the damaged tree. So if lot number 1 has a tree right behind it on the contiguous property that dies, whenever that was permitted, you have 12 months from that date to get that tree out of there, replant it, do whatever has to be done. So I'd like to take care of that. Also, on the impervious coverage, I would like to add this to the 923 letter. Impervious calculations must be made on each lot. No averaging of impervious is to be allowed. So whatever the maximum is, John, is it 40%? Whatever the average, whatever the percentage is, it has to be calculated for each individual lot. Further, impervious should not exceed 40%. I said that, I'm sorry. All property deeds must specify maximum impervious amount allowed for each lot. So when someone buys that property, they know it's going to be in their deed. They cannot exceed that 40%. It just simply won't be allowed. And no certificates of occupancy will be issued by the county for any lot that exceeds the impervious coverage allowable. So you can't build it above that impervious. That's what I'm saying. So that's my hope. I really think, and I think you all know, what's there now is a mess. I've heard people have emailed me. They complained. It looks bad. We need to do something. We know we do, but we're really concerned about a number of issues, which I think we've covered here today, not the least of which is this runoff issue, but I hope that we will be able to handle that. So that would be my motion. Can I get a second? Oh, one other issue. Let me cover one other thing. We talked about densities of nearby developments. I went back and looked. Fountains, Woodlawn, Windmead, The Oaks, Lafayette Square, Woodhaven. I looked at all of them. This is very much in line with everything else that's there. Most of these have a density that's higher. They're at 2.32. Most of these I just mentioned are 3.4, 3.7, 3.1 units per acre. So I think that really and truly the density is not as bad as you might think.
The size of the house.
That's the density as calculated the way we do it at the county. So we have a motion to approve with those stipulation changes. Can I get a second?
I'll second, but only because of the additional recitals that you put in. The deed recital, the corresponding rear setback change, and no CO for a lot that's over the 40%. Were it not for those, I'd vote against, but I'll second with those.
What this means is there's a lot of work still to be done by this applicant. But in my mind, it's very doable. It's very doable. And if I lived here, I'd love to see some $1.2 million homes being built next to me.
Would you repeat the setback changes that you made in your motion?
It's simply that if they have a variance on the front setback by 5 feet, there must be a corresponding rear
Okay.
setback of 5 feet.
Okay.
And moving the building blocks, that means if they have to reduce the size of the house, they have to reduce the size of the house. But I'd like to see that fit if we can. Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. Any further comments? John, before we get there,
Oh,
John?
go ahead, John.
Concerning the motion, Mr. Chairman, would you consider revise the part about putting the impervious on the deeds? That's kind of hard for the county to enforce because we're not at the closing table. Can we have a note on the final plat regarding the impervious surface?
Joe, you want to weigh in on that?
Mr. Peterson and I were talking about that. It's perfectly legal for you to do that, but John is really better to tell you whether it's practical or not because it's his department that'll have to enforce that. I'm not involved in that unless they let me know to do something.
Something in lieu of that that will have the same effect?
I think if we put a note on the final plat, that would have the same effect because your deed always references the final plat on your deed. But the problem with the deed is if we put the condition in and someone doesn't do it, then am I supposed to go out and give a ticket to a person who's never had anything to do with this before?
Okay, I'm fine with doing that then. So we could drop that step, and in place of it, we could say
on the final plat,
deed restriction should be noted for the impervious coverage on the final
The
plat.
impervious limitation should be noted on the final plat.
Okay.
And I may have it put in the covenants as well that are filed for the entire subdivision. That way it's showing up in
Do we
two
have
places
control
and it
over
shouldn't
that?
be missed.
I'm sure we have control over the covenants, do we?
We don't have
Not
control of the
usually.
covenants, and we're actually in a mess right now concerning covenants. I'd rather not have
Okay.
any part of
Let's
covenants.
don't go there.
Okay.
Christy, did you have something?
But, well, I was just thinking it would be helpful for every person who buys a lot or buys a home in the new neighborhood to get an as-built survey with a note saying you're at 35% or you're at 37%, or, telling them what their coverage is the day they buy the house with the patio and the driveways and everything in. And maybe that's where the note about maximum would come in.
They will get a plat.
Well, I
For
don't
sure.
know if they'll get, anyway,
A lot
I don't
plat. They will
know
get a
if they
lot
will
plat.
automatically get a survey or not. The subdivision will be platted, like John was saying. I don't know if every individual will automatically receive a survey with that information on it. But that would be helpful because a lot of the variances are as a result of people who buy and they don't look at that kind of thing. And then they build a big patio and a fireplace and have to come in after the fact, and it's difficult.
Well, isn't that really what John was saying, to be sure it's on the plat?
Well, the plat is different than an individual survey, correct? It is.
The other thing where an as-built survey would be very useful is I've run across it in brand new subdivisions where the builder messed up and built the driveway over on the next lot. And when you're putting things this close together, we could maybe help avoid a future problem down the road where the first buyer doesn't get a survey, but the second one does when you're doing that, and as well as verify the impervious. So I like that idea. I think we could only require it when the applicant does the original sale. We can't require it on all resales. And I think that's the problem with putting it on the deed too, is every time the property sells, a lawyer makes up a new deed, and it would be impossible for them to know the requirement.
So
to
you're
keep
saying
putting
put
that
it on the plat?
And maybe an as-built survey for the first buyer of
If
the
there is
home.
a survey, and there probably would be.
Well, I mean, we may stipulate that the developer has to provide one to the people.
John, can we do that? That's difficult to enforce. I mean, that's as difficult as the deed situation.
We can definitely have an as-built survey once the house is built to verify the impervious. That shouldn't be a problem as a condition.
Right.
Okay, we're going to drop the deed issue then, and we're going to add the percent coverage for the impervious added to the plats. Okay? Final plats. Okay. Madam Clerk, I hope you're clear on that. Bob, do you have another comment? I see you pushing the button.
Yeah, well, I just remind everybody, this is the same thing we've been doing where we have the OSCs and we've got the fences, and we've had problems with the fences, and we're searching for the same way. We want a way to fairly warn the purchaser that he's buying a property that's got really tight scrutiny on this particular issue. And so that's what we're trying to accomplish.
We're absolutely trying to be sure that people who buy these properties know they cannot exceed this 40% impervious coverage. It has to do with runoff. We're not going to do anything that's going to cause a problem from the runoff. That's my goal. How we get there, I think John's idea is probably the best, and I think that's what we'll do. Okay? All right, we have a motion, we have a second.
Let
Any
me
other
make
comments?
one more
Okay,
comment. I think based with the change in the offsetting setbacks, so that we're not giving them a setback in front and in back, but just moving the box, I think that's going to force them to a smaller house. But if they can get this size house on there with that, more power to them. But, you know, I think I could support that versus just expanding out the box on the lot.
I'll put $1 in the mail to you later.
Am I the only one
Thank you,
that thinks we're sort of redesigning their subdivision form so that they can get these houses on there?
They can do whatever they want to. I'm just wanting to be sure we don't exceed this impervious 40% and that we don't create a problem with the runoff that's worse than what it is now. I want to improve on that. How they get there is that's their deal. I think they can do it. Okay, we have a motion, second. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor? As presented. Okay, so that's what we're going to try to do. Folks, you got to come back in 2 weeks and present this all over again to the Board of Commissioners. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. What's next, John?
Yes, sir.
Anybody want to take a break?
SLUP 17.
Okay, John, can I interrupt you, please?
Yes, sir.
Since we all had a big lunch and lots of iced tea, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be right back.
Yes, sir.
Okay, folks, we're back. John, what's next on the agenda, please, sir?
Rezoning case Z48, David Pearson Communities Incorporated. Request rezoning from LR Road to FST for the purpose of detached single-family townhomes in land lots 629 and 630 of the 16th District. The property is located on the south side of First Drive, east of Sandy Plains Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z48? Four? Okay. We have 4 people who are not opposed to it, but who are concerned about it.
We have four people opposed. Kim, is that right?
They're concerned, not opposed.
Okay.
Just for clarification, they're not necessarily opposed, but concerned. That's what we're addressing.
Okay. Just for the record, is there anyone here in favor of Z48? You sort of, kind of are. Okay, I got you. 4 who wish to speak and 4 that had to leave. That's what we record it. Okay, Kevin, go ahead, please.
And hopefully I will cut short with this. This is a held case on a couple of different times for a property located on First Drive. We have worked extensively on behalf of the applicant with Arbor Oaks. It's a community adjacent to us, and that's who are the representatives here from Arbor Oaks that we've worked with. The only remaining issue for any discussion has been the drainage and how exactly that was going to work. Last month it was held. They had hired their own independent engineering firm, SEI, to review and joint peer review with our engineer. They've been running the hydrology studies and essentially doing final permitting type of engineering work to determine what is the best way to mitigate not only drainage and provide for drainage, but mitigate any impact on the existing Arbor Oaks homes. To that end, those engineers have still not completed that work. But we want to continue to have to move forward because it is the only outstanding issue, and we are all in agreement of how it needs to be resolved once they decide the best way. And so with that, the issues that we would need to address with them, that we are in agreement with them on, is that once the hydrology study is determined and it results in the agreed upon engineered solution, it will involve agreement on the size of the pipe, agreement on the width of the necessary easement, agreement on the route of the pipe through the rear of Arbor Oaks, agreement on additional landscaping type, style, size, and material that would go in with that route, and that we will work with them on their landscaping choices for the route across Arbors Oaks. Those are all items we've said we will agree with you on those items. And so what I would respectfully request is a recommendation for approval of the zoning, but with a condition that the drainage solution be agreed upon to the satisfaction of the parties, Arbor Oaks and the applicant. And I think that I stated that correctly with them. So that's where we are. I would ask for that. We think we can either nail this down between now and the Board of Commissioners, and if not, I told them I'd commit to request a continuance before the Board of Commissioners, so they wouldn't have to sit here all day. So that if we haven't had those completely agreed upon. And
I can tell they're having fun. You'd like to come back again, wouldn't you? Okay, Kevin, is that it?
I'm reading off her list, too.
I got you. Okay, we will hear from the opposition, or if you just wish to make a comment, anybody? Quickly. Have you been sworn in?
Thank you.
Okay, give us your name, please.
My name is Dorothy Volpe, and Kevin just read off my whole list of what we're concerned about, because a month ago, one of our big issues is the easement, that they will take literally all of the property behind some of the units to put in this pipe. And David Bridden at the time said possibly we could do it with 10 feet, but since then we've met with him, and he said it would be a 20-foot easement. If it's 20 feet, it will go all the way up to the patios of the homes. It's just huge. So that's one of the things they're addressing with the hydraulic study. And the easements, the size of the pipe are major issues, and then the rest we've talked it over a lot. So I just wanted to reiterate that. Those are our two big issues.
Okay, Dorothy, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to Z48? Okay, not seeing and hearing any, it comes back to this board. Christy, this is yours as well.
Okay. I know that there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of meeting, and I'm confident that this project won't get through plan review without everyone participating, and that's what Kevin has agreed to on behalf of his client. So I believe that it's okay for us to let this move on today. I'll make a motion, but I was trying to remember. We had decided that FST might not be the best category for this after all. They are detached patio homes. So, John,
it was
RA6.
RA6 to the plan.
Okay, that's what I thought would be a better category for this situation. So, I'd like to make a motion that we recommend Z48 be deleted to RA6, subject to the plan submitted, all other staff comments and recommendations, and that the stormwater solution and landscaping be handled along with Arbor Oaks, working with their engineer and our staff on a solution that satisfies everyone. And also that a stipulation letter be submitted prior to the Board of Commissioners meeting.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
No.
Let's vote on it
They're gonna have
first.
to hear it.
All in favor of the motion? Okay, would you consider it for consent?
No, the Board of Commissioners is going to need to hear it just because Commissioner Burrell hasn't had a chance yet, and there's some unfinished.
Okay.
They've got a few, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. John, what's next, please?
Yes, sir.
I have lost all count of where we are.
SLEP 17, Jubilee Christian Church, International Glory and Tabernacle Incorporated. Request a special land use permit for the purpose of a school, worship services, and pre-K program in land lot 717 of the 19th District. The property is located on the north side of Macedonia Road, east of Hopkins Road. The applicant's representative is present. Is there anyone here opposed to SLEP 17? Let the record show there's 2 people opposed. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
Good evening or good afternoon. I have to redo my script. I had good morning down, but that was a long time ago. Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Parks Huff of the law firm of Sams, Larkin, Huff and Valley, and I represent Jubilee in relation to this special land use permit application that's before you. To begin with, let me orient you to the property. It's on Macedonia Road, just west of the intersection with Barrett Parkway. If you will, if it's pulled out a little bit, just to our south is Walmart Shopping Center and Powder Springs Road. So hopefully that orients you to the property. As you can see, it's a horseshoe-shaped piece of property. The center of the horseshoe is a historic Macedonia church, and we surround that property. This property just came before this board in 2007 for a special land use permit by Jubilee to open a school. And that special land use permit was granted, and a school was built on the property and has been operating since that time. Current enrollment's about 48 children up to from young up to about second grade. So it's a younger age group school. They also have asked to add to the use being able to meet for worship services, and it's a great opportunity because it's a great building that they have on the property. It's already behind an existing historic church, and it allows the use of that property to be used for worship services when it's not being used for the school purposes. So we have asked to amend the special land use permit application and talk to John about how to do it, because there's actually a land use permit, temporary land use permit that was also granted, changing the children and number of children. So I've submitted a letter. It's dated October 7th, but it basically incorporates all the previous conditions, and it's got a revised site plan to try to address the two issues that we've had. And I've talked to Mr. and Ms. Gauze, who are here. They own some adjacent, actually I don't think their property directly adjoins us, but they are one lot over, if you will. But as you can see, the main building is real close to the property line. What we have agreed to is a evergreen planting along that section along there for as much width as we can get, 35 feet. And when it gets closer to the building, it will have to narrow down to a 10-foot evergreen planting in that area. Also, if you can zoom in, I don't know if it can zoom in just a little bit, you can see we've had issues when it's used for worship service. The parking gets challenged. We have an agreement with the church that's in front of our property. As you can see, their parking lot backs up to our property, and they've given us use and keys to unlock their gate early on Sunday morning because we get there first, and we use that back row of parking for our parking. We've got an agreement with them to do that. But you can also see there's a large area to the west of our building. The first cleared area is the playground area, and beyond that is a graveled area. And the site plan shows that area being developed. The site plan actually says graveled. I've asked that to be revised and haven't got the revision yet to show that will actually be a paved parking area. So that will give us additional parking. Our parking ratios, we come through plan review for that, will obviously have to reflect the use of the building, and so we will meet the parking ratios. We're not asking for any variances as to that, and we will be able to put that parking in an area that is on the opposite side from the closest neighbors. The original special land use permit came in with 4.6 acres. My client has continually tried to buy other properties around there. They just acquired a 1.1 acre tract of land that has a small house on it. Initial thought was we might try to use that house for some purposes. It's out front, but it really doesn't lend anything because of its condition, and to be able to make it into anything other than residential use, you'd have to sprinkle and all that kind of stuff. So it's really just only going to be used for a house, but it does get us over the 5 acres. So, we, as a church, as a religious, we're over, 5.7 acres now. So, in the school is younger age school children with that only up to second grade. And we have asked that, current enrollment's about 48, we've asked that to be raised to 75. And there's plenty of, obviously we have to meet state regulations in terms of playground area and square footage per child in the area. There has been some concern about making sure that we have a clear path coming off of Macedonia Road so we don't back up on Macedonia Road. We will, by adding that additional parking, we will be able to ensure that that doesn't happen. As you can see, we also have a very deep driveway. So your staff has looked at it and has recommended approval of the application. I think based upon the historic use of the property, based upon the fact that it surrounds an existing church. And as I said, we have met and talked to Mr. and Mrs. Gauze and to try to accommodate any requests that they have. I know they had questions about parking. We've tried to address that and such. So I'm not sure exactly if there's anything else that we can agree to, but we certainly be glad to sit down and see what other conditions that we could do to address their concerns relating to this application. So at this time, I am here to answer any question you have. Pastor Gita is also here with Jubilee, and he can help answer any questions that you can have about the operation of the property. But we simply ask that you follow your staff recommendation for approval and recommend this for approval to the Board of Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huff. We'll hear from the opposition now. You folks want to tell us anything? Come on up.
Do you all have my packets that I handed out? Thank you. Are you able to? I'll probably take all my 10 minutes.
Okay, give us your name.
It's Marion Gauze. My husband and I have lived in Powder Springs since 1984 at 2896 Macedonia Road on 54 acres. On November 27, 2007, Mr. Huff's law office filed a letter of agreeable conditions with the Cobb County Clerk's Office on behalf of Jubilee Christian Church. The original SLUP 15 application included a list of stipulations and conditions his client was willing to become a part of the original SLUP. The first condition clearly states the subject property will only be used for a private school and will not be used for a church or as a daycare center. Since the school's completion, JCCI has openly held church services on Sundays and weekdays on a regular basis in the school building. The structure at 3000 Macedonia Road is operated as a private school and daycare. A sign on the road identifies only the school. There is no sign on the property or building that identifies the structure as a church. Their website displays their church activities and shows their church address at 3000 Macedonia Road. Not only has Jubilee been disingenuous with Mr. Huff, Cobb County, and the Powder Springs community, but the use of the school as a church appears to be a code violation. Zoning Code Section 134-271, Special Exceptions, requires 3 usable acres for a school in addition to 5-acre requirement for a church in an R20 residential area. This zoning would require 8 usable acres for both a school and a church. Jubilee currently has 5.217 usable acres. The code also states a church may have an accessory daycare or school, but the code does not state a private school can have an accessory daycare or a church. As a neighboring property owner, we received a letter dated July the 18th detailing Jubilee's SLUP 17th application request. I called and spoke to the applicant's attorney, Mr. Huff, on August the 4th in regard to our objection to his client's request. One specific objection was the applicant's desire to allow worship services in the house located at 3066 Macedonia Road. I asked if he was aware that Jubilee had been having church services every Sunday and weekdays in the school building for years. His answer to my question was no. My response was, why would they propose worship in a 1,000-square-foot house when they've been using the school all these years? 10 days later, July 28th, Mr. Huff's law office delivered a new letter of application for their SLUP 17 to Jason Campbell. I did not receive a copy of this letter from Mr. Huff. Pastor Bailey of Macedonia Baptist Church, Jubilee's neighboring church, has never received any correspondence from Jubilee or their legal counsel. The July 28th letter states their new request is to continue to use the 1,000-square-foot house on Macedonia Road as a residence, and the main building at 3,000 Macedonia Road with 6,600 square feet for worship. Today, my husband and I are here to object to Jubilee's SLUP 17 based on the following items. Number one, the school building has been used as a church since its completion. Jubilee's use of the building for worship appears to be a code violation due to insufficient acreage in an R20 residential area. Number two, insufficient parking. On Sundays, Jubilee parks excess vehicles in the Macedonia Baptist Church parking lot, on the grass, and in a graveled area next to the playground. In the past, Jubilee has parked excess vehicles on one or both fire lanes. A code enforcement officer visited 3,000 Macedonia Road on Sunday, August 10th. A report from Mr. Lanham's office should be available for the board to review. Number three, the school and the church have both affected the quiet enjoyment of our surroundings. School playground hours begin at 10:30 a.m. with continual screaming throughout the day. Summer noise was even worse. During the entire first week of September, the screaming of the kids on the playground was every evening until 8 p.m. New residents recently moved into the house at 2884 Macedonia Road this summer. They're also aware of the playground noise. They mentioned to us that one night this past summer, the noise from the school building was so loud at 11 p.m. they had to close their windows. Number four, Jubilee's after-school program hours are 7 until 7 p.m. John Peterson's planning comments said the private school would follow the Cobb County Board of Education schedule, which is 2:30 to 6. Number five, the school's website as of August 26th states the school plans to extend their program through the 12th grade over the next few years. The school campus also has future plans for additional classrooms, gymnasium, computer lab, and a library. We feel all this future expansion could possibly adversely affect the enjoyment of our property, lower our property appeal and value, and restrict future rezoning possibilities. Number six, approximately the latter part of 2013 and early 2014, Jubilee did unpermitted new construction onto the back of the school. The construction was not visible from the road. The construction was not approved by Cobb County. The county assessor's office currently lists 4 permits Jubilee has been issued. This particular construction was apparently not permitted. The county became aware of the unauthorized building, and a stop work order was issued and posted on the school's front door. A survey plat of the property made Jubilee aware of the fact the new multi-level concrete slab was 14.32 feet east of Jubilee's current property line. A corner of a new sidewalk was 15.87 feet east of Jubilee's property line, and a corner of the sidewalk was 1.59 feet east of their property line. Hence, Jubilee had built on someone else's property without permission or the neighbor's knowledge. I do have GIS mapping photos that are dated 2012 and 2014 you can use for comparison. I spoke to Jason Campbell on August 28th about the unpermitted construction and related issues according to this. Number 7, the survey plat Mr. Huff submitted to Cobb County Zoning June the 5th, 2014 does not show the existing metal fence on the east side of the school, the concrete retaining wall, steps, or sidewalk. In comparing GIS mapping photos, these structures appear to be part of the unpermitted construction. Number 8, Pastor Larry Bailey, the pastor at Macedonia Baptist Church, confirmed that the sign at the driveway entrance identifying Jubilee Christian Prep Academy was built without his permission on the Macedonia Baptist Church property, not on Jubilee's own property. In closing, we do have several questions for the board. In May 2009, Jubilee's SLUP 7 requested the county to allow the school to include infants through 3-year-olds. Why would a private school need to include infants through 3-year-olds? The SLUP 7 appears to have been deleted to a land use permit. Code section 134 through 137 states the BOC may issue temporary land use permits that are uniquely located. Item D number 2 refers to a church with an accessory daycare. Jubilee Preparatory Academy is a private school, not a church with a daycare. Why was the 2010 land use permit approved for 24 months when the zoning code leads us to believe that private schools are under guidelines of special land use permits and not land use permits? Their request today is for a special land use permit. We also question the staff's opinion that the applicant's proposal would not adversely affect the adjacent property based on buffering due to the floodplain and building location. Which adjacent property is referenced in this statement? Last, Code Ordinance Section 134 through 137, Item G states, a holder of a special land use permit may be subject to suspension or revocation via a show cause hearing conducted by the BOC if the owner is found in violation of any of the Board of Commissioners stipulations for the land use permit. Jubilee's use of the school for worship services has been a clear violation of a stipulation agreed to as part of their original SLUP. Jubilee has not respected their agreement with Cobb County and their community. In your review process for Jubilee SLUP, we respectfully ask the Planning Board to consider all the facts and our concerns.
You did pretty good. You went 20 seconds over. It's not bad.
That
Thank
was
you.
a lot of wordage, sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Well, I don't think we have time for anyone else. That does end this portion of the hearing. This is in District 4. Mr. Galt, this is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. I don't know if I need parks up or not. I don't think so, actually. We've had so many discussions. We've continued this case and discussed it over a long period of time. I've spoken to Mrs. Goss a number of times about all the issues and that. So I feel pretty confident that I can probably address a lot of these. It does appear that the school has been used as a church virtually since it was built in violation of their stipulations. So not happy with that, but that's the situation. The parking is inadequate, what's there, and you can see that there's gravel area that they've been using for parking. And there's also, they've been parking in the fire lane, things like that, because they've had inadequate parking. Their most recent site plan, which you just received today, shows additional parking. On the site plan, it says it's going to be gravel, but I've talked to Parks, and that's going to be paved. That will not quite double the number of spaces, but close. So it'll take them up to 40 spaces. I estimated that their room where they would hold the worship services would seat about 160 based on the seating they had set up when I was there. So 40 spaces, that's our 4-to-1 ratio. So I think that would give us the appropriate parking on the site, that we shouldn't have problems in the fire lane. Parks is also in his stipulation letter said that they will enforce the fire zone and have staff out there. And the pastors also told me that since code enforcement was called about them parking in the fire lane, they've had staff out there keeping people from parking in the fire lane because that's important. As Ms. Goss said, this is for a school and a church. The requirement's 8 acres, and they have 5.7 acres now, and that is less than the usual. And the reason for that is so that there's some, room around the building and around the property so that they're not right on top of another house. Oftentimes we see these. We had one not too long ago where they were trying to come in on 2 acres. And half of the 2 acres was in floodland for a church. and it would be right next to houses with no separation. That's a case where there was no elbow room. In this case, the property around it's pretty much undeveloped. If you think of developed being subdivisions, things like that, at the zoning, at the R20 zoning, you only have a couple houses really that are close to this. A few, not many. So I think there is some breathing room, even though they don't have the full acreage, the buffer around it. So one of the things I'm going to propose is that because they don't have quite enough land, but the land around it's undeveloped, that we put a time limit on this SLUP so that if the land does get developed, they aren't adversely affecting the property that is developed. And that will also I know the church has plans and would like to purchase more property, and it gives them time to do that over the next, I would imagine nothing's going to get developed out there for the next 3 years anyway, so I'm going to propose a 3-year limit. And I think that kind of addresses, I'd see a real issue if there was a house right up against the property line. In this case, the nearest house is 200 and some feet away. The Goss's house is about 600 feet away. So, it's a pretty considerable distance through, a good heavily wooded area. As far as school expansion, if they want to expand, they'll have to come back here and get permission to expand on their SLUP. This particularly says up to second grade only. So it's from infant to second grade. And the reason why it was explained to me that they need the younger kids is because the families don't want to have to take their kids who are going to school to one location and go drop off the kids at another location. And in this area, that could be a drive to go to that second location. So it makes sense. It kind of keeps the families together. So I think that makes sense. The construction absolutely was unpermitted. They had a stop work order issued, as I understand it, and have had to tear out that construction that was being put in. And they're awfully close to that property line. And in fact, on that property line, what I've discussed, and it will be on the revised plan. Right now, the plan that's in front of us only has a 10-foot buffer, but it's going to go up to a 35-foot buffer that would normally be required by code. To be planted because they basically destroyed any natural buffer that was there with their construction activity. So we want to get a buffer in place to help the neighbors and also help if there's any development that might occur back there. In a few places, they won't be able to get 35 feet because the building's only 17 feet away from the property line. So they obviously can't put a 35-foot buffer there, but where they can, they're going to put 35 foot. And they're working on a revised site plan right now. The engineer just didn't get it done. So I'm going to just stipulate to the changes to the existing plan, and they should have the revised one done in time for the BOC. I really didn't know about any issue with their sign being on the Baptist church, but I did speak to the pastor at the Baptist church, and he referred to them as good neighbors. They are parking on their church lot, but it's with their permission, so I don't see any problem with that. And I do definitely want to make sure the applicant knows that the Board of Commissioners does have the right to do what's called a show cause hearing if you're violating any of these stipulations. And that's obviously been an issue, and we don't want to see that continue. And I'm sure we'll get reports if you're violating the stipulations, and that would be to the Board of Commissioners to decide if they want to do a show cause hearing. But we don't look lightly upon violations. I think I've gone through and addressed the concerns there. Does anybody else have any comments before?
Do you intend to ask code enforcement to keep an eye on this?
I think the things that were being seen under code enforcement were maybe parking in the fire lanes on Sundays and things that that occur infrequently that if they just spot one out, they probably wouldn't catch. So I think, having reports from the community are going to be what would trigger code enforcement probably more than anything. And I think we're not going to have the parking issue once they pave the lot, because that's going to provide them, I believe, ample parking. And that one other issue I did forget to mention, though, is I want to make sure that all kids are playing in the playground. When I was there were kids playing in the parking lot. And I'm sure that's a violation of state law, but certainly it's a safety issue for the kids. So we want to make sure that, and I have that as a stipulation as well. But I don't think there's any current code violations for like code enforcement to go back out and check on right now. They're going to have to get an occupancy permit for the church use from the fire marshal. And I'm actually going to specify no more than 160 occupancy, or if the fire marshal can determine it's less, if they feel the size of the building's less. But no more than that because of the amount of parking.
Well, my only comment would be that this applicant has really not been very dependable.
True.
I mean, that's an understatement. Work done without permits. The use permits that have been granted were not adhered to. Building on other people's property, signage on other people's property. Is it a church? Is it a daycare? Is it a school? Is it all three? I have a real problem with the dependability of this applicant. I'm not sure whether I can support this or not. But other comments? Sure.
Question for John. Has the addition now been permitted? Do they have a CO for this addition to the back of the building?
The addition that was being built across the property line has been removed, so I don't believe there's a CO on it, Commissioner Hobie.
Okay, and was that the only addition that was on the back of the Ms. Goss was talking to?
Yes.
It's this patio deal.
Right, and they had to tear it off.
Okay. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions for clarification. I'm a little concerned for the reasons that Mike Terry stated, that either the applicant didn't understand the first time or just doesn't respect the rules that have to be followed, and especially with regard to noise. And this comment about kids on the playground until 8 o'clock in the evening, I think is, and Parks, maybe you can respond to this. I think that's too long, and I want to make sure that the hours that we're talking about are clearly understood. And also, if it's pre-K, but yet infants are allowed, then that's daycare, really.
Yeah.
So can we have church, daycare, and preschool all on this site? And then finally, who's going to be living in the house?
Yeah, well, I forgot to address that.
If I can address those through the continuum. Mm-hmm. Number one, they came forward and about a year ago asked me to file to amend the SLUP to add this. Adding this use was not a result of a code enforcement complaint, and I think that's important to understand. They came forward, it was not a code enforcement complaint that forced them to do it. They asked about a year ago, and it took a while to get the survey done and get the survey back. When the survey showed that there was a patio or some paving that had gone encroached, that was immediately removed. That encroachment was removed. This is the first time I've heard about that student noise after hours. We would certainly agree to a time limitation on children playing in the playground as related to the school use. So that's certainly something. It's the first time that I've heard that was an issue. So in the house would be someone related to the use, kind of like I'm trying to remember the term of it, but a parsonage. Thank you. That type of use for the house, someone that's in need, or someone that's related to the church that would live in the house. It would not be open market, leased out to anyone So it is, and it was acquired to increase the acreage for the Jubilee.
So what are the hours, again, during the week? And, okay.
School specified.
7 to 7, 7 to 8.
Oh, 7 to 6. The school hours are specified in the STIP letter as 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So,
And that is correct. I wanted to make sure that
Okay.
the letter was correct.
So by 6 o'clock, all children will have been picked up, or that is the
Yeah.
pickup time, I guess. Okay.
The only reason why I'm slow on that is sometimes parents are late, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's really my only concern is that it's functioning as a pre-K, but also a daycare at the same time.
And actually, I see that as a real. I mean, that's the reason why I focus on that. Really, we're focusing on the younger children. So if this were just a church, then having a preschool program and 90% of the children in the school also go to the church. So I mean, it fits that change to the code that allows a church to have their own daycare program in there. So if you're really looking at the school part of it, which is really first and second grade, you're talking, way less than 50 students that are part of the school part of it. Really, it is a church with a daycare program with a couple of grades added onto it, and that portion of it's very small. So I mean, if you look at it from that direction, it's not much of a request at all.
Okay. That answers my question.
okay, and with comment to the house, I was going to put a stipulation that it would be church staff only use. So it wouldn't be rented out at all.
Staff.
Yeah.
I recall them saying last time we talked about this that they intended to use that for people in need, homeless folks down on their luck.
Yeah.
So
and I don't
forth.
think that really fits the, because they're adding this land to get enough to add
understand.
the church service. I think we really have to restrict the house to being church related as far as, parsonage, something like that, not just renting to anybody or anybody living in it, because then you have a general residence too close to the church, because this is the closest house to the church.
Okay, why don't you go ahead with your motion?
Okay. Okay. With regard to SLUP 17, I recommend approval to subject to all of the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Site plan received October 7th, 2014, with the following changes. Parking that is indicated as gravel to be paved. Grass strip, curb, and sidewalk similar to existing parking lot to be placed along the playground fence line in the new parking lot. Landscape buffer to be 35 feet except for where the building prevents the full 35 feet. All stipulations in the letter dated October 7th, 2014 from Parks Huff, not otherwise in conflict with the following changes. In paragraph 3, delete parking is based upon seating capacity, so if additional parking is required, that's just deleting that and saying you're going to pave it and you're going to put in this parking, not conditional. In paragraph 7, delete the second and third sentences and replace with the district commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that. And they have a list of them, and I'm going to add one more to the list, which is increase the overall square footage of the building on the site. And third is delete paragraph 18, where it referred to just pulling in stipulations from other SLUPs. We want to clean this up and have all the stipulations covered in this one. 5, the house on the property be used by church staff and cannot be rented. The capacity for church purposes shall be limited to a maximum of 160 people. The fire marshal may further restrict the capacity based on the review of the site. In recognition that the site is smaller than the 8 acres required by code, but that neighboring properties are not fully developed, this permit will be limited to 36 months, date certain. If future development may impact the renewal of this permit. All children are to play in fenced playgrounds. Children shall not be allowed to play in the parking lot. A landscape buffer plan to be submitted to the county arborist within 30 days of BOC approval of this permit. The plan to be approved by the county arborist and district commissioner. The landscape buffer shall be installed within 90 days of BOC approval of this permit. If the landscape buffer is not installed within 90 days of BOC approval of this permit will automatically be suspended until the buffer is fully installed. The additional parking lot to be completed within 90 days of BOC approval of this permit. If the parking lot is not completed within 90 days of BOC approval of this permit will automatically be suspended until the parking lot is completed. And limit the hours of operation of the church from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. And that's my motion.
Mr. Porter, I have one question on
Sure.
the suspension provisions. Do you want those suspension provisions to count against the 3-year ultimate limitation? Or not? We just
That's
need
why I
to-
had put the 3-year would be date certain, so
Okay.
that if you're suspended, it doesn't add on to the end of the thing. The permit will still end at the same time.
Okay, we have a motion.
Comments?
Do we have a second? You threw the motion, I assume.
Yeah.
Yes. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. Comments, discussion. Judy?
We've approved a lot of slopes for this purpose, but I think that one of the issues that we have is that they haven't been really good neighbors to the adjoining property owners. But I think you put a lot of stipulations that would bring them in compliance. I'm really uncomfortable putting time on the church service. I don't want to do that, but I see the playground as being one of the problems, and I see putting a time on that. But did I hear you correctly? You put a time on their church service?
I put a time because there's been some complaints of their services going really late at night
Well, they
during
might have a
during
lot of-
the evening
A lot of
hours.
conviction going on, and well, I
Yeah.
don't want to.
But being very loud in that,
want
to
to
where you're
stop the
hearing it at the other properties, even though, because the type of service they run can be very loud. So that's really the reason for putting a time limit on the services, because there's been, some noise issues. And, possibly these kids playing were there for church service, not for the daycare, pre-care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see the time
that.
on because of the noise factor. So I guess my question is, and you put 36 months.
Right.
A time limit on it. Could we go with 24 months since we've had some issues?
Sure.
And see if everything is followed in that 24 instead of 3 year? Could we do
Yeah.
that?
I have no problem doing that.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So we'll amend that to 24 months, and since you're the
Okay,
second.
any other comments? I want to make one more comment. I stressed that I don't know that this applicant is all that dependable. If this is approved here and by the BOC, you need to be really careful. You haven't done in the past what a good neighbor should do. I'm really concerned that you may not going forward. We may be sending code enforcement out to take a look at this sometime soon. So you be sure and do exactly what you're being asked to do, and you should be okay. But I have great concerns based on your past history. It's not very strong. And you've raised the ire of some of your neighbors, and I think justifiably so. Okay, any other comments?
And I guess I'd just remind the applicant that the Board of Commissioners, if you're violating any of these stipulations, can have a show cause hearing and revoke your permit. So just because we say it's for 2 years doesn't mean you're going to have it for 2 years if you violate the stipulations. So I just want to make sure you know that.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? Not hearing any, let's call for the vote. All in favor? Okay, all opposed? We have one opposed. Okay. Thank you very much. John, what's next? Let's move on here.
Rezoning case Z64, Rio Thai Pham requests a rezoning from GC to O&I for the purpose of a clinic and professional offices in land lot 993 of the 19th district. The property is located on the north side of Anderson Mill Road, west of Osto Road. Is the applicant present? The director
Yes,
show the
Mr.
applicant-
Peterson.
the director show the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z64? Let director show there's no one opposed.
All right, sir. Go ahead. Give us your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Kyle Williams. I'm a dirt attorney from Decatur. I represent the applicant, Rio Thai Pham. She purchased these two properties in 2011 and began the slow march towards bringing these two properties into compliance and cleaning them up. When she purchased these two parcels, which you can see, they were both zoned and still are zoned GC, General Commercial. 1840 Anderson Mill was vacant, was empty, was an abandoned one-story commercial structure. 1850 Anderson Mill was still in operation, a one-story commercial property that had one commercial tenant that operated his office out of that and is still here. 1840 is while we're here. It had been discontinued use, and so the grandfathered use of GC was no longer applicable to this property. And so what we have done is try to work with county staff and work with the applicant to bring these two properties into compliance. We bundled them both together because might as well clean it all up at the same time. We originally applied for OI. County staff, in looking at this, has recommended a deletion of that and recommended that a more appropriate use is low-rise office. We're fine with that, and we're fine with the conditions and the recommendations of county staff, and look forward to continuing this journey, hopefully quickly and hopefully efficiently. And I'm happy to answer any questions, but hopefully I won't take up too much of y'all's time.
Okay. Thank you, Kyle, very much. Just for the record, anyone here opposed to Z64? Okay, not seeing any. It's back to this board. Galt, this is yours as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think as far as questions, do you have any opposition to, the property generally needs cleaned up. And,
yes, to say the least.
And, one of the things that strikes out to me as being really unattractive is the chain link fence across the front. Do you have any objections to taking that down or?
No.
Okay.
I mean, we put that up to secure the property since it was an abandoned use anyway.
Okay.
And so clearly our intention is to clean that up and make this more an attractive property as well as a performing property on the county rolls.
Okay, and your intention is to fix the eaves and gutters and steps that are broken and all of that kind of stuff to bring it up to a nice looking property?
My client does not want me to personally do that,
right.
But yes, yes, that is our intention.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Because we can't move forward. I mean, just from a business
Right.
standpoint, we haven't marketed these properties for new tenants until we got this cleaned up. We're not going to be able to get a good, high-performing tenant in there unless we do comply with
Right.
that. So we've got no objection to that, Commissioner.
Okay, and you'll be repaving the lot and things like that. Okay. I think that's the only questions I have. Anybody else have any?
Any other questions from members? Nope. Go ahead, Galt.
Okay. You can have a seat if you like.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is generally the staff's recommendation. LRO is a good recommendation for this property. I think it's a good use for it. Just the property needs cleaned up, and it seems like the applicant's willing to do that. I put a couple, stipulations regarding that here. That I'll go ahead and make a motion if nobody else has comments.
Please.
Make the following motion regarding application Z64 to recommend deleting to LRO subject to all of the following. All staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict. Parking lot to be repaved and striped. Parking plan to be submitted and approved by the zoning manager. To be submitted to the zoning manager and approved by the manager. Fence along Anderson Mill Road to be removed. No fencing to be in front of the front building line. Remove or repair fencing along the other property lines. Remove the old pole for the old pole sign. Repair defective steps, gutters, fascia, eaves, and other exterior items, and repaint the buildings to the existing colors or colors approved by the district commissioner. Landscape plan to be submitted for approval by the county arborist with final approval by the district commissioner. Landscape plan to include county required landscape enhancement strip, buffers, and landscaping around the buildings. District commissioner may approve minor modifications except for those that increase the overall square footage, cause a reduction in the size of an approved buffer adjacent to a property that is zoned the same or in a more restrictive zoning, cause relocation of a structure closer to the property line of an adjacent property that is zoned the same or in a more restrictive in its designation, increase the height of the building, or change the access location. And that's my motion.
Would you consider this for consent for the BOC?
Yes.
Okay, so we may do that as well. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second from Bob. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? Okay, and we will add that to the consent agenda for the BOC, John. Okay, John, what's next, please?
Rezoning case Z66, Sherry Finch, request rezoning from GC to RD for the purpose of a residential duplex in land lot 225 of the 17th District. The property is located on the east side of Knox Drive, south of Austell Road. Is the applicant present? That director, so the applicant is here. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z66? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
I guess I can say good afternoon. It's not evening yet. We're heading there, though. Okay, give us your name and tell us what you'd like us to know. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sherry Finch, and my husband and I have a rental property that we have encountered a problem with, and it just totally slays me that I'm here having to talk to you about this, because I really thought that the staff had no problem with changing the zoning on this property. And only last night was I able to find just the staff apparently did not agree that we should have this property rezoned. And the reasons they did make that recommendation, I believe, is because of an error in communication. And I would like to straighten that out. There is definitely a flaw in what the staff said. Just to let you know, I think the problem here is one of history. This house is 67, 68 years old, and it's located right where Austell Road and South Cobb Drive come together. It's Knox Drive, which is just the one street over from Austell Road. We bought that house back in 97, and I had met the owner in the year before. And so when something came up and he and his family had to move, my husband and I bought the house from him. So the mistake in communication is the staff put down here that I told them that he, the guy I bought the house from, had done all the remodeling and turned it into a duplex in 96. Well, that's not correct. He didn't do it. It was done by previous owners to him. He had done some wallpapering and interior decorating, and it was a cute little house. But the actual work, like I say, it's a matter of history. This house was built almost 70 years ago, and at the time it was a single-family neighborhood. over the years, work was done. In fact, the way the house is built, and I'll show you pictures in a minute, the way the house is built, it obviously, that basement was built way back when the house was built. So who converted it and who did what work when, I don't know. I think it predated Cobb County codes and permits and stuff. I don't know what was going on in Cobb County 65 years ago when the house was being built, but over the ensuing years, it got developed into a separate apartment. The other thing is that I understood from the man that I bought the house from that the GC zoning that it's got was due to the fact that his neighbor came to him and said, I want to have an auto repair business at home. Is it okay? And would you sign your consent? So I thought that's where the GC zoning came from. But in the staff recommendations, they pointed out that that zoning happened in 1972. At that time, the land use, the plan showed that that whole intersection at the end of Knox Drive, you got these? Looking at that on the left, which would actually be south, where Knox Drive goes into Cochran Road, that whole corner, and that next page will show it also, it's in the darker color there, that whole intersection was considered to be a neighborhood retail potential for the future. They were going to, so that's why it got zoned that way. And apparently my misunderstanding about the zoning was it was already zoned commercial, and the fella I bought the house from just agreed that it was okay to have a car repair business next door and didn't fight that move. So that's why right now, when I got a notice from code enforcement, I didn't worry about it because I said, oh no, we're not zoned single family, we're zoned GC, we're okay. And then I learned that I was not okay, that I had to change the zoning. So I went in, and of course, the staff, well, maybe I better stick to my strip. I guess one thing that you can see on that first page, and if you want to go ahead to the next slide, then everybody can see what we're talking about. Our property is that dark one with the red around it, and the neighbors on the right, let's see. You see their property goes down, but where the apartments are at the bottom and the apartments on the left, that diagonal line that comes across there to the yellow part, on the zoning, the back part of his property is actually GC because they continued the line straight across. So, I mean, it's, no, RM, I'm sorry. That's that for apartments, that zoning of RM, whatever that is. So our property on the left side, that little square is an auto repair business in the guy's backyard. It's a shade tree mechanic. On the right, there's that zone for apartments at the back of his property. And we've got apartments behind us over to the right. And across the street from us, those single-family residences there, if you look at the top, that big square of white that you see up here is actually apartments, the entrance to which is on Austell Road. And all of that property, you can see Austell Road coming across the side there. And off of the page at the bottom, that's South Cobb Drive. So when you look at this, it's all commercial, it's apartments. And so the staff recommendation, it says the fact that our house is not owner-occupied, it would be an inappropriate increase in density that would have a detrimental effect upon neighboring properties. And I can't see how that would happen. We've owned the house for almost 20 years as a duplex. The lady next door, the car repair lady. She told me it's been a duplex for maybe 40 years. It's been that way a long time. I've only owned it 17, but she was there long before that. Our request for this zoning does not change anything. We're not changing a footprint. We're not increasing density. In fact, it's kind of funny in the staff recommendations, if we were requesting 5 units there, they would have no problem with it. We just want to have the existing 2 units, and they have a problem with density. That makes no sense to me. Let's see, what else? I think this whole area, they said it's located within an area delineated as HDR, high-density residential. And obviously it is. Now that's the front of the house. On the left there, it's aluminum siding, and on the right is the back of the house. As you drove down the driveway to the back, we poured a big parking lot. And so there's ample parking for guests who come to visit upstairs, and there's ample parking below. So you can see the front of the house and the back of the house, total separate entrance. If we are required to go back to single family on this house, do you see how difficult it's going to be? Because we'd be required to connect those, and they're not connected right now. And that's an expense that's really unreasonable. We just can't do that. The bottom is cement block, which is old construction. That picture there, if you don't mind going back to that one, this shows our neighbors on the left and the neighbors on the right. The neighbors on the right side there is the auto repair business, and they've got, thanks to code enforcement, nice privacy fence. But there's always at least 2, sometimes 3 cars there. On the left, there are always 2 or 3 cars in their front yard. And they
Sherry, you're going to need to wrap it up if you could. You're out of time,
okay.
Please.
They have a swimming pool right there, and they have had bathtubs, tires, all sorts of things like that on our property line back there. And if I had to turn that into a single-family residence, there's no way we could go to the expense of it. And once we had it that way, who wants to live next to those guys, you know? There's the sound of cars revving and working on this side, and, you know, it's just, to me, it makes no sense to make that house go back to single family when we are totally surrounded by apartments. Anyway, I would appreciate very much if you would grant us this duplex zoning.
Okay, Ms. Finch, thank you very much. Anyone here wishing to speak in opposition to Z66? Okay, not seeing or hearing any. Galt, you're the lucky man again.
Okay, thanks. You did a good job.
We don't bite.
I have a question for you. I forgot to ask you the other day. How many people live in the upstairs and how many downstairs?
The upstairs has 4 men. There's 2 brothers and then 2 fellows, and they all work together. And the downstairs has got a single man who's, they're all gainfully employed, and they're the best tenants I've ever had. And they're really worried about losing the place to live, because the only alternative here is for them to go to those apartments. And I might mention all those apartments around there are really aging. They're very old. And we get a lot of transients, people walking up and down the street from the apartments. Our place provides an affordable alternative to them. And they've had college students from Life College. That's the fellow that we bought the house from. He rented specifically to them.
Okay. I think that's the only question I have. Anybody else have any?
Comments, questions? Oh.
Yep.
Okay. Christy.
The only comment I have is that I think it does make sense that this was probably either built as a duplex originally or converted very early in its age, maybe before 1972, just based on
I
the
think
way
it might have been the way it's
constructed.
constructed out of that cement block. It
And,
looks like old-time construction.
That's what, when you showed the pictures, that's what I was thinking. And I also observed that because the second unit is a basement level, it still has the appearance of a single-family home to some degree. It's not like a duplex on a slab with two front doors. It doesn't look necessarily like a two-unit building.
Yeah, it's got
And I
thermal
think
pane
that
windows down there. It's a daylight
makes a
basement
difference.
apartment. And it's
There's a
small,
lot.
but it's really, we've updated all 3 bathrooms. We've changed out everything. We've replaced a roof. We've just about went in the poorhouse. A lot of that stuff happened about the time the market crashed.
And Sherry, we need to stop your rebuttal right there. Okay.
I have a question for John. Why are we recommending denial if it's in a high-density residential area?
The
It's got
staff's not
apartments.
recommending denial.
Why?
We recommended deletion of R20.
I mean,
There's
why
single-family-
R20 though? I
Well,
mean,
there's
that's just
single-family houses next
where
door.
is a single-family house?
To the north, to the south, to the, across the street.
Well, there was a whole bunch of people there when I went and looked at it.
If you look at the aerial photograph that's on the screen now, there's basically all single-family houses on this road. it looks
But you
like.
got apartments behind it. You got general commercial down below it and
I
across.
think those are all houses down there.
I mean, it just seems like a place where you might put an RD since it's in multifamily. That's just my personal opinion that and it's a cute little dwelling.
I probably wouldn't add it now, but I feel like it's probably been there
I know.
a long time.
Why can't we
Like,
give her
I
a
feel
land
like
use
it's
permit?
been there since, I
For the
mean, it's zoned
duplex.
GC now. So it's almost like a grandfather situation in the way I'm looking at it now.
Me too.
And we didn't take it as grandfathered because apparently code enforcement sat down with the applicant, and I guess the applicant stated it was converted in 1996.
No, that was the misunderstanding, because I would have no way of knowing when it was
No, ma'am.
converted. I didn't see the house.
At this point, if we ask you a specific question, that's fine, but if we're just talking, we need to talk
Sorry.
and finish our conversation. Okay, John, go
The
ahead.
1996 date came from the code enforcement records as far as the conversion date.
So is this a result of a complaint?
Yes, it is.
Do we know who the complaint came from?
No.
And do we know what the nature of the complaint was?
I don't know the nature of the complaint. Probably in here.
Kim, why don't you, Kim, come on up.
Can you come up here and,
Kim's with code enforcement. She can
Ms. Finch, if you
shed
could
some
have a
light on it.
seat. Ms. Finch, could you have a seat, please? Thank you.
Kim Wakefield with zoning.
Tell us about it.
The complaint came in anonymously for too many unrelated people living in the residence and the basement.
Okay.
To me, unrelated.
Which is true, which is
Which is
true.
probably-
She's admitted that. 2 related, 2 unrelated, and 1 in the basement.
Yeah.
If it's a duplex,
That's a whole
is there
different area.
But the
a
duplex
code
would make it
regarding
different,
that?
wouldn't it?
What's a code for duplex? We know the single family.
Well, duplex does allow attached single-family uses, so I think that definition still is in play for each unit.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Therefore, what? What are you saying, John?
So,
Each unit can have up to 2 unrelated people in it.
Okay.
so the one that's the 4 units, they'd have to get rid of 2.
I don't know why we don't leave this alone,
correct.
RD.
Me too. I just
But
don't.
take care of the number of unrelated.
Yeah, that could live in it. Yeah.
Needs to understand the rules about how many adults can live upstairs, especially if 4 might be too many.
Because I don't see anything wrong with the duplex.
Well, they have 2 related and 2 unrelated now. Is that outside the code for duplex?
I thought she said there was 4 unrelated and 1 in unit.
Well, there are 2 of them are brothers,
2
and there's
brothers
2 more
and
people.
2 roommates.
So they
Okay.
could
Maybe
only
2
have.
brothers and 1 unrelated would be the allowable
Yeah.
amount.
So that would be allowed?
Yeah.
So we got to do away with
And then we
one
got to
person?
look at the square footage too, because it's only 1,200 square feet.
That's right.
You got to have how many square feet per? Kim,
That's
how
only
many?
3 per. I think you
300
can only have 3 people for
It'd be
that square
390
footage.
per
390.
person and per car.
$390 per person. I'm sorry, square feet per person.
Yeah, and I guess the car is another issue. How many cars are they allowed?
Well, that may take
Then-
care of itself if we limit it to 2 related and 1 unrelated.
Especially since it's a duplex. You would expect on a duplex to see more cars.
We need to follow the code,
But it's
though.
2 units, but they have to follow code, so. We have no idea when this was converted, other than what code
think at this
enforcement
point it
believes the
matters when
applicant
it
had
was
said.
converted.
The only piece of
That's
evidence we have
irrelevant.
right now is the notes in the code enforcement file.
Okay.
I'm sure we could dig a little bit further and find out more about the
Okay.
conversion.
And I'll say the assessor shows it as a rec room in the basement, but only 1 bathroom, and there's 3 bathrooms in there now. So that leads me to believe it's more recent than 40 years ago, the conversion, because at some point you think the assessor would have picked up all this other stuff.
Is there a kitchen in the basement?
But they usually get it at some point.
So kitchen
Yeah.
upstairs, kitchen downstairs, 2 bathrooms upstairs, 1 bathroom downstairs.
Right.
2 brothers and 2 unrelated roommates upstairs.
Yeah.
And one
I know what I do.
Yeah.
Doc, make the motion.
Okay. Well, I think based on some of the discussion, I may go a little bit different with this one than what I was originally thinking. My one concern about this is it was an unpermitted conversion, and I look at the little window there, and I wonder if that unit meets fire code and all of those kind of things. I'm wondering if maybe we should hold this and have building inspection go out and inspect that downstairs unit to find out if it's legal, or we find out what would have to be done to make it legal and safe for somebody to be living there.
Good idea.
So I think I'd like to recommend that we hold this till the November cycle. And as a clerk's note, ask building inspections to go out and inspect the property and find out if it conforms right now or what would need to be done to make it conform.
Would you want code enforcement to take a look at it as well, to
Yeah, I
confirm
think-
the number of people and
Yeah, I think we should have code enforcement look at it as well so that we know, and they can tell us how many cars are allowed and how many people and all those things, confirm all those numbers.
For RD. For RD.
Yeah, for RD. So we're going to
We're a little
hold,
confused.
verify that all
Right.
previous construction is to code.
Right.
Code enforcement goes out to look at the number of people there, come back in 30 days.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we have a
Okay.
motion. Did I do
Yep.
that right? Second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Okay, so you're going to need to we're going to hold this for 30 days while we take another look at it, okay? And then we'll come back in 30 days and look at it again.
But
And we'll
you-
try to help you out.
But
okay?
you'll need to coordinate with building inspections and code enforcement to have them come out and inspect the property. Okay.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
John, what's next? Let's move on. 72.
Rezoning case Z72, Lubin A. Trevino requests a rezoning from NS to NRC for the purpose of a restaurant in land lot 202 of the 17th District. The property is located on the south side of Windy Hill Road, east of Sandtown Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to rezoning case Z72? Let the record show there's no one opposed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Trevino with T4 Law Group. I represent the applicant Lubin A. Trevino, which for full disclosure is my father. So I do not have an ownership interest in this property. We are here this afternoon to ask to bring a property that currently is economically non-viable back to viable. It's located on Windy Hill Road. We purchased the property back in 1991. It was an old Golden Gallon building. Since 1993, it was converted to restaurant use. We haven't operated the business. It's always been a rental property. The different people that have rented the location have updated the building. There is a grease trap. There is the requisite hood. There's the ovens. Talking earlier to Mr. Porter, there was a question about an addition to the side. That addition was some bathrooms that we believe approximately 10 or 15 years ago, Public Health had requested some additions to the bathroom. So as far as we know, those additions are all to code. What had happened The last renters we had apparently did not get a business license for the building, for the facility. So when a new applicant came in to get a business license, they were told that the grandfathering had been lost and we needed to rezone it. So currently it's zoned as a neighborhood shopping. Yeah, neighborhood shopping district. And so we want to change it to the to NRC, Neighborhood Regional Commission. Also, in full disclosure, while looking at the map, it is on Windy Hill Road. When we purchased the property, that was Jones Shaw Road. It was a two-lane road. Windy Hill Road since got expanded, so we did lose a little bit of the property to the top. The property is approximately 125 by 125. The property to the immediate west and to the south that looks kind of like a triangle piece, that property is also owned by my family. I do have an ownership interest in that property. It is in mine and my father's name. To the east is a little apartment complex, little 4-unit apartments that are located there. Across the street, when they expanded Windy Hill Road, they took out those homes, and all that property belongs to the Department of Transportation. We're here today before you to ask approval of this and for you to accept the recommendation of the staff based on the property having been a restaurant in the past. It's a small lot, 0.3587 acres. Some of the concerns that the Planning Commission did have was that in between the building, the existing building and the apartment, there's not a buffer. They're requesting a 10-foot buffer to be included into that. Shouldn't be any problem planting something. Also, there's some concerns about the asphalt driveway needed some repair. Once again, those are issues that we will be addressing once we get a tenant. We have put a sign on the building, so we do have the interest of 2 or 3 different parties. So exactly what kind of restaurant it's going to be, we're not sure. But we're totally prepared to help that individual rehabilitate the building. There's a concern about the colors to make sure that the commissioner has the final say-so on the colors. We're prepared to go forward with that as necessary. A buffer on the front and some parking lot striping is also some of the staff recommendations. I believe DOT had some issue about the right-of-way. I think currently we have 44 feet of right-of-way from the center. They want to increase that to 50 feet. We have, once again, no issues with that. The main purpose of getting the zoning is so we can move forward, rehabilitate this building, make it an economically viable building in the neighborhood, and just get it moving forward again. So I respectfully ask for you to accept the application and possibly put this on the consent agenda for the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trevino. Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to testify to Z72? Opposition? Okay, not seeing and hearing any. Coach, you're the lucky man again. How did you look out?
They seem to put all mine in a row. It's like they lined them up by district. Let's see. Honestly, I think I've discussed everything, and I don't have any questions. Does anybody else on the board have questions for the
As long as we
applicant?
change the color from the bright yellow. I go
It was
by it
a
almost every
chicken-
day.
It was a chicken restaurant, so they picked the yellow for the chicken.
That makes sense.
Okay. So we're talking some remodel, landscaping, paving, current signage.
Within
and so
all the
on.
coding, that required by Cobb County.
Okay, sounds good.
Make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, do
you
that.
can have a seat if you like.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll go ahead and make a motion that we recommend approval of application Z72, subject to all of the following: all staff comments and recommendations not otherwise in conflict, landscape plan to be approved by county arborist with final approval by the county commissioner, parking lot to be repaved, dumpster to be enclosed to meet Cobb County development standards, the wood deck to be removed. It's pretty well rotted away anyway. And the building to be painted. I just want to make that clear that when they said the exterior colors. And that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion?
And consent agenda.
Consent agenda sounds good. Any further discussion?
Are those bars on the windows?
Yes,
Mhm.
they are.
So it looks like a little jail?
Mm-hmm. And it could be later on.
So would you like to see the
You
bars
have a problem with
removed?
that?
I guess it's not a zoning matter.
Not really.
I personally have
It
a
could be a
problem.
little
I personally have
saloon.
a big problem with that, but I guess it's not a zoning matter.
It could be a little saloon.
Any other
later
comments,
on.
questions? Okay, call for the vote. All in favor? 5-0. Good luck, Mr. Trevino. Okay, John? Am I right that 73 and 76, both venture homes, those were continued? Okay.
Continued.
All right, go ahead, please.
Rezoning case Z75, Pulte Home Corporation.
Okay, here we go.
Request rezoning from LI to RM8 for the purpose of townhomes and land lot 691 of the 17th District. The property is located on the northeast side of South Cobb Drive, on the north side of Wright Road, and on the west side of Oakdale Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to the zoning case Z75? Let the record show there are 5 people here in opposition. All those wishing to address the board, please come forward to be sworn in.
For me, let's just go home.
Why would anybody oppose the light industrial? Why would anybody oppose from the light industrial?
There it is.
I know, but gotcha. Are we going to get home in time to milk the cows?
3:30, we're supposed to leave.
John, you awake?
Not just about not. I'm out of shape. I hadn't been doing these late zoning meetings, and so I got used to get out by noon. You know, we used to go to take dinner breaks.
Kenley used to say we're going to get home in time to milk the cows.
That's right. He may have been talking about the next morning, actually. But we had a nice time back there. Became friends that disagree. So, but anyway, it's not bad. This is a tract of land. This little over 5 acres, 5.25 acres, located really with 3 road frontages: South Cobb Drive, Wright Road, and Oakdale Road. And then it has the railroad right of way on the northern or upper side. So it's completely bounded. Importantly, I think for this discussion also is the fact that this is now zoned light industrial and is on the land use plan for a NAC, or a neighborhood activity center. To me, the proposal here of an RM8 townhome development presents a much better entrance into the Oakdale area than a light industrial use and or some, I mean, there's a auto parts store next door, so then another auto parts store, not that they're bad necessarily, but as far as an entrance into Oakdale, it's probably not what you want to have. So I think this kind of use is much preferred, and I know that Mr. Barker, who lives across the street, said that Mr. Cash, who's owned this family owned this property a long time, said he never would do that. But obviously Mr. Cash and his family are getting out, so there's no telling what's going to happen. And sometimes you have to take what you see and try to work with that as opposed to what the alternative may be. I'd like to thank Mary Rose Barnes, of course, meeting with her and Leanne Williamson and others who in the community met with us and discussed these issues. And primarily my presentation is going to be changes to my STIP letter. I got Ms. Barnes handed me hers this morning, changes, and Ms. Williamson handed hers this afternoon. So, and then Mr. Terry had a list too. So between the 3 of them, I've got a bunch of changes to make. But what we're proposing really is 41 units and 2-story units. These will be 28 feet wide as far as size, which is a great size and is the new marketing size. 1,800 square feet to 2,400 and greater. 2-car garages. Each garage has a driveway pad to hold 2 full cars without being in a sidewalk. 3-sided architecture, except in paragraph 5 of my stipulation letter, I talk about the fact that these will have 3-sided architecture. In discussions with the community, those units that border or front on Oakdale Road will have brick backs as well. They will not. They'll be 4-sided and totally bricked on the back, so it would not be hardy plank. These are all for sale units. All the units are by code the maximum 35 feet high. Was one of Ms. Barnes' points, but we don't need to change that. In paragraph 23, and I'm going to be flipping around here as I get to these points, but I talk about detention in there, And we have agreed, we're going to do a new site plan anyway, but after this meeting. But the detention, we're going to move under the green space. This is underground detention, and we've agreed to relocate that under the green space in the middle of the development, which we will do. So we will show it relocated. There's been a lot of discussion about sidewalks here. We are agreeable to doing sidewalks, curb and gutter on Wright Street and Oakdale Road. South Cobb Drive, there's a bridge north of this. It has a guardrail coming down the side by our property, and you really can't put a sidewalk in there because it becomes a safety issue. Where do you put it? And so what we talked to DOT about, to which they were agreeable, is that we would make their required contribution to the sidewalk fund instead of putting a sidewalk on South Cobb that goes nowhere. In other words, there's a bridge on the other side and you can't get to it because of the guardrail. So that's what we propose to do, and that was in paragraphs 15 and 16 of our stipulation letter discuss the sidewalks, but we will, as it states, do that. There were also some staff comments. The Historical Commission made comments about the historical significance of the Cash home on this property dating back to the 1920s, and want us to do a historical review, photographs, and have a cultural person do all those things and then submit it to the commission, and we are agreeable to doing that, which would be an additional stipulation that I will re-add. There's also a question about boarding up the house and having the buildings demolished. And we had discussed 30 days and 60 days. However, the Cash family under their contract has 60 days to stay in the property after closing, which is, to me, the smartest thing you do for anybody who's selling, is you get time after the closing, make sure it closes before you move out, they don't close. So that's the whole purpose of that. So what we'd like to do is add a new stipulation that would say that we agree to board up the buildings within 30 days of the vacation of the property by the Cashes, and then we agree to demolish those buildings within 60 days after the boarding up period, if that makes sense to you. There's a request also, and I think a good one, along the railroad right-of-way. There's apparently some transients walk down through there, and so we've agreed to install a black vinyl-clad chain-link fence 6 feet in height along that border with our property, along the entirety of the railroad frontage, railroad right-of-way frontage. Also, a new stipulation, there was an issue about blasting. We don't think we're going to have to do any blasting, but we would put one in there that says that if any blasting is required, we agree that it will be Monday through Friday only, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and that we will give notice to the Oakdale Community Association or anybody else that wants notice, if they let me know that they do, prior to blasting, to let people know that's going to happen. Also, paragraph 18 of the stipulation letter, I had in there that the community may be gated, and the community doesn't want it gated, so we have agreed to strike that. This will not be a gated community, so I will delete that paragraph. Additionally, we are aware, and the Cobb County, the stormwater management in their comments stated there is an underground drainage pipe that exists now that will have to be relocated for this development, and properly sized to take care of the water that comes to this site and has to be then transported from this site. So we would agree that we would do those things. We would agree with the stormwater management comments in that regard. We, in paragraph 20, I stated that we would not park vehicles, and I think we covered what Ms. Barnes had, but I may be mistaken. But I said in 20 that we would not park on South Cobb, Wright Road, or Oakdale Road. So I think we covered all the roads. And I'm not sure what the other point was, to be honest with you.
There's one more road, Park, which is right across the street.
Oh.
Just, we can
Is
add
that
that. I'll add that.
Okay, that's fine. Also, in paragraph 24 is the modification language, with modification by a district commissioner. And I used Commissioner Ott's language, I think, that was adopted by this board for his district as a quote. Ms. Barnes wanted me to add some stuff to it, but I've left it the way it is because I assume that what he says goes over what she says. So I took him as opposed to her on that. No offense intended, Ms. Barnes. And we agree that one of the reasons we need to redo our site plan is we agree that a new stipulation would be that we agree to comply with code required guest parking on the site, and that's going to require a site plan change. And we were notified that we apparently encroach somewhat on a sewer easement that's located there, and so we would certainly, as part of this redo on the site plan, we will make sure that we are off the sewer easement, the required, I think, 10 feet that you're required to be off of the sewer easement. I think that's it. We've certainly, Chad Barrett's here with me from Pulte, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have. And we'll let the other side have their say. That's pretty close.
You're doing good. Okay, let's hear from the opposition, folks. Come on up.
My name is Randy Barker. My wife and I live at 4665 Oakdale Road, which is directly across from the subject property. My mother-in-law's house is next door. This land's been in my wife's family for 63 years. This is where my wife grew up. I grew up down the road. This is our neighborhood. We're intimate with it. We know it very well. We're not opposed to this redevelopment. I mean, it's a valuable piece of property. We know it's going to be redeveloped, and I think this is a pretty good plan. We just have a couple of issues with it. Tell a little story, and I want to take away from what Mr. Moore said. He attributed to something to me which is not true. But about 30, 40 years ago, Mr. Cash, who was the longtime owner of the property, when he sought the rezoning to, I think, O&I, he went to my mother-in-law and asked her to, agree to the rezoning, and she agreed. Raymond was her friend and neighbor. She had no problem with it. In doing that, Mr. Cash promised that as long as he had the property, he would make this house look residential, even though it was zoned industrial. So for all these years, if you look across Oakdale Road to this property, you see a small house with a small driveway. But as he made it an office, he added on to the back of the house. And from the back of the house, he put a new driveway up to Wright Road, a very major, much more of a driveway than in front. And then behind that is the driveway to the two office warehouses. So my thought is that I would like to see the entrance to the Pulte project off of Wright Road. I mean, that's been the major access to this property for years, and I don't see why we need to change it. And also, it might keep a little bit of traffic off of Oakdale. Oakdale has become very congested over the years with the high-density housing around us, and if we could just keep a few cars coming from the Pulte site, they could go directly to South Cobb Drive and not have to be on Oakdale Road. My other concern is Mr. Moore mentioned a drainage ditch on the property. Actually, it's a creek. It's a creek below their property, and it's a creek as it enters their property. It was piped in years ago. I have concerns about the downstream flooding from this. I talked with Mr. Braden. He was very helpful and helped me understand what's going on here. But I would like just to know that the downstream analysis is going to look at the full length of our property, whereas the creek runs through the culvert underneath the railroad track. There's some issues down there, and I would just want to have some assurances that we could be relieved of our worries about flooding. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Next speaker.
Yes, one for each of them. I included copies of the email that I
Give us
tried
your
to
name.
send.
Your name.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Leanne Williamson.
Okay.
And the handouts have copies of the email that I tried to send, and it got kicked back to me. So just pay attention to the first sheet, and the rest you can peruse at your leisure. I'm the president of the Park Avenue Association, and we're a Pulte development. The beginning of our development on Oakdale Road is less than a block away from this location, and we extend about to no more than a half mile down. We have specific concerns because we are a different type of development. We have a lot of green space. I mean, it's just, we have a lot of room for people to enjoy and stay off of Oakdale in general. Our residents don't object to having a development here either. Our only concern is the density. It doesn't match the current aesthetic of the community. We have primarily single-family homes facing Oakdale Road, and the way that they resolve this issue with our development is they put single-family homes at the front of the registry side, and then the townhomes, the bigger townhomes behind that, and the single families behind that. The view side of our property is townhomes, but they don't back up to the property. It's side view. So we just like to see, we don't, John didn't show what they plan to make these look like. From our meeting with him, the biggest architectural feature on the front of the homes is the garage. And in line with everything else in our neighborhood, we'd really like to see them have more craftsman-style details and take that to heart. Another way that it would make, I know that he talked about bricking the back of the homes that are going to face Oakdale Road, but we'd really like them to see them have the single families there, even if they're packed a little closer together, 6 of them, instead of 9 units. That would really help them stay in the aura of the community. He's already addressed our concerns about the environmental impact, so we just want to make sure that Cobb County keeps a close eye on that, of the homes that it can affect downstream. And I don't know a lot about underground detentions, but if there's any problems with it for the HOA of even 41 homes, it would be kind of a burden for them to have to repair things. We have a big, we are also asking for consideration for traffic safety. Oakdale Road is a major cut through. People are speeding down Oakdale Road. And if you're trying to turn onto Wright Road is so narrow at that intersection, people will drive down into the middle of it and require the traffic to stop for them. So the side distance is also very bad there as well. There's too much coverage. If it ices on Wright Road, right there next to Oakdale, it will not melt for several days unless the temperature gets high enough because it gets no sun. So it gets very dangerous for people who don't know that there's such a steep decline and they hit that ice. They could just plow right through into Oakdale Road. Of course, we're asking for the proper lining, turn lanes, deceleration lanes on Oakdale Road. And we're also asking, and I believe DOT's considering asking as well, for the entrance to this development to be closer to the railroad tracks. It's just too close to Wright Road right now to make it. There could be potential backups with people coming off of Wright trying to get into their development. He's already addressed the lack of parking inside the development. We've noticed that, you just have to make sure that there's a strict leasing policy control. I know it's going to be in the covenants, but anyone who buys in needs to understand that and just be considerate for the current residents for construction. And, of course, we always have general concern about home values and how it's going to affect our single families as well as our townhomes. So the sheet that I gave you on top sort of puts a little more detail into my list, and we'd just like you to consider this from the standpoint of my HOA. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. Good evening. I'm Mary Rose Barnes, Oakdale Community Association. OCA Board would be willing to accept an RM8 zoning of this property provided stipulations referencing our concerns are included. I would hope that Pulte would not repeat its egregious behavior with the development of Park Avenue. Pulte put my neighbors through hell for years, damaging our homes with blasting and illicit use of vibrating rollers, cutting power lines, gas lines, water pipes, violating the noise ordinances, and generally wreaking havoc on our lives. We would also like some referencing some pictures of the houses to see what they're supposed to be looking like. OCA Board agrees with homeowners of Park Avenue and Brookfield West and other areas that 41 homes at density of 7.8 is too dense for the area. While an RA category would be the ideal, which is recommended by staff, a row of detached condos along Oakdale Road with a reduced number of attached condos to the interior would accomplish both these purposes and protect the look of the neighborhood. We're talking about 6 homes across the front, 26 across the back, for a total density of 6 to match, be closer to 4.2 of Park Avenue. Wright Road is a nightmare now. It's very short. It's not as wide as the top. It needs to be configured to match the top with a left turn lane also. There must be a deceleration lane along Oakdale Road, since DOT has agreed that the access should be on Oakdale Road. Extra care should be given to stormwater controls. A gated community should be prohibited at this location. It would be out of character with the neighborhood, and the necessary site plan changes as referenced in the STIP letter would not be subject to a public notice or hearing. We still believe that South Cobb Drive needs to have a sidewalk to work with that, and it wouldn't be filled in, but it would be a step in the right direction. Having lived through the nightmare of Sunday construction noise, our neighborhood and OCA board are totally opposed to any Sunday construction. Quiet work includes noisy workers, construction traffic noise, boom boxes, and general confusion. 1 day a week of quiet is a requisite for survival in a construction zone. OCA believes this project could be of value if our letter of stipulations what I handed to you would be included. And I must add, too, there is a damaged building on South Cobb Drive. A tree fell on it. It doesn't need to wait 60 days to be fixed. It needs to be boarded up or taken down within 30 days after closing. Thank you. I was perfect. 0.
Gosh, you folks did good. Can you make it very quick? We're out of time.
Oh, I will try my
That's
best.
okay, real quick.
Hi, I'm Tracy Esslinger. I live at 2225 Park Avenue, which is across from the proposed development. I also welcome residential, but oppose the density here. Pulte representatives graciously met with us concerned citizens, and one of the things that came up, they say the reason for the high density was that they wanted to target their target market of couples that look for convenience. And 8 years ago, my husband and I were that couple looking for convenience. However, if that was our only concern, any vast number of developments along 285 would have served that purpose. But we were looking for a quality of life that we weren't finding many places, and we wanted to raise a family. And then we stumbled across this Oakdale Road area and fell in love with it. It's a hidden gem for those of y'all who don't frequent it very often. Let me tell you what we fell in love with when we picked our home there. Old growth forest, poplar trees, wild azaleas, different varieties I'm sure Mr. Terry would recognize as a master gardener that we don't see just everywhere. Something called a devil's walking stick, I will tell you that, Mr. Terry. Wildlife. Since living there, I have the pleasure, my daughter, 5-year-old daughter, have the pleasure of seeing a blue heron occasionally. We see deer. We saw the biggest snapping turtle I've ever seen in my life. I could hardly put my arms around him, probably. Historic structures, including the historicity of the old trolley line being there, the over 100-year-old house that's there now, the Civil War trenches and shoepades not being found anywhere else in the world of that type of structure. The quaint homes, each with their unique architectural features, yards with kids. We have courtyards in various areas and even a park. So lots of green space and forested areas, small library with children's programs, walking trails, sidewalk systems connecting this all. 8 years later, now we have a 5-year-old who has enjoyed this area, and we're asking that you give us the lower density, please. Again, we would love residential at a lower density, homes with yards for kids to play in, a gentler use of the land so that even the errant deer or blue heron may have room to cross and feel at home there. Architecture in keeping with the character of the existing Oakdale Road homes and the historicity of the area. Neighborhoods keeping with the family feel of the area, such as the Brookfield tract Similar sized tract next door to the proposed development would be wonderful, something like that. So please, commissioners, I ask that you help us keep this historic Oakdale, this green Oakdale, this hidden gem that our families have enjoyed, so this time by zoning to a lower density for this tract. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Okay, we're going to close that portion of the hearing. And this is in District 2, so I'll lead the discussion on this. This, as John said, this is a 5.25 acre site. And I know that people know it, but just as a reminder, this is currently zoned for light industrial. None of us want to see anything like that on this site. We have too many nice neighborhoods that have been developed over the last few years right down the street. Light industrial just really wouldn't fit. Mr. Barker's home's a beautiful home right across the street. It just really wouldn't fit. I do think townhome condominiums for sale only of this size and the prices would be a good added addition to the area. I'm concerned about a number of things, though, some of which I had mentioned to John, and many of which he covered in his revised or to be revised STIP letter. Density that we just heard mentioned by Tracy, I tend to agree with her. I'm not just totally opposed to RM8, but I really think in this location, RA5, 5 units per acre, give or take a little, is probably much more appropriate for this site. I'd really like to see that. That would probably put us in the area of 30, maybe 25 to 30 units rather than the 40-something that we have there now. If we do that, it gives a lot more room for some of the things that some of you were asking for. To have the detention pond under green space, much easier to accomplish that. Have some good parking. That gives us much more room for that. Good landscaping, all sorts of things. The appearance of the units that face Oakdale Road, we had a lot of concern expressed after the meeting that occurred a few weeks ago, or a couple of weeks ago, and I heard about all of that from a number of people. I tend to agree with that. We want to keep the look and feel of a residential community here. So Pulte has agreed to take those homes that front or face Oakdale Road and brick them, making every effort to have them resemble single-family homes as much as possible as you can in this style of building. The entry location, I tend to agree with that. I tend to agree that we need to move it primarily because the way it's positioned on the site plan now, it's almost directly across from the Barker home, and I don't particularly like that, and I'm sure Mr. and Ms. Barker don't either. So I would like to have you folks consider moving that farther away from the center of the property, and there's plenty of room to do that, especially if we go to RA5. The impact on traffic, I agree with the comments that I heard from most people about Wright Road. Wright Road is narrow as it intersects Oakdale Road. It is hilly. It does ice in the winter. I can tell you, I live in this community. The site, looking left and right as you come down the hill to Oakdale Road, very difficult to get in and out. It does back up there every day. Putting an entry on Wright Road, I think, would be the wrong thing to do. So I did encourage them to put their entry on Oakdale Road, which they have said they would do, and I think that's the right place to put it. However, having said that, I really think that some improvement needs to be made to Wright Road. Now, to that end, Jane, come on up. Jane and I have talked about this. Jane is from Cobb DOT. There's some things that we can do to help that situation.
Good afternoon. I'm Jane Strickland with Cobb DOT.
Okay, let's talk about something else first. Sidewalks. You had asked for sidewalks on South Cobb Drive. John says that really isn't needed. What says DOT?
We would like sidewalks on South Cobb Drive, but with it being a state route and there being the guardrail there because of the bridge over the railroad, we're okay with using the alternative compliance, which is them paying a fee in lieu of to the sidewalk fund and the sidewalks be built.
It really would be a sidewalk to nowhere. I do understand that wherever we have a chance to put in sidewalks, even if they don't connect with existing sidewalks, eventually, 20 years from now, who knows, they will connect. So I do understand that. But in this particular case, I think Jane is right. It really would go nowhere. When it gets to the bridge, you'd have to step out into the street to continue north. Someone told me that people who live here probably going to walk up the hill to do shopping at Publix or go to the new Sprouts that's being built up there, or the donut place. I wouldn't. I mean, that's a long hike and it's all uphill. I don't think that's something that would probably happen. So I think Jane's probably right on that. What about sidewalks on Wright Road?
We do recommend sidewalks on Wright Road and Oakdale Road.
Okay. On Oakdale Road, there's an existing sidewalk. However, it's on the opposite side of the street. Now, John, your STIP said you would connect to that. I don't know how you'd do that. It's not on your side of the street.
I said our interior sidewalks.
Interior sidewalks
Would connect to the sidewalk on the street.
on Wright Road.
In Oakdale, too.
Okay. How are you going to connect on Oakdale when it's on the other side of the road?
They've asked us to.
Okay. Why don't you come on up and let's get that covered on the record. We want sidewalks wherever we can get them, but I'm confused about how you're going to connect to the existing sidewalk on Oakdale Road.
I say she, DOT, I should say, and not she. Part of their comments was that we put sidewalk on our side of Oakdale as well.
Okay, so you will do that?
Yes,
Okay.
that's in my stipulation letter.
Okay, I saw that, but it said we will connect with the sidewalks existing on Oakdale Road.
I didn't mean to say existing.
Well,
I said-
that can't be. But anyway, you will pave sidewalks on Oakdale Road, and you will do, what about curb, gutter?
Yes.
And sidewalk on Wright?
Yes.
On Wright Road, okay. That answers that. Thank you. Stick around. Jane, come back up to the microphone. You and I talked about possibly doing a four-way stop where Wright intersects with Oakdale. What do we have to do to have that done?
We'll just have to request a study from our traffic operations group to see if that's the best plan for that intersection. They said they were willing to study it. They just need to be directed to study it.
Okay, so I just asked for that. So I know they haven't had time to do that yet, but that is on the agenda to get that studied, and if they think it's needed,
Yes,
then
sir.
that will happen.
Yes.
Wright Road is very narrow, right where it intersects Oakdale Road. It really is. It's almost dangerous. It's so narrow. I had people tell me it's 23 feet wide. I took a tape measure out there. It's not even 23 feet wide. It's very narrow. Can that be widened so that we have a turn lane there? Is there room to do that? Again, does that call for a study, something?
I'm not exactly sure what the right-of-way width is. Are you asking DOT to widen it? Or are
Well,
you
what I'm
the
asking
developer
is,
to
I
widen it?
know that we did that up the street when Advance Auto Parts was put in at the other end of Wright Road. They did it up there. I would think that there's room to do it at the bottom. I don't know why we didn't extend it on down. I wish we had, because frankly, it's needed. I'm just wondering why we can't do that.
To widen the roadway?
If that's possible, I'm going to ask Pulte to do it.
It's possible if, especially since we're asking for a donation of right-of-way. So there would be.
So that may be doable.
The width, and we can work with them on developing the plan for that.
Okay. Mayor Rose, I think we need to move on. Just stay there and we'll see if we can get you up in just a moment. I think that will cover the traffic issue and the sidewalk issues. John, come on back up and let's talk about the underground creek, the gas line easement that I know is on the property. There's a creek that goes through this property that catches water from quite a bit of other land north and west of here. It was put underground many years ago, and we have asked that it be pulled up and relocated. Is that right?
Yes, I think so. I think that my reading of stormwater management doesn't call it a creek. It calls it a drainage structure.
It's a creek.
Well, okay, I don't know.
I do. I went down and looked at it yesterday.
Okay. I'm not hardly an expert at what I do now up here now, but certainly not about determining what's the Blue Line Creek stream or not. But whatever it is, what we have agreed to do is to work with stormwater management to relocate that and to properly size it to handle the water that is coming to it from other property, and then we'll go out.
Yeah, what we want to do is be sure we're not washing away the Barker property, which is right there. I did sneak onto his property, Mr. Barker. I apologize for that, but I took a look at it, and it's a running creek. I mean, there's no question that it's a creek. Whatever we do, whatever Pulte does, I want to be sure we don't do anything that's going to cause greater harm to his land in a very hard rain event. The gas easement, you're aware of that?
Yes.
I believe it's a natural gas, Dave, is that right? Natural gas easement that runs down the side of the property.
Mm-hmm.
Not going to impact that at all? Not going to have to move anything, is that right?
No, sir. Correct.
Okay, and you're not going to build close to it? Because there's rules governing that. You had one of on your current site plan, you had one building that was really too close.
I think that was on isn't there a sewer easement there? I thought that's what it was.
I thought that was the gas line.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think it was.
But if we go to RA5, that may correct itself anyway.
Yeah.
I think it's a natural gas. It just says gas line. I think it's a natural gas line. It's pretty deep in the ground. Okay. Talk to me a minute about Pulte's good neighbor practices. I heard from any number of neighbors that when Pulte built their development right down the road, within a stone's throw of this, there were many issues related to damage from blasting, disruption of service, mail, garbage pickup, on and on. Telephone lines being cut, all that sort of stuff. And a lot of that wasn't really handled, I think, appropriately. Hope we can do better than that.
If those things occurred, I agree with you. I hope we do better than that. That was a two-stage development of that area, if you remember. It started and stopped and then restarted again. So I don't know if that played any part in it, but Pulte's built several new developments, one on Spring Hill Parkway, this townhome development that's right there where Home Depot headquarters is, that's everybody raves about. I built the one over on, the one Commissioner Burrow lives in. Yes, that everybody raved about, all the stuff we promised to do and did. So I'm hopeful that if complaints that they have, if and I'm not questioning whether they're valid or invalid, I don't know, but if they are, that it's a new day. They moved their headquarters to Atlanta. I guess you saw that.
Yep. Good.
So this should be their backyard.
Well, your comment and your agreement about blasting, which was a big issue with some of those neighbors, I think will cover some of that. Okay. Mary Rose, you're standing up, and I do have a question, so why don't you come onto the podium, and I'm going to ask you one question and see if you will address that only for me.
I'll do it.
Tell me about Wright Road.
Okay. Wright Road is 23 feet at the top where Advanced Auto Parts is. We don't know how wide it is at the bottom because it's so degraded that we couldn't even measure it. I just wanted to point that out. So
yeah, it's not 23 at the bottom. I
no,
can tell you it's not.
No, it's 23 at the top. That came from the zoning file. I have the file if you want to look at it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I want to clear that up. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions for either of these folks? Yes, go ahead.
Someone was talking about putting a row of single-family homes along Oakdale Road instead of the townhouses. What about that?
John, you want to address that one? That was a request from some of the neighbors, and I think you're aware of that. Is it doable?
No, it's not. And the reason being that when you're doing single family, these would have to be rear loaded houses to face Oakdale the way they're asking to be, which means you have to block that rear loading from the other residents. In other words, you have to put a road, an alleyway or whatever, and build units that face the other way that back up to those. Otherwise, you can't sell the units because they're looking at the backs of those homes. That's the reason we said we'd leave it the way it is, and we would do our best to make them look that way, and we would certainly brick the back of the units that were bordering that road. That works, and it doesn't. Nobody has to look at the back of somebody's garage area, which nobody wants to do.
So maybe I misunderstood. So that existing row of 9 or 10 townhouses facing Oakdale Road is, I'm looking at the garages on the interior side. I'm not looking at the garage doors. From Oakdale Road, I'm not looking at garage doors.
No, you're not.
Okay.
No, that's what I'm saying. The rears face Oakdale. That's the reason we agreed to brick them. But the garages face the street, interior street.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else for John?
If I can mention one thing while I'm up here.
You can.
I heard you keep wanting to add stuff for Pulte to do. If you're doing that, you be careful about cutting density because you got to pay for it, okay? Just a thought.
I don't. Somebody may have to. Okay, we're going to have to close that portion, and let's go ahead. Any other comments from you? Let's go ahead and do our motion. I'm going to recommend approval of Z75. I'm sorry. that back. I'm going to recommend deletion of Z75 to RA5. I really do think that fits the area much better for a maximum of 30 units. Subject to all staff comments and recommendations, subject to the conditions articulated in the STIP letter from Mr. Moore dated October 1st and the accompanying site plan and renderings, and subject to the following alterations and additions to the said STIP letter. And many of these are the ones that John agreed to before us today. Number 3 will now read 30 residences instead of 41 with a density not to exceed 5.7 per acre. Now, I know that's slightly above the 5 that's allowable, but in this case, I think that works pretty well. Item number 4, stipulation number 4, there was a question about the height. These will be 2 stories in height. I'd like to add to that not to exceed 35 feet in height as measured to the eaves. That's standard for this. Stipulation number 5, add to the end of that stip, and the backs of the residences. Now, let me tell you, I'm not talking about the ones on Oakdale Road. The backs of the other residences to have a 3-foot tall water table feature of brick or stone on each one, and all units facing Oakdale Road to have a solid brick facade and be designed as much as possible to resemble single family in appearance. And you did agree to that. Number 15, delete all the words after the last comma and replace it with, and the applicant will comply with all sidewalk recommendations for DOT except for the sidewalk for South Cobb Drive. And I'm in agreement with what you're wanting to do there. Number 16, I'd like to delete in its entirety along with number 18. And let me look and see what that is real quick. No, 16 stays in. I beg your pardon. I thought that sounded wrong. Number 17 was the private street. So we're not going to have private street. We are going to have private streets. We're not going to have gated. Correct. Right, no gated. Okay, I beg your pardon. So 16 stays in. No gated community. Number 22, I want to add at the end, the maintenance of the landscaping plantings are also the responsibility of the HOA. You had a list of everything they're responsible for, but you didn't have that in there, so I want to be sure we understand that. Number 23, after the words shall be, I'd like to add and replace with these words, shall be relocated, this is the detention pond, to a green space area and away from a paved area. The site plan will be revised accordingly, and you did agree to that. Number 28, this is new. We're going to add this. And you did address this as well. The existing metal building that faces South Cobb Drive, this is the one that has been damaged. And the 1920s era brick home, this is the Cash home, facing Oakdale Road. I want to be sure I understand your meaning, John. Boarded up in 30 days and demoed in 60 additional days from that. Correct? Okay,
30
that's
days from their leaving that site.
from their leaving that site, right? And then 60 days from there for demolition. Okay. Cash people, there's plenty of them still around. They can give you all the history on that site, which I do encourage you to get. Number 29, this is a new one. The applicant will install a 5-foot tall vinyl-clad chain link fence along the northernmost property line next to the abandoned railroad, as the current easement allows. I know the gas easement and so forth that runs through there. There's talk of that being taken over for part of the Silver Comet Trail as well. And I do know there are quite a few people that cut through there. Sometimes they're fairly unsavory characters, so this fence will also act as some security measure as well. Number 30, I want to talk about the blasting, which did occur at their site down the street. No blasting will be done on this site without a 48-hour notice being given to all neighbors within 1,000 feet, and never on Saturday and Sunday, and only between the hours of 9 and 3, not 9 and 4, because that's when school is in session. I don't want to have a bunch of kids coming down there to see what the blasting is. So between 9 and 3. We talked about guest parking. On-site, number 31, on-site guest parking to be corrected on the revised site plan, and that will be covered, of course, at plan review as well. I can't think of anything else. I think we pretty much covered it. Other things you did agree to. I think we've got it pretty much covered.
I think I would second that with
I would like to see it deleted to RA6 because I believe that given it's light industrial, given that all the steps that you put on it that are really a lot of steps.
It's going to be close to 6 per acre anyway. If
it needs to be RA6.
That's fine. I have no problem with that at all. RA6 is okay. Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor? Thanks, everybody.
You're in favor, John? Yeah, I just need, when you specify the number of units at 30, that would change.
That would change based on the RA6.
Just use it as RA6, period, times an acre.
That's fine. Okay, excellent. Thank you, folks. How about it, John?
Yes, sir.
Are we getting close?
Getting close. Think about one more.
LUP 32, James Larry Barrymore.
And one more.
Or Barmore, excuse me, requests a land use permit for the purpose of an antique shop in land lot 337 of the 19th District. The property is located on the southeast side of Powder Springs Road, east of Callaway Road. The applicant is present. Is there anyone here opposed to LUP 32? Well, that's the record, so there's no one opposed. What's going on here?
It would bit me if I just looked.
Before we get started, I need to ask Judy. Judy, are you going to recuse yourself on this one? Well, then she needs to recuse herself.
He's my first cousin, and so I need to recuse myself on this zoning request.
Okay, Judy's going to step away since she's related to the applicant. Okay, let's go. Your turn.
You meet kin folks everywhere. I had no idea she's my cousin. I hadn't seen you in years. Yeah. I own the house there at 1379 Powder Springs.
Give us your name.
Oh, Larry Balmore.
Okay, Larry.
And my neighbor had passed away, and I bought the house. And I've owned it now a little over a year. I've been restoring it. It had fell into disrepair. And the house, I found out, is old. This thing was built back in the 1900s. And I think I talked to Bob about it, and you got a picture. This is the house when it was the Macklemore Dairy Farm. And it was about 1910.
Is that you in the picture? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Larry.
It's amazing to see pictures like that from way back then with the old cars and the clothes they were wearing. It's amazing. But I found out this house has got more history to it than I ever really realized it had. And I'm trying to save the history of it. And I think the best way for me to do that is to put a small antique shop in it. I've dealt with antiques for the last 50 years. And I learned it from my dad. He had a little antique shop. And I don't think, it's a small shop. It wouldn't be anything big. Probably not over 1 or 2 cars there at a time. And maybe not over 10 people a day there. If you go back to the place, when I did the survey, another thing about it, I had to get a new survey. And the surveyor was telling me, I thought this was a driveway out here, but he said, no, it's not. He said that is part of the old Powder Springs Road that was there in the 1800s. That's what's left of it. And it was there during the Civil War. So there's a piece of it left. And there's just so much history here, I'd like to save this and try to keep it up. And if I rent the house out, I lose a lot of control over it and how it's going to be kept and maintained. So if y'all give me permission, that's what I'd like to do.
Clock. He forgot to turn your clock on. You got a lot more time because he's got to turn the clock on. That's all right.
Well, what do you need to know?
Anything else you want us to know?
Well,
days you're going to operate it?
Yeah, well, Bob and I talked when we talked last month about it. I mean, if a sign on the property is a problem, I can do without the sign.
Okay.
I think we can do it just word of mouth. My dad run his shop back in '52. I think I put that in my thing. It's seen a little, when my dad had a antique shop business from 1952. I even had his business license there. And he didn't have a sign. It's just more or less word of mouth. And that's how he did his, and he done real well with it. But I know if I rent the house out, the renter's not going to keep it up. I mean, they're going to tear it up. And I've done put too much work into this thing. It's old plaster walls. The ceiling's plastered. Underneath the house is still like it was back when the house was built. It's old rough-cut pine boards. And it's the old stacked rock foundations like you'll see down there under Cobe Farm, under their log cabin. That's the same foundation that's under this house. There's a lot of history here. I mean, we're finding blowed up cannonballs and mini balls, and the more I dig around there, I'm finding more and more stuff. There's just so much history. That's why I'd like to try to save it.
Well, if you're successful, I'll come see you. I'd like to look at the old house.
Well, bring your metal detector on out.
No, I won't do that. That stuff's yours. All right. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Okay, Bob.
All right. Well, first off, I apologize for holding you here all day long. I thought we'd get to you sooner.
I'm the last one.
You are sure enough
you
the
put
last
me through
one.
it today.
Okay, first off, would you put back up that picture of the lot that he had, where the lot is? And I'd like you to show me on that picture where you live.
The what? This one?
That one right there, yeah.
That one.
There you go. You can just tell me with words, which house do you live in?
Oh, right behind it.
Over towards Naomi Street?
That's 1756 Pamela Circle, which is right behind it.
That
there
one,
you go, right there.
That one where he's got his little hand.
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of the issues, the reason I bring that up, one of the issues that staff had commented on correctly is that normally land use permits are for people who live in the house.
Mm-hmm.
In this case, the gentleman lives right next door and owns all the property around there. How many acres altogether do you own there?
Well, that house on Powder Springs Road is 1.5 acres. And back there where I live and my home's at, I got 5 acres.
Okay, so you got 6 acres around
About
there.
6.5 acres.
I think that qualifies for even though he's not living physically in the house. I think that works. And the other thing that we discussed was, as you had originally written up your application, you had thought that you might have as many as 10 customers a day and these kinds of things. And the purpose of a land use permit is to get new folks started on businesses at home, and then they can do well and step up and go pay taxes in a business district. But probably that's a little optimistic for the first year anyway.
Right.
And so, as we discussed, my view here is that we need to just scale your application down, not what you want to do. We just need to scale the intensity down and go ahead and give you the permit for a while and see how it goes.
Exactly.
But you recognize that we're real sensitive to this as a spot zoning. If it came in for a zoning for a store or something like that, there'd be red lights right straight across the front of this room.
I live there too. I don't want to see this developed.
Okay.
You know?
All right, so we're together, and I'm ready to make a motion unless there's a question from the board.
Comments, questions? Okay, go ahead, Bob.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we're going to approve LUP 32 with the following stipulations. The maintain the residential appearance of the entire property. No building permits to commit. It's late. No building permits to convert any part of this property to a commercial facility. No outside storage of commercial materials. Operating hours from 10 to 5.
Okay.
And I said that because that's kind of before rush hour.
Yeah.
After rush hour to before rush.
Yeah.
And then no signs, no business signs of any kind.
Okay.
And that'd be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Oh, I got to give a time, don't I?
Yep.
Let's run 2 years, see how he goes, and then we can go from there.
And I'll be to see you.
Okay. Thank you.
Comments, questions? John? Consent agenda?
Consent agenda for the board.
For the Board of Commissioners. Okay, so we're going to add that to the consent agenda for the board, which means at the Board of Commissioners hearing, you won't have to testify.
Oh, don't have to go before the board?
You have to appear.
Oh, got to be
You
there.
have to appear.
Okay.
In case
Unless somebody comes and objects, which would blow you off. As long
when
as
they
you stay
when
on.
they ask
So
if you're
far,
here,
no,
you just
yeah.
raise your hand and that'll be it. Okay. Any
We'll
other
make
comments?
up for you a little bit for today.
Comments, questions? All right. We have a motion. Can I get a second? John, did you have a? Okay, we have a second. Further discussion? None. All in favor? Thank you, Larry. Good luck.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
We have a couple of other business items we need to take care of.
Hey, guys.
Minutes. Somebody vote to approve the minutes.
We also have the.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Do we?
We have to do the Austell Road.
Okay. Let's knock this out real quick.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of September 30th, 2014, and September 10th, 2014.
Second, Christie. All in favor? Minutes adopted. I'm going to ask for a motion for the planning and zoning hearings for calendar year 2015, which we've already seen and discussed.
I make a
And-
motion to approve the calendar as submitted with changes.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the calendar for 2015. Can I get a second? Galt seconds. All in favor? Calendar accepted. And what else do we have, John?
We have
We got it.
the other business item from Cobb DOT for the Austell Road LCI.
Okay.
We just need a motion, right, John?
Yes.
I make a motion that we approve the
The amendment. to
approval
it.
of the plan amendment for the Austell Road Corridor Livable Centers.
Right. The 5-year plan update.
As
Okay.
specified in the agenda.
Right. So we're going
And I'll second that motion.
We're going to send that to the Board of Commissioners for their consideration. So we have a motion and a second to send that to them.
I'll just make a comment for the public. They gave us a complete presentation at our work session, so we don't really have to have it now unless somebody has an objection. Okay.
I see frowns. Are we okay?
Typically, you have a brief public hearing on something like that.
Okay.
before you vote
Okay,
on
you're
it.
right.
Okay. So
You're
we
right.
At least call for the hearing if
But we
there's.
just needed a vote is what they told us because of the...
Is this a public hearing?
Cobb DOT's here.
Okay, then we do need to ask if there's anyone
It
in the
can be
audience who
brief.
wishes to comment on.
He needs to come up and call for it.
Come on up.
Just open it up, I guess, thinking.
So, Counselor, can we just withdraw the previous motion until we get through this
That would be my
business?
suggestion.
Okay.
If I may, Eric Meyer, Cobb DOT, we do have a scheduled public hearing at the Board of Commissioners on October 14th, and we will then be asking them to vote on October 28th. So we have a public hearing on this matter at the VOC.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
what they
You
told
need to
us.
have
We didn't
one
have to
here,
have one. Oh, we do?
You need to.
Oh, okay.
So you need to open the public hearing.
Okay, so, Eric, have you said all you need to say at this point? Okay, so let's open this up for a public hearing. Is anyone present? I see one person. Is anyone present wishing to comment on this particular LCI study initiative? You're not seeing any. The public portion of this is closed. Now we can take a motion to approve.
I make a motion that we approve. Hold on just a minute. Make a motion that we approve the
Austell Road Corridor
Austell Road Corridor
Livable Centers
Livable
Initiative.
Centers
Initiative Update Amendment.
Amendment. Well, that
Okay.
made sense.
So we have a motion to approve the Austell Road Corridor Livable Centers Initiative Update to send it on to the Board of Commissioners for their consideration. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Mr. Hovey. All in favor? So that's done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Gary. Sorry, Eric. I'm getting punchy. I am getting punchy. Hey,
I know.
Christie, you
I
said
swear
5
they told
o'clock.
us
We
we
bought
didn't
you
have to have
5 extra
public
minutes.
hearing, but we do.
I am
don't we?
too. Thank you,
Let's have
folks. We
both.
stand adjourned.
Two.